There we go. So there we go. There we go. How is everybody doing? Oh dear. My hair looks like garbage. That happens when you're balding. It all just starts to look kind of garbage. Kind of stupid, kind of bad. Anyways, how's everybody doing today? Oh, there's the chat. Kind of flows in. That chat right there just kind of randomly pops in. Oh boy. How's everybody doing? We have an election going on right now. I am told we have an election going on right now. Now, whether or not that is actually the case, I have no fucking clue because America's so broken that I can't believe shit. But I'm of the opinion that it is at least somewhat true that there is an election going on. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna actually have the electoral map up as we are speaking. Let's take a look at that. Let's look at where we are. So right now, this needs to be refreshed. Right now, Joe Biden is winning. Hopefully, you guys are having a wonderful time. Also, yes, I am going to be on the line later today. That's going to be over about 11 p.m. Eastern. So yeah. But we look at the map, and it looks like right now Georgia and Florida are both leaning blue. It is not fully colored in yet because they are not. We don't know yet. We don't know. Things are still getting counted. Things are still getting counted right now, but they are leaning that way, which is good. I really hope Georgia flips. Seeing Georgia as a blue state just would be beautiful, because I don't want to see the fascian chief continue doing his shit. But how are you guys doing? How's everybody in the chat doing? If you're doing well, give me a G, because I feel like that's the least likely result. If anxiety is eating you out from the inside and it's threatening to devour your stomach, then I'll take an H. You and that bone. You just drop it all the time. God, I'm losing hair.
No more than you were already losing.
Look at that.
I don't see a difference. It's just every day for me.
I don't see the back of my head all the time. You do, though, I guess. Poor old Cyrus. He's losing his hair.
Why are you sitting on me?
Because she's a doge. And she likes sit on you. If Trump wins, I'm going to shoot myself to Mars. I don't disagree. Oh my god, is this a... Hold on. I was just sent this. I'm gonna have to read this while we wait for our election map to give me an aneurysm. I'm trying to love Genshin Impact, but this ear-splitting toddler fairy won't let me. It's okay. We'll eventually get Baltzers. I understand that video game designers need to account for players of all experience levels, especially if it's a huge game like Genshin Impact. No, I don't want your fucking notifications. Imagine the daunting task of teaching players everything you need to know about your massive open-world game, teaching them about deep mythos, complex character switching combat reminiscent of tapping the number row to change weapons in an arena FPS. And all about the deep chemistry embedded in the world where elements interact for combat and exploration, blah, 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 blah. Genshin Impact is a lot to take in despite what its big, bright cartoon suit says. But I hate Paimon. I don't disagree with this take. I fucking can't stand Paimon. Paimon is a shrill toddler fairy, a constantly stupefied echo rattling around in a porcelain doll. The funny guy your friend knows whose idea of comedy is light bullying but with wings, and a voice pitch so high it genuinely hurts to listen to sometimes. This is entirely possible. There are certain tones I will never hear again because I voluntarily watched an infantilized fairy scream about food. Delicious food. Keep Genshin at a low volume and skip Paimon's dialogue as quickly as possible to dodge the pain. What is this? What is this video here? It's called Paimon.mp4.
You're so cheeky. You deserve an ugly nickname. Oh, Paimon knows. From now on, you'll be known as Tone Deaf Boss.
If I were to choose between eating a cryo slime alive or joining the Fatui, I'd prefer to be crushed to death by a meteorite.
Jeez, your wording is so very dramatic. You just need to fight monsters from the abyss and a dragon. No pressure or anything.
Yeah.
It actually opened. You're not entirely useless, Tone Deaf Bard.
These are the less annoying parts of Paimon in the story, actually. Before I go, Cirrus, you bald. Shut up, Oz. You know, fine. If I'm bald, I'm gonna just... Shut up, Oz. No. Me. Log in. I don't know what clip that is. What clip do you mean? Also, these fans are going so fast and so loud. From now on, Cirrus should shave the sides into an undercut. No. I disagree. Here's how that makes me feel. Just no. Stop it. No. No. None of that. Absolutely none of that. Rallying cry of the Dragon Slayer's happening. Let's pop over to here as we wait for the rallying cry to hit. Boom. There it goes. Wee. Bald, my eyes. So let's take a look at our electoral map. See if anything's changed. I doubt it's changed in the last couple minutes, but yeah, we're still here. No results yet in many of these people. Joe Biden, we got 6% reporting so far, but he's winning by a whopping 3%. An absolute, well, 2%, really, it's more like 2%.
You have a whole table here.
Not really anymore.
Yeah, because you don't clean it off. It's not my fault you don't clean it off. I told you this is my arm.
This is your arm? What about this arm? Okay. Let's take a... Oh, wait. Donald Trump is now leading. He's now leading.
Well, Savannah, which we thought was going to be red, is blue.
Yeah, Savannah's going blue right now. But
if Savannah goes blue and the rest of it, the area around Atlanta goes blue, Biden might win.
hopefully the area around Atlanta goes blue. You'd think that larger cities would be more liberal, but Virginia. What the hell? How is Virginia sitting blue with Joe Biden losing? Is it just because of the fuck? What is that? I don't understand. Florida. Okay, most of Florida has voted. Looks like Pensacola still has to go. Okay. I'm hoping. Yeah, 78% reported in Florida. Only 6% in Georgia so far. I fucking want Georgia to turn blue. Please, Georgia, turn blue. For me. For me. I deserve it. For my birthday, Christmas, Halloween.
Birthday, Christmas, Halloween.
Yeah, just give me a blue Georgia, please. All I want for Christmas is a fucking blue state, please. Please and thank you. That would be great. Y'all see the beginning of the magnificent beard? He's not going bald. His hair is just migrating south for the winter. You know what? That's actually kind of funny. Oh, boy. I need to get these out of the bank, but I have no space. No space at all. Let's go ahead and do that while we look at this map of existential dread. Oh, looks like Ohio's definitely going to be going blue, though. That's pretty good so far. I know that early numbers aren't super important, Oz. I know, but there's still predictions we can make based off of them. Let me hop over to Knox and Kuro real quick. Yep, that's set to push to talk. Good, good.
Someone's got a hot mic and a new message.
What was that, Nord? Somebody have a hot mic and a new message.
Shouldn't be me. Yeah, no, it's not me. Yay! Just making sure.
Maybe kill him some rogue. Yeah, Jinx.
Discord is breaking. Biden kept most of his hair despite balding for decades. That's what happens when you've got money, I guess. Okay. Anyone else have a bottle of rum tonight? I've got Diet Dr. Pepper. There we go. Discord is breaking. Oh, good! Just like my soul! Yep. I'm breaking, guys. It's time to just... Nah, we're not going to keep doing that. I'll do that every once and a while.
Is there anybody in this channel that I'm missing or I'm not thinking of?
Let's take a look.
Does not hurt the in rates.
Has the electoral map changed? Nope.
Don't think so.
This still confuses me.
Just ninja.
It is close in South Carolina, but North Carolina, fucking Trump is winning so far. I mean, granted, only 1% of the votes have been counted so far. But still. Biden is winning so far, but by such a tiny margin.
Rally girl, we're not doing that.
Like, that margin is so small that it almost means nothing.
You know, Fuzzy, I feel bad for you, man. All this MCP for him, man.
If Florida stays blue, it's over. Agreed. And we've got 89% of Florida voted so far, and it is still in favor of Biden by less than a single percentage. But if that goes to Biden, that's 29 electoral votes to Biden. That would be so fucking good, so useful. Vermont and New Hampshire only get like 3 electoral votes.
Plus, you
Just
need to
blah.
log in for 15 minutes every 1 hour to do this.
Okay. Let's get...
Bags with him.
If Trump wins, then rip my leftist friends. Yeah. So what's our topic of conversation going to be tonight while we scream in existential dread? What's that going to be? Meep? Don't tell me that this got caught on... Yep, it did. Fuck that. Whew. Bald? I mean, I am... I'm getting there. Cute fluffy cats? I can't talk about the Minecraft cave update. I don't play Minecraft.
Much to my hatred.
Much to your hatred? Usually people say much to my dismay, but hatred? That's certainly going a step further. Fuck. No, yeah, that goes there. That goes there. This goes there. Okay. Where did my fork go?
It fell on the ground.
Did it fall on the ground when you handed this to me? So you knocked it on the ground.
No, it fell. I didn't mean for it to fall.
Where is it? There it is. Be right back.
It'll look a little more balanced than the one you're going. There's some adjustment work that needs to get done.
Fuck.
The helmet's badass.
Okay. Dude.
Why didn't you... Did you see that OTK org they created?
Mitch McConnell has won. I hope he dies. Just of old age. I don't hope anybody, like, hurts him.
Did you see that?
I just hope that his body decomposes.
Called OTK.
He's a flaming piece of garbage.
It's like a bunch of WoW streamers that are big, like Asmongold, Isfand, this org, like esports org, and they did a real life transmog competition with big prizes. You could easily win this.
That's pretty cool. I'm hoping to go to C2E2. There's a big wolf competition here.
Or is it saying that Mitch McConnell has won? How have all the Senate votes been cast?
In order to go to that one, I have to
Also,
another one. So
Trump is currently winning
also gonna be
now.
really hard to transport this thing when it's done.
Yeah, I bet, man.
Yeah, I'm gonna keep this going on.
Yeah, keep an eye out, Argiv. Follow them on Twitter or something. They're doing a bunch of like IRL stuff related to games.
Yeah, I'll check
And
'em out.
they're giving away like 3090s, some cash prizes.
Cover that with us.
Where the hell did they get a 3090 at?
That's a good question.
They have one of the 15 in the world, I think they're giving away.
Yep.
Connections, man.
I mean, when you go live to play World of Warcraft and you have average 40,000 people watching you, stuff gets a lot easier.
Yeah, but you still have to compete for the 15 cards with the other people who have 400,000 views. I was amazed AMD got one for their presentation the other day.
Favorite toppings for pizza are pepperoni and bacon.
Alright, everybody log in. We'll pick up Shadow or Ninja or whenever you log in.
This is classic WoW.
So, let's have a small, brief, real quick conversation about tonight. I do not ask a whole lot. I do not prevent people from talking. I will occasionally divert conversations in a different direction. But I don't ever ask to simply just not have a topic brought up. Tonight I am doing that. I don't want any politics. I don't want any updates. I just want dead bosses. And I don't think I'm alone in that opinion either. So if we could, let's just do that.
And there was much rejoicing.
Yay!
Does the Canadian apply to this rule as well?
Yes.
Especially Canadians.
Especially pro bono Canadians.
Yeah.
Alright. Buff up, finish up manning. We're pulling here in about 20 seconds. Alright, actually we're pulling now.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna have guild chat muted for the most part. Like, I'll be able to hear it, but you guys aren't gonna be able to hear it. Because I would like to be able to talk on politics. I'm gonna do that. Dave's just
Incoming 5, 4, 3, 2.
Oh no, Atris knows exactly what I do on YouTube. It's no secret to anybody in the guild what I do on YouTube.
Kill Skull. Kill Star after. Circle, you said? On the Shadow Fire?
It's just better not to have the conversations on election night, apparently.
I guarantee you it's because he knows the differing opinions.
Could be. Damn it. NATO beat me on the meter. Where's Nord?
Bro, I don't have any warriors on my group, so I need a better shot.
Nord, do you just hate pressing your battle shout button?
What's that, sir?
I said, do you just hate your battle shout button?
Everybody said GCD.
Oh yeah, buffs and ages. I got your stones. Just open a trade.
I'm going on the line at 11 Eastern.
You want to serve giants, do you?
I do, yes.
Can't find out where I have like 16 and I don't know what else.
Wait, buffs. You sent me your specs, right?
Yeah. Alright, grab the thing.
Let's take a look.
I'll do that.
While they're grabbing that, let's take a look at this guy again. Oh, that's a nice update. I like that. I like. Can the map stay like this, please?
Yeah, and I've got some giants too.
Keep that, please.
Texas and Florida swing blue. That would be real nice.
The fact that Texas is even looking like it is just astounding to me. Let's take a look. 16% have reported, and Biden is currently leading. 82% in Florida. Florida was already close. Georgia's looking like it's blue again, but only 10% have reported. So,
Kill him here on the stairs. Come on. Kill X, thorns. I don't see anything on skull either.
oh, nope, gotta stop deeps. Okay, there we go. I can keep on.
No,
Is it Star we're killing next? I hope it's Star.
So, first boss, what are we going to do?
Not keeping melee.
Kill our friend.
Yes. And how are we going to do that?
No cleave.
Yep. And CC.
And warriors. I'm gonna start to be a pain in the ass. And I'll check everyone's logs. 1 sender on bosses, 2 senders on every threshold, please. Don't make me get that sender Wikara that screams every time.
Making power so happy. Alright, Aaron, I'm smiling for you.
Okay.
Alright.
If tonight doesn't go well, I'll get the Wikara. And
You guys are gonna see how annoying it is.
Oh, it's terrible. All right. Lesko on left, Frank on right. Kill
Okay.
things.
Kind of funny how
Not
you're
forget
just
to
toppling
interrupt,
giants
too.
as normal
For the love
mobs.
of God, that's the most
Yeah.
important thing.
Yeah.
It's usually how somebody dies. AoE goes out, they get mind controlled, they get cleaved dead.
Take a look at this guy again. Any new
And don't forget,
updates
and
on
don't
it?
forget Curse of Tongues on there.
Nope. Nothing new.
Look at all those perfect
Georgia's
freeze
got
buffs
Georgia's
on
close
everybody.
still, but it's only 10%.
Oh man, I'm terrible at that.
How is Illinois blue,
Gift of
but there's
Arthas and everything.
nothing in yet?
Wish we had intellect.
It's so confusing.
I've got
I'm gonna have the volume like really low for guild chat, so that if I respond to anyone, there's at least some context. Yeah, this is WoW Classic AQ40. That's what it is. And there's the signal to pull boss. Get off the thing.
Sender.
Alright, get that, guys. Get ready for a split.
Let's go. Biden is in the lead in Texas and Georgia. How did Biden get in the lead in Georgia? Hold on. I'll have to go see when that happened. Come on, Prophet, scar him, just die.
You guys, I'm gonna kill this.
There we go.
I'll tell you how I died. It's my fault.
Come on.
So the tank on the last split got MC'd.
Ring of Swarming Thought. Okay, let's take a look. What's going on?
Put my shootout,
Oh!
and I pressed my
Biden winning in both Texas and Georgia now so far.
but the shoot
It's gonna be really close with Florida.
is the one I have on my
It's going to be
tower
super,
for PvP. But on
super
this
close.
character, that macro is AoE down.
Yeah, Georgia's going to give me a fucking
So it's low
aneurysm.
HP, and I just AoE down it.
Anybody want burn?
If Georgia flipping back and forth is going to drive me nuts. Think Texas is going to turn red soon? Seeing a blue Texas would be very strange to me. But
Anybody on the shoulders?
would not mind seeing a blue Texas. Really hope GA stays blue. Yeah. Same. Same.
Alright, kill.
I would rather GA stay blue. But we'll see. We'll see where things go. I'll check the map periodically. Just remind me in the chat to check the map.
Somebody let me know if somebody logs in. Yeah. Alright, look, trio. Keep moving. Remember, you have the pack coming down here.
Come on, let me get on my mount. Whatever happens tonight, I still have class tomorrow. Yep. Life keeps going on regardless of what happens in politics. But what happens in politics has a pretty substantial effect on what goes on in life.
Yes, them evenly. Or done.
Come on. Dude, Biden's up almost 4 points in Texas. Good. Let's keep seeing that. More of that. But Georgia swapped red again.
Being MC'd.
Whee!
They should have been. You just used the lip right here. How Frank has that one there. Like that.
Sorry, gamers.
There we go.
Oh, that's good.
We did that.
Charger.
Wonder how my social worker teachers will react to this tomorrow. I don't know. Well, let's see where we're at.
Hey guys, I have an idea on these trash packs. Let's,
Kansas.
let the tanks pull them around the corner before we come.
Kansas is coming in.
trash packs tonight? Yes.
It works for this one too.
Wait, right, I think we're fucking.
If we just go over like
Yeah,
here.
exactly.
Green part of your wall. HSM seed.
Let him come all the way there.
Where are you, Brandon? Yeah, to that corner over there. Under the wall. Melee, make sure your butt is pointed at a wall. Preferably the wall, same wall as the tank's butt. Alright, kill, leave.
Okay. Yep. I don't get butted.
At least in the bigger ones. Nice work.
How's it going, Golden Erebus? Biden's crushing in Michigan. I got Mississippi. How's Mississippi showing red when there's nothing there yet? But yeah, Biden's crushing in Michigan, but we only got 1% of the votes in so far. Keep that in mind. I'm dreaming of a blue Texas, something the world has never known.
The highest price one in that chest.
Northern seed.
Is Texas worth a lot? Yes. Hold on. Let me head over to these bugs real quick to just show you. Like after we get these bugs killed, I can show you. Texas is worth 38 electoral votes. Florida's worth 29. Texas and Florida are what are called swing states. Anything that's above a certain threshold of votes, about 20 votes, is a good swing state.
You're gonna see on the bigger packs. It's awesome.
I'm dreaming of a blue Texas.
That's what she said.
That's not. Guild can't hear me, but that was very well timed. Nature resist potion. Can you even win without at least one of them? No, without at least one swing state, no, not really.
Same tanks, same rogues, same fear wards.
If Texas stays blue and Joe wins, and Republicans will blame illegal migrants turning Texas blue. Of course they will. Okay, where are we at right now?
Yep.
Same. Fuck. Florida's gonna go red. 86% of the votes have been counted in Florida, and Trump has a 2% lead. I don't see him losing that 2% lead with the rest of those votes. I don't. Where are we right now? Doing our best. Turn the Cowboys blue! Come on, Princess Yaj.
Cleanse, cleanse, cleanse.
Ooh. That's some awkward damage.
Cleanse, cleanse, cleanse.
Your word.
I just want damage.
Ads.
Come on, Yaj Brood needs to die.
Cleanse, cleanse, cleanse. Keep Equinox up. Keep Equinox up.
All right.
Hotling live.
Next one is Vem. Actually, after that. Yep. Now it's Vem. Georgia used to be super red in the past. Yeah. Historically, Georgia's been super red.
Live. Cleanse.
There we go. That one's dead. That means you are now... Oh, God. What are you... Who's your aggro on? Human?
Cleanse.
Okay, gotta back away from that fucking gas. Stupid gas.
Cleanse. Heal. 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 Stab. Heal. Stab. Heal. Stab. Cleanse.
I love you.
Alright. Let's take a look. Let's take a look.
Alright.
Any new shit? Michigan still only has 1% reported. Nah, it is, we'll see. We'll see what we get at the end. Why is... Okay, not over there.
Alright, let's go clear other things.
Why did everybody take more damage than usual?
We had a lot more poison stuff.
Okay.
Look like it.
People with like 5, 6 stacks.
Look like we're up to.
Dun, 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 da, da, dun. You know, it's stressful, so I'm playing video games. This is stressful. This is stressful as shit.
Yeah, remember these bugs. Let the tanks pull around the corner.
That's what draws.
Vest of swift execution.
Mages.
Robes of the triumvirate. Triumvirate.
That's the goal. Just give me 1 second. Alright.
Am I wrong in being at least very happy to see that Joe is leading right now? No, there's nothing wrong with that. There's nothing wrong with being happy that Joe is leading.
That's pro.
So now that we got the chest, we can go back to killing them the easy way.
What is this?
There it goes. That's fuzzy.
What kind of a shit post thing is that? Oh, whatever. Not gonna worry about that. Said no. What happened? What happened with the poll? What happened? What happened? Texas is red. A quarter of the votes are in. Trump has a 1% lead.
I told you it's gonna be tight between Florida and Texas.
Yep. And as more of the votes get counted in Georgia, Trump has a solid lead. Just blah, blah, blah. Blah, blah, blah. Yeah, Texas can still end up being blue. I'm not liking where it's going.
Especially ranged, no DPS. Like, wait a bit, because we got a boo and then tanks gotta get surrounded. Yep.
Alright, love.
Ready?
Yep. All in here.
That's what she said.
No, one left. Get that one over here. Rip them off.
Do, do, do. God, my camera angle hates this, but it is technically the most efficient way of doing this. How did Dark die?
There's AoE damage in the highlight.
Okay.
Oh, she got punted. Way
Heard about the quartering accusing YouTube and Twitter over censoring Trump supporters and the Republicans on Election Day. Look, Jeremy will bitch about anything, but the dude should just go piss in his basement when his wife leaves him for pizza, okay? Fuck Jeremy.
Here they come. And there they are.
There was no way I was gonna.
Grab the other. There, go back in your spots.
I'll get the big pack.
Texas is blue by 4% now? Really? Yep. Yes, it is. It's just flippity floppity. Texas is swappity.
Texas and Florida are going to be the biggest two flop states out of everything.
Yep. Georgia is going to be. Yeah, Georgia's going to end up being red.
California is going to end up being some type of blue.
Yeah, California normally ends up blue.
Trying to hold the Warriors.
Do they have challenging shout? Alright, bring the Warriors together, burn them down equally.
And as equal as we could manage it. Jesus. That 1K DPS. Alright. Let's take a look at where are we at right now. Okay. 6% lead now in Texas.
That was the Knox rating right there, boys and girls.
Right here? 6% lead in Texas from Biden.
Make sure you're in the right spot. Try to jump. If you can jump, you're good.
Whew.
And yeah, healers tend on get lost over here. Healers in range.
Yep.
That's what we find here.
6% lead.
Blue. And melee in here.
Yep, everybody in here. All ranged and healers on blue. For now, go blue.
Okay. I hope that 6% lead maintains.
Oh, my mark's back. We don't get marks until Alright, let's go. Really? Oh.
Let's do.
I lost one of my buffs to something. My eye buff. Oh, got pushed off. Told you, healers. Get them grouped up. Teresa and somebody else is telling me, you never get over buff women. Yeah. I'm responsible.
Texas hasn't voted blue for a president since 76. Yep.
Just sad. That's all.
We'll see what happens. We'll see what happens. Okay.
How did you die, bro?
Let's take a look. It's now down to a 4% lead, but it's still a lead. Still a lead. We're watching Texas with great interest. Florida is sitting at a 2% lead for Trump. Not super happy about that.
That's no fun.
When you do your dire maul, do you get the spell crit buff or do you not take that? I'm talking to Atrius.
You usually don't go.
Oh, okay, I was gonna say you could skip that one, but it sounds like you
The
already
thing
are.
is, it's really easy to get buff capped as a warrior, because you have so many, like, during battle buffs. You have Flurry, you have Battle Shout, you have Double Crusader.
Yep.
If you just walk through the instance and then mount, you'll be fine.
Irma's the Huts.
As a Floridian, we suck as a whole. True. Do we just saw Florida off the United States now?
Alright.
Man, I wish
Fuzzy
sometimes.
and Stargray on Orange. Dark and everybody on Skull. Power and Muscle on X. Frank and I on Square. There's no ninja or shadow or anything like that up in this, right? Okay, thanks.
Ohio. Yeah, Ohio's Biden's got a fucking 14% lead. I'll take that. Okay, after this boss, we check the polls again. We see where we're at, see if our anxiety can't spike any higher.
I got knocked back, Frank. Warriors, can somebody challenge that before it kills everybody? Worf got thrown away.
Whew, that's a lot of cleaves. Oh boy, let's back out of that silliness.
Sorry, everybody.
Oh boy, that's a lot of damage. If my health gets too low, I'm just gonna pop a lips. Yep, lips. There we go. There's the lips. Now I'm backing out. Oh god. Fuck. Execute should do it, right? Nope. Died. There goes my world buffs.
Lips are cheaper than losing world buffs.
I already used lips on it. It's on cooldown. Or was I? I was top warrior during that. That's probably also why I died.
Anybody want the helm?
Flask set?
Closing in 5.
Go and take that.
Yep, already bought it.
Reputation. What am I sitting at with Snarian Circle? I'm getting close to revered.
Closing in 5.
Go ahead and sharpen all my shit.
Yeah, I suppose.
Light is coming. Light,
What do you get with max rep with the circle? Earth Shatterer. Earth Shaker, rather. Which is one of the Warrior Best in Slot trinkets. Does Trump lead popular vote because small counties count quicker and small counties tend to be in rural areas? It is easier to count small ballots. That could be a reason.
can log into it if necessary.
Ah.
Let me know if you need one out there, and I'll log him in.
Yeah, that's what it turns into.
Still got the whole Midwest to get still.
He got War X last week.
Ugh.
Luthen, you want it before us warriors jump all over it?
Yeah. Yo, let's go. What are you using for Minghand?
Most rural areas end up being pro-Trump. Okay. Biden's down to only a 2% lead in Texas as more votes get in. I don't like Trump creeping up on him. 2% lead for Trump in Florida. Whew, holy shit. Georgia flipped.
Yeah, I forgot.
14% lead for Trump in Georgia.
Really good Minghand if you want to go for try. It's a big fight over on Horde because every warrior also wants it for DX.
Hey, Gainer. Hey, Gainer. I agree. Fuck Georgia. I would almost say that means, Gainer, that your
Let's clear this.
opinion is valid.
Everybody up here on the interest. We'll summon them and get past it. Sit here and twiddling thumbs.
Bum. Ba-da-dun-dun. Bum. Da-da-dun-dun. Bum. Da-da-dun-dun. Bum. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Da-da-da-da.
Remember Warrior Thunder on the blue guys?
Yeah, if Biden pulls Texas, I'll be impressed too. I'm the salt of the earth. Okay, let's do.
Sorry guys, I had to remove some mics from some of those traps.
Did you catch dinner?
That's only hamsters.
If I was in Kansas, yes.
They don't eat mice in Kansas.
It's armadillos.
No, that's Oklahoma. But there's plenty of roadkill in Kansas. You don't need to eat mice.
They do in Cambodia.
It's not like there's some backwater hellhole like Missouri.
Shit.
Or Indiana.
Pronounce misery, sir.
I know, I've lived there.
Biden's got 80% in Pennsylvania.
Came out of that state in a long time.
Good, good, good.
Yeah. It's been since, early 1980s, but yeah, one time Missouri produced a fine individual.
Brad Pitt.
Who else is watching from outside the U.S.? Probably a few people.
If I gave you my name, y'all would think I'm more famous than I actually am. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
Okay.
Alright, Res Rug, Summoner 4.
Let's take a look at our... slipping less than a 2% lead in Texas, but half of the votes are in. 88% of the votes are in, and there's less than a 2% lead for Biden there, or for Trump there.
You all for all the summoning.
Trump is pushing ahead in Georgia. Alabama's only got 1% reported, but wait. Wait, hold on. Please make this math make sense to me. Alabama has 1% reported. Trump is winning with only 34% of the vote. Is this just electoral shit?
Yeah.
Fucking abolish the electoral college. Throw the entire fucking thing out, please.
The reason that it was fucking invented in the first place is stupid as well. Like it was necessary but stupid.
Yeah, they couldn't. One, there was twofold reason. One, back then communication lines were not as well established as they were right now. So having an electorate handle things was much easier. They would just come and represent the states. Two, it was so that rural areas did not get destroyed by the influence of cities. But as more of America gets industrialized, that argument stops working. It also didn't factor in redlining and gerrymandering. But people have engaged in that.
Gerrymandering and redlining should be illegal.
They are. But the thing is that...
No, I mean like felony, like you should immediately be fucking thrown in prison.
Yes, but the thing is that so gerrymandering and redlining are illegal, but the lines that were drawn originally, in a lot of cases, are still there, even after they were made illegal. So, like, yeah, they're illegal, but the damage is already done. It's like saying murder's illegal, but you made murder illegal right after somebody murdered someone. You can't unkill the person. That's kind of where we're at with fucking... Abolish the electoral college, please.
It's kind of a problem. Like
I love you.
I'm crashing from anxiety.
That's fair.
2 ago. I swear.
Like
later
Halloween
on,
candy, I believe.
it kind of gets better, Atris. It's like, let's suppose, I don't have Titanic leggings, right? Then I would put my tier 2.5 legs as a rank S because it's a huge upgrade. In Dark, for example, wouldn't. So, like, phase 1 was probably a nightmare, but then later on it gets better.
Yeah, but if you're running a guild like that, you all have your Titanic leggings.
You also have a lot of rankers, so that helps a lot. Especially with 16 warriors.
So just popped over here. South Carolina was blue in the Senate for a while. Went back to red, and I feel like I'm going to have a heart attack. It's anxiety-inducing. This whole thing is anxiety-inducing. It really and truly is. And I get it. It's an absolute fustercluck.
Wow. 450 DPS in this guild gives you 20th position.
Do all my locks have that?
Things are looking about the same in Texas right now. Ohio is very firmly Biden right now. Illinois is firmly Biden, but we only have 8% of the vote, so that doesn't mean much. Biden is no longer crushing Michigan now that more than 1% of the votes have come in. Of course. Of course. Does anywhere have 100% of their votes in? No. Ba da 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 da. Bunch of first-time voters got to vote. That's good. That's good. I like it when people are first-time voters because then they get to understand the impact of your vote because it's not just the fucking presidency that you vote for. You vote for everything from your Senate to your local people to particular propositions for law. You vote on all of that shit. That's why it's important to just go fucking vote. We had a whole bunch of stupid doomers in the chat before when I did my earlier morning stream. Sitting there going, don't vote, don't vote, don't vote. Look, dude, just die. Just, like, go knock yourself out for an entire day and shut the fuck up and stop polluting the discourse. Maybe not die. That's certainly an exaggeration. I don't wish death upon majority of people. But if you're going to be such a fucking doomer, then maybe just don't speak. Had a really sad story up above, Cirrus. What is the story? Is it something I missed? Is there something I missed? Just a short coma. Yeah. Small coma. Idol of War. Pass on that shit. Doomers are cancer. No, they're not. Cancer can grow on you. My sister was in online kindergarten. As they were signing yesterday, the teacher was explaining there's no school, and one of the kids said, "Vote Donald Trump!" Find that kid's parents and talk to them about the dangers of abusing your child. North Carolina. Ooh, holy shit. That's, I'm going to call it right now. North Carolina going to Biden. Though, wow, 48% of Texas is reported, and there's a less than 1% lead on Biden. I'm not 100% sold on Texas going to Biden yet, but North Carolina pretty firmly believe that's what's going to happen there. Burn America to the ground, start over again. Hey, that's what we did once.
That sounds kind of hot, Russell.
Yeah, I don't know what they put in cans up here with all the cold. You wrap it with bacon, right?
Wrapping with bacon makes everything better.
You're telling me I can make pre-cooked bacon penis coats and you buy one?
Penis sheaths, not coats, but sheaths.
No, they're going to have like little jackets and little collars and everything.
Can they be straight jackets?
What about like a hoodie?
They gotta be small though.
What?
Don't worry, bro. They will come in all sizes. We'll have a whole line. Hoodies, formal wear, tuxedos.
You guys make me wish this Discord was all politics right now.
I mean, that's all my stream chat is right now. That's literally all it is.
Serious, you lost the best stream content last week.
Oh? Well, unfortunately, we had a tree destroy our power, and apparently it fried a bunch of our electronics, including our router, which made internet a bit hard to come by for a bit.
What did you do?
Hurricane Zeta came through. It uprooted a huge oak tree in our yard, and it fell 5 feet next to the house, right on our power line.
No. I mean, what did you do without internet for like 4 days?
Oh, played
that's
played
not
Nintendo
safe for work.
Switch, played card games, took out a chainsaw, started cutting down the fucking tree because it blocked us in the driveway. I had a lot of stuff to do. Ended up getting fairly sick. Apparently, standing outside for 2 days with a chainsaw in the cold doesn't do well for your immune system.
Nope.
Yeah, like Leatherface was sick all the time.
What was the temperature?
Georgia was bouncing between like 50 and 60 depending on the day. Not terribly bad, but certainly lower than normal. Of course, our heat's broken now, too. One of the things that got fried was our furnace. So, the next few months are going to be fun.
If you want to warm up, you can go in the corner at 90 degrees.
True.
Wow, bro. Wow. That was like a high level joke right there.
You think if there was a Hurricane Beta, a bunch of people would think they could cuck the hurricane by not evacuating or finding shelter? Ha! Hurricane Beta! Beta! That's what I would get from that. You just have a whole bunch of Jesse Lee Peterson fans just... Hurricane Beta. All right, after this poll, we're gonna check the electoral map.
Kid songs. It's a song about turnips. Sexy turnips. No.
Are there any other kind of
Super simple songs?
Let's see, 85 for Joe, still 61 for Tramp. 53, oh, thank you, Texas. Thank you, Texas. Trump has fallen down 4%.
That's what it is, storybots.
With 53% of the votes counted. Holy shit. I'm dreaming of a blue Texas. It is the Texas I wish I knew.
I like the Halloween one.
Texas rad. Texas rad.
Well, it was Gangnam Style for a while.
And people wonder why aliens don't visit us.
It's idiocracy is coming true.
What's it like going through a hurricane? It's like just being in the middle of a really bad storm where you're constantly rolling a D100, and if you accidentally hit a 1, everything breaks. Everything. Arkansas just went red. Yep, but it's only 11% reported right now. Still got some ways to go. It's like a really bad storm where every now and again disaster strikes. If you weren't able to vote because you legitimately didn't have the ability to, I cannot fault you. It is only the people who didn't vote because they believed their vote wouldn't count or some other doomer shit that I actually shame. Or the hyper-leftists that try to argue that don't vote, it doesn't matter. Don't worry, guys. Revolution coming right tomorrow. I'm a leftist, but fucking shit, that is not pragmatic. That is not a pragmatic way to think. Like, in the slightest. I vote and wish out shame. Yup.
Nord Pro.
Just one sec, button consoles.
Yeah. My position is this: if you don't care to vote, then don't complain about who you get in power.
You good, Nord? Yep. All right, Pro, you ready?
Yep.
Okay, I'm Pro's wife, and he had to go do something, and I was just following you guys, and I'm sorry, but he's not ready.
It's okay.
Cool, thanks. Thanks for the heads up.
Like,
Anyway.
Nice to meet you.
Yep.
nice to meet you all.
You can talk to us instead of Pro.
I'm not always here, so sitting at his desk, but just it shouldn't be long. He's just
Anything other than Pro is gonna be awesome.
like turned into a spider right now.
4, 3, 2, 1.
All right, after this, boss, we check the polls again. We see where we're at.
Oh, we going in?
Yep. Do the
Oh, we
poll.
had 2 minutes, sorry.
And I have my diamond set flask.
I did a countdown and everything.
It didn't show up for me.
Yeah, but somebody said 2 minutes.
Nah, it was 2 seconds the whole time.
You should have for me.
She said that Pro would be 2 minutes.
Okay, let's... This is almost time to do recklessness. Almost time. It is now time. It is now... Nope, I am asleep. Okay, come on. There we go. We did it! What am I sitting at? 10th? With no world buffs. Not horrible.
Your diamond flask said they didn't get you alive.
It did,
No.
but the fight was too long. Diamond flask expired. Heals wasn't very major.
Alox and Pro. We got Shoutout now.
Yay.
Good.
All right. We killed our boss. Let's take a look.
Play, but your wife has to do talking.
Let's take a look at our map here.
They won the popular
All right.
and the electoral college, bro.
She said you got this and
That's interesting.
Did you ask how it came out?
You're asking, explain what's going on in Virginia? Where is...
You know, Russell, the answer to your question is in your question.
Comes down mainly to the fact that I believe that these areas might have more electoral power, but we'll just have to see. I'll have to see what ultimately happens with there. I don't know what's really going on there.
Everyone's turned into a spider and they're running away.
That's a lot of red, and not the good kind. Yeah, Trump is leading in Michigan. Biden was winning when there was only 1% of the votes. Could have stopped counting then. That would have been great. 55% reporting in Texas. Biden's still winning in Texas. 90% reporting in Florida. Trump winning in Florida. Not a big fan of that, but, you know, let's see here. Pennsylvania, still have to wait, but I'm Pennsylvania's a northern state. I'm pretty sure we're going to get a Biden there. 20 electoral votes is really important.
They were so, like, everyone grouped up away from the tank, and then they decided how to move.
Yeah, after the polls close in an hour, we'll have another one.
You were just so tight, like, everyone was tight on each other. It was just kind of sloppy, I find.
What they do on Hordes, they start with 2 groups. Because you're either going to be, if it's Thunderclap, you're going to be 2 groups. And if it's Shadow Boat, you're going to be 1 group. So they start as 2 groups, and if it's Shadow Boat, they all run in. That's it.
The short version is, does Pro want me to yell at you all or not to make you do that? Because that's how you accomplish that.
Okay.
Please, whenever you're ready.
On the hour. Got it.
Can't wait for the scroll to walk out.
Yep.
Ihana, we're just trying to make our raid better, okay?
Like,
bring in some insights.
Wait, Nord.
Zerk cooldown, Leonti. Up here. Tighten up.
You guys are like, we have the posters all over our room.
Nord, are you saying you don't like us as we are?
I do. I just think we can be better, man.
I think that's better.
I'm 100% with Nord and Pro.
Peter.
See, if you guys were quicker, wouldn't be stressing the healers out.
We're not stressing, we just let them die.
But what
Always complaining they want something to heal that's not a rogue.
Let's just kill the thing.
You even cannibalize your own, it seems. 14%. Kill it.
Run.
Run.
Russell took it like a man. Look at him.
Trump's leading pretty clear in Florida right now. Yeah, and Florida's also got 90% of its votes. I'm going to call it. Trump's got Florida. Easy.
Could steal some shammies.
I have a question with you. When they explode, in AQ20, the guys that do, you can kill them. Just kill them through it. Is that possible to do with these guys or no?
No, they go immune.
Okay.
The AQ20 guys are just like the ZG bats. If you push hard enough, they won't explode.
All right.
I was telling Atris the other night. There's a couple that reminds me of Atris and Teresa.
Everybody, tighten up on triangle here. Come on, all these loose ends here. Let's get nice and tight here.
Love that big chicken.
Is your wife here right now?
Yeah, Pro, where's she at?
You want to talk to her again?
Let's go ahead and get some chicken in me.
What did I say the other day? Oh, yeah. Pro. Can you talk to your wife?
He's nice.
He is, hon.
You guys are sick.
Pro's like, oh, not too quick. Pro's like,
Okay.
on the horn. Oh, well then.
Got some sustenance?
I'll never let it be said Pro doesn't have a type.
Alright, got one coming.
Oh. Got a bunch of red states in the Midwest. But Biden winning still.
Flag.
I don't know what to them. Where?
Get ready for play. Play.
Fort?
Ads.
Light.
Rage pot.
Dangerous.
Can Sardray grab that and I'll get out? Wrath, you're ahead of him.
Equinox.
Oh, come on.
Let's go. Rug.
Please be a... Yep, it's an enrage. I can just spam execute.
Rathacon.
Don't go near bleak people, guys. They have COVID.
That's what I've been trying to tell people in my state for decades, but they just keep on going.
Uncle, people with plague and they end up over there just like COVID.
Wait, I've got plague over here?
What time are you heading on the line? I am going to be heading on the line in 2 hours.
Do you know the best part about Nord and Crow's suggestions there? They help clear the instance faster.
Everybody up here.
Ciatrice says that, but I suggested the bug strategy months ago.
It's funny that you say that, Jinxie, because the director in my school actually recommended doing that when you didn't need it on.
Hey, Arian, back up a little bit more in case it's some foot.
And then I was like, doesn't the CDC specifically say not
Shadow
to do
Bolt
that?
Meteor.
Yep, group up. Melee, you need to hold off on her. There we go.
Yeah, Georgia's pretty clearly Trump from what the map said before. North Carolina. Yeah, North Carolina was looking like Biden before. Pretty confident in just calling it Biden. Let's take another tertiary glance over here real quick. Ooh, New Mexico. No votes in, but it says Biden. More in Texas. Trump gained a bit again, but he's still not in the lead. Yeah, on the federal level, it makes sense that you're going to see places like Texas maybe go blue because there's so much rhetoric and so many factors going against Trump. But seeing the local level stay red makes sense because it's not like conservatives just ignored their values. They just don't like Trump in some cases.
Looks like Thunderclap, and Shadow Bolt.
Shadow Bolt.
Shadow Bolt. Everybody on me.
I thought it was Thunderclap, wasn't it?
No, can't beat both.
Oh, Plague, okay.
Pick up. Cleonty.
Feel Frank.
Fourth. Stab.
Californians should strategically spread to other states.
Melinda. Out. Run out. Watch out for plague people.
He explodes.
It's okay, I had them in scabies anyway. I was gonna die.
It's cute how the best analysis is that Biden lost Florida because Trump called him a socialist.
Because I can't.
Thank you very much, Teenage Nosferatu, for, it says subscribing, but it says followed on one end, but it says subscribing on another. I'm confused. I'll take it, though. Okay.
Alright, when ready.
Yeah. Texas is the battleground. Trump's got to win. Because it's 38 electoral votes. And you know he's not getting California. It has 55. So.
Yeah, everybody up here.
I wouldn't say Biden is crushing Texas. It's still close. Wait. I don't want to infect this with Doomer, but I'm not about to call Texas yet. If Biden's a socialist, does that make Bernie a commie? Yes, because as everyone knows, when the government does stuff, that's socialism. And the more stuff the government does, the more socialist it is. And when the government does a lot of stuff, that's communism. That's how that works, right? I take a very quick bio break.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I will be right back, everybody. Woo. All right, we are back. They started the boss fight without me, but that's fine.
Go bugs.
Whew. Do. Texas swung back. I'll have to take a look after the boss fight. Blizzard is under me. Gotta back away from that shit.
Melee out.
Ugh. There we go. Texas is a tie on yours. Oh, no. That's not good. We'll see what it ends up being here in a sec. No, actually, I think I might be able to sneak a peek in by just auto-clicking this yellow bug. No. Well, let's sneak a peek. 2% or 1.3% for Biden so far. Good, good, good. Good, that's what I like to see. More of that, please. Give me more of that. It makes me feel good in my ham. Please. Yeah, I know if you click on the state, it goes and shows the counties. It gives me a funny feeling in my ham.
Melee out.
BBC is faster? Okay, well. I'm still looking at the Associated Press one right now. There we go.
Melee out.
BBC is fast. Look. Lock. All I'm saying is that BBC is the best argument for the pound versus the euro. Read into that what you will. Trump's now leading Minnesota. I'll have to take a look.
Melee out.
Lots of little bugs.
There we go. It's dead. 20th place. Ew.
Good job, guys.
That's a fun PvP sword.
Why is that?
Grab for what? Bugs?
No, the boss.
Hmm.
You're saying because they're brothers?
They both back together.
They killed millions upon millions of people.
I mean, unlike Stab.
Trump is leading Texas. I guess according to the BBC one, he's still behind on my map right now.
The Pally Hunter Rogue Shaman Druid one. Equinacious circlet. Closing 3. Is that an actual upgrade? Yeah, that's
It's not an upgrade for boss fights, but for a trash set, has more stamina, survivability. It's great.
Is it better for tank?
Took your advice and gave up on November. Well, that's good. That's good.
I'll get another week though.
Prison. Hold that big sword, right?
Big sword.
You guys just want to roll frostbite?
Sure.
Yo, bro, get the fuck out of here, man.
No. He needs it. He needs it for Battle Priest.
Bro, fucking get your panties out of a bunch there, buddy.
There's a lot of situations where warriors can use a two-hander. It's better DPS in raid.
Yeah, but if we start going down that route, all loot is hunter loot.
But isn't it though?
Depends. I mean, it is, but is it a real upgrade?
I didn't say it had to be an upgrade. I just said it's hunter loot.
Yeah, warriors can use two-handers
It
in
wasn't
raid.
a real upgrade for that warrior either.
Oh, come on, there's definitely at least one survival hunter who's like, wait, no, I could do it, I swear.
They would be dual wielding.
That's all about the melee weapon.
Why would they be... Do they have the ability to get enough hit without sacrificing when they're dual wielding?
Hunters?
Yeah.
Yeah, we don't starve for hit at all.
Okay.
Usually you're trying to drop about 50%. Between that.
People spread out all over the stairs. Look at yourselves.
There's a nice 3% hit scope too. That's just kind of.
We didn't land on Plymouth Rock. Plymouth Rock landed on us.
Map still shows the same for me right now.
Dude, we drilled up Plymouth Rock and then we bashed you over the head with it.
Are we good for a group or?
Yep.
Alright.
Everybody downstairs?
Everybody downstairs.
Bro, Nord, get after them. Come on. Please be consistent.
I have to be up here to make sure the tanks don't die.
Don't forget your warrant. Light guts, George.
I'm just saying, people standing like here, like in the door where they can see you, you guys are gonna get mind flayed and mind control.
Yeah, everybody on the carpet. Come on.
Get your carpet right. You'll be fine.
See over here, it's the wall with your LOS.
I have a question with details. This other panel popped up above my normal one. It came up with a bunch of like bookmarks, and I can't figure out how to get rid of it.
If you go into
Window.
Minnesota's back to blue.
window control, and then you can select a window.
So it is. Good. Would I ever consider trying Final Fantasy XIV? Maybe someday, but certainly no time soon.
Fan of details, to be honest.
I'm down here.
I always like breakdown.
Same with Atris. Fuck.
There's mind controlled. No, I'm feared actually. Immune to taunt? What is this madness? This mana burn fear is annoying.
Damn, damn.
Da 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 da. Oh, what are we sitting at? Wyoming 0% reported, but they're already calling Trump. Why? Pennsylvania still looking very firmly Biden, but it's only 12% reported. Ohio 60% reported, but it is 2% to Biden. Yeah, Trump is just pulling further and further ahead in Georgia. Trump's got Georgia and Florida. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Speech, let's go. Speech.
Let's see. U.S. elections result may not be final.
Alright, guy.
So see, it's Jake, Matt Dillahunty, and Shannon Q right now over on the line.
Oh, all two back. Two.
Copy.
Here we go.
Two.
Was it 2 groups? I'm trying to feign, but I'm played.
Alright.
Make sure there's...
Alright, one of them ran away.
No.
Oh no.
Nope, couldn't get lips in time.
Good. That's everywhere. Target skull, mute skull.
Healers, don't stand on that rug where all those mind slayers are gonna die and fear you.
They're entirely different. Exactly. It's like culturally speaking, we almost literally speak different languages in parts of the country. So it's just
Sorry about that. I don't know where that. I guess.
It's weird that I guess for someone looking on the outside, we don't have a lot of homogeneity. And that's kind of the point.
Da 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 da.
Like nothing's close.
I'll wipe it up. Cut healing.
Kill it. Mind swing.
Oh boy. This wipe though. Well, while we wipe, I'm gonna be right back and get a drink, and then we're gonna take a look at our.
Oh, I'm killing Ardev.
We're gonna take a look at our shit.
My bare knuckles because I unequipped my weapons.
That's fucked up. Nah, I survived.
Not for long.
Woo! Okay. So, we back. Nobody's saying anything in raid. That's weird.
Everyone on the carpet. E04 buffs.
Let's take a look at our lovely little map. Texas, no! 0.1% to Trump? How could you fail me, Texas? Don't. Don't do it, Texas. Don't stay with the dark side. I know they have cookies, but they're filled with arsenic. Don't. Okay. New York, that's Biden country. .1% in Trump's favor right now.
Does any of you hunters using a weapon, like a gun, can you guys give me a stack?
You know, apologize for this gamer. That's a real gamer moment right there. You know, I wonder.
Thanks,
How bad does it look if I just do a douchebag thing? Just slick it all back.
Okay, you guys ready?
Just boom. How bad does that look? I mean, it certainly looks bad in the front. Look at that shit.
Yep.
That is thinning like hell. Go back to that, please. I mean, my hair looks bad no matter what anyways, but holy shit. Gotta do a Tim Pool, gotta put on a beanie. Okay, guys. I am totally not balding. Talking about, like, craft?
Yeah.
Powder or the sludge packet?
Wait, what?
Powder or sludge?
Sludge.
There's a different thing than powder?
Yep. Yeah, get the craft shells have a sludge packet instead of a powder packet.
Dude, the Velveeta ones?
Yeah.
The best.
So much better with the sludge packet.
So much better.
Oh, I don't like shells.
The shell's good for the microwave.
They'll never cook evenly.
They do if you keep stirring.
It's just salt. It's just a salt packet.
Yes. But this
Just
is
want to say,
America.
we don't
Bro,
even have.
you're a salt packet.
We don't even have mac and cheese in Brazil.
That is, I am never visiting Brazil.
I think I need to open up a mac and cheese stand in Brazil.
That's
Do you guys
fair.
have, do you have corn dogs?
Not really.
Really? You would think that'd be hot on a beach.
Up here, people put mac and cheese on poutine.
You know what's really good
And
down
on
here?
burgers.
Corn dog. Cheese, mac and cheese to stick to the outside of it, and you fry it.
I'm gonna say fried mac and cheese is great.
That's what I was gonna say. Fried mac and cheese, but instead of the batter on the corn dog, you roll mac and cheese, and then you put cornmeal batter or breading on it, and then you fry that.
Yeah.
What you do is you wrap a little bowl. Sorry, go ahead.
Did you say you stroked the pulp?
You gotta waffle the mac and cheese and then roll it over the dog and then deep fry that.
A dog?
Yeah. Like a hot dog.
Oh, the hot dog. Gotcha.
Yeah, he didn't mean like roll his pet in mac and cheese.
Incoming. And I want you to think about this while we're doing this. Isn't a hot dog just a taco?
It's also a sandwich.
Why are you like this, Atris?
You have no so. So I've done a thing on my channel. I've done a thing on my channel before called Sandwich Absurdism, where you try to justify literally everything being a sandwich, from a hot dog to like a sheet of concrete. It's gotten to the point where I've gotten just weird fan art of my avatar just like holding a hot dog just in the fucking air for no reason, and it's so weird.
I got that back. It was case.
You just now realized they've been sitting here spamming all day. Good night.
It has been confirmed by live chat, hot dogs are sandwiches.
That means tacos are sandwiches too, correct?
Correct.
Everything's a taco.
It's possible to be correct and wrong at the same time.
Yep.
Okay, the kid in my class signed sandwich for every food item.
Fourth is preaching, though.
Having
Is a
apples
wrap
today?
a
No,
sandwich?
sandwich.
A rock is definitely a sandwich.
Nah. In a bun, toppings, everything. Like a Chicago-style hot dog, it's nothing but a taco supreme.
Better
But
take this
isn't it about the spices as well?
Okay, I'm gonna articulate this exactly as it is said in my live chat. Animals are bone, organ, and chewy bit sandwiches wrapped in flesh buns.
Hey, is that the delicious fat? You can baste them.
What's bacon good?
But is it the bread or tortilla that makes it a sandwich, or is like anything wrapped in something a sandwich? Like if I fry something and then wrap it like the dog would come in.
According to Sandwich Absurdism, it being wrapped in anything makes it a sandwich, and you can be as loose as you want with the definition of wrap.
So then if I wrapped my penis in a bacon coat...
It would be a sandwich.
No. Be small though, buddy.
I mean, 2 inches of bacon wrap is fine.
I still love you guys anyway.
I'm gonna die.
You Nord.
I'm running.
So glad I came back.
I'm gonna kill Argon.
Power's mind control.
If you fold the pizza, is it a double sandwich? Yes.
Because I keep getting mind control.
Damn it.
I'm feared. My target is trying to kill Hum.
It's gonna go out to Pro. Do I save Pro? Yeah, I'll save Pro. Damn, I didn't even see Equinox die. It's not good.
Whee!
MC.
Thank you, bro.
No, I'm running away. Stop it.
Lord, what are they doing on the horde line?
131 votes for
Yep.
Biden. Yep.
They use layers first, and then someone pulls the mind flayers away, and they kill them away from the group, so no one gets feared, and they kill them all at the same time if they have multiple.
See, we try to do that, but you all just open up on everything. You can't even get down the stairs.
Well, you guys started yelling Matrix.
That then stresses me out.
But then they also fish for less mind slayers, so we usually get like 4 per instance.
Anybody you want to fish for instances on Tuesdays, let me know. Gotta be a priest.
How do you fish for the instance? Just
Getting used to it now.
If we all stay down here, we might be able to pull them into the little corner where Vecnalash is dead, and it would LOS the fear for some people.
As long as you're just away from it. Like if we just had them up on the wall, and all the people were over, say, here at max range, you're fine.
Don't stand under them when I die.
I can yell plenty. Ask Russell and Dave. Just don't like doing it anymore.
Hey, can I do some ASMR for Dark real quick?
Did Light say that was okay? Oh my.
Oh, it's for all of you guys.
Oh, okay, yes. Hold on.
I want to enjoy this.
I gotta take off my pants first.
Give me them tingles. I'm ready.
That's not how ASMR works,
Alright.
Atris.
All right, the mic is right on
Apparently
me.
it is
You
for
guys got
him.
me?
Yeah. Did you just drop your voice?
Okay,
How's it
here it
going,
goes.
Kath?
Oh
Ready?
my god, I'm getting so turned on right now.
All right, here I go. Your friends will abandon you. Oh yeah, you don't have any friends. How's that, Light?
Your heart will explode.
Darts rolling on the floor.
Why am I here?
I have to agree with cooldowns. Who raids with pants?
Well, I actually did take my pants off. Just want you
Okay.
to know that, Ihana.
That made Lumenda.
Mind Slayer hit me so hard it crashed my computer.
FP through the internet.
I lowered their volume. I'm sorry, guys.
How many do we got? Should be able to move up, shouldn't we?
I think so. I think
I'm sorry. I fixed it. Hillary won the popular vote and lost the Electoral College. Yep.
Like, say, if we use this giant slab here, like, Sardra, you usually tank it underneath the slab, right? Not
Russell, yeah. Or over by this pro here. Depends where you guys are fighting.
Alright, ready to go.
But then again, like, there's some things they do we just can't. Because when you raid with 16 warriors, stuff just melts. So, like, they stack up force layers and they just burn.
Yeah, there's a lot of stuff you really can't do after that. I take it every last one of those is a ninja as well.
Oh, yeah.
Do their tanks raid as full arms or full fray?
I sent the spec they use on.
I saw that. I was wondering if you're just thinking in general and that's what they use.
Yeah, that's what they use. I mean, that's the main tank, and then both off tanks, instead of booming voice, they have improved demo.
Yeah.
No, that's the regular group. Then they have 3 raid groups, and then for speedrun, they just merge, and it's all warriors.
You just do it on the DMF.
Yep.
You basically prep for a month or 3 weeks, which is next week.
It is.
Why would you raid with all warriors? Like, you get all this loot that no one can take.
Yeah,
just to kill it.
You clear shit really fast.
Like, they have...
I'm killing stuff here. I just like dead bosses at my feet.
Like, they have regular groups, so they have regular groups they do shit with, and then they just grab basically the warriors from those groups and coalesce when they want to speedrun.
No, they grab the best warriors, because so they have 3 raid groups. The one I raid with, they already have 16 warriors. So they grab all the best warriors and put in the same group for speedrunning.
That's not enough warriors.
Remember, they got Wind Fury Totem, though.
Hey, T, I need eyes on images in Discord. Eyes on images in Discord.
But also, like, I think 6 of them are rank 14, including 2 tanks. So they all don't need loot at all.
You want me to open an Atris? My one?
Yeah, that's fine.
finish it off.
Fucking mana burn. Fucking mana burn. Okay. Ah, get back. Da 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 da. Yeah, this affects everybody. The election shit. So Colorado. I'm gonna call Colorado to Biden. Easy. It's only 9 electoral votes, but Texas, Trump is slowly pulling ahead. God, I have a case of nerves just looking at this shit.
How do you want to get people again? Too much damage.
Yeah, no, it was close. I was actually surprised that lasted as long as it did.
Yep, next round of polls comes in 12 minutes.
You that I saved?
No, as soon as you died, he went straight to me.
So I probably saved you. That's why he went to you, because you were second.
Frank, thank you for saving me. You took that thing off me right as my laser went off.
How's it going, Cassandra?
Yeah, my vanish was on.
We are taking a look at the Electoral College shit as we go.
Yeah, I don't suck.
Dum, 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 da da dum, da dum, da dum, da. More copium. More General So's copium rice.
All right, we ready?
Fourth needs end.
Gonna head out, Gold. Gotcha. See ya.
Ready with that.
Yeah, nothing on Iowa yet. I don't know what's going on there.
Yeah, he has to be ready because now he's got an awesome song written that he can sing.
Let's go ahead and...
Thanks, Nord.
Maybe Nord because he keeps tanking.
He's got a shield.
It's not my option.
God damn it. Ah, come on. Yep, fuck it. There we go. Flip Senate seat. Wait, what? We got a flip Senate seat? Hold on. Take a look here. Oh. Oh, we might have a flip. We might have a Senate flip. That would be kind of neat. Then Mitch McConnell couldn't just sit there. I am the Senate. I am the Senate. Yep, flip the Senate blue, please. 10 more seats in the goddamn Senate. And we got California, Oregon, and Washington to vote still. I am a coffin. I am the Senate.
That's not good, Dave.
Yeah, when it idles down, it will basically just stop and not come back on. I have some new ones coming, but ATI just needs to release those damn cards.
Until the 18th.
Oh, that sucks. I haven't checked out the DLC.
Yeah. Getting a new phone on the 6th, so.
What are you getting?
The biggest phone Apple makes.
Oh, lovely.
That's funny because I'm getting the littlest one they make. I'm still using an SE, the original SE, because it's just it fits in my suit pockets.
Yeah, I mean those were nice. That form factor was nice, but I'm old and I can't see shit. So
Trump is closing in on North Carolina. That's not good.
I also have an SE. I love it a lot, like the original one. Just it's the phone that will not die.
I think I have an SE. In my phone historical collection that I have in one of the drawers in the house, I have a 3S.
Nice idol.
I have almost every Canon since it started coming out.
Apple actually annoyed me today. They sent me an email that said that you can put the iPhone Mini or the Pro, if you want the big one, in your basket and just be ready to just click send at 5 a.m. Friday. But that only works if you're paying with the Apple Card. I'm like, you bastards.
No, actually, I get everything ready. I'm doing a little free financing because why not?
I mean, that's exactly the sort of crap that gets you in trouble with regulators, right? It's like,
It is.
Oh God, there's 4 Slayers in this group. Just kill me now.
Well, they will.
Alright, here we go.
I was hoping to do it with somebody else.
Oh, come on. Come on. Stop moving away. Fucking shitbag.
Yeah. We just fished the instance we wouldn't have this group. Coming home.
And of course, I am feared. Trump has Florida. Yeah, that's about what I figured. I figured Trump would have Florida.
Cars emptied.
Sorry, Helmore.
Da 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 da. Oh, come on. Trump needs Florida to win, but that doesn't mean that he has one. Yep. True. True, true, true. True, true, true. No, come on. Don't run the fuck away from me. I need to at least hit execute on you.
Finally.
I've seen videos of holy shock paladins in PvP with that thing. Just bursting people down with that shock and judgment.
Is that best for anybody, or is that just bad?
It's a PvP trinket, pretty much.
Good for it, though.
Yeah, it gives you good PvP bursts.
That's a priest trinket. Does it work on the cities? Should.
Should, but it's hard to time because it takes some time to fall.
That's easy enough. Just looking it up. Oh, it's within. Okay. Total fire damage. Alright. Anybody want to beat Russell's 50?
Wait, we're beating Russell's what?
With a baseball bat.
Nah, why not?
Right. At least we saw crash drops that weren't pallet gloves.
Okay.
Alright, going ready.
So.
Go Flappy.
Should have another set of votes here in literally 30 seconds or so.
Those heels up.
You know, R1? Okay.
Don't take that stuff to the face. Healers. Casters. They're just standing there, aren't they, Frank?
What?
Oh, those healer and caster near you.
Oh, yeah.
I don't care over my house for some nacho and pigs in a blanket. Sorry, no thank you. That maybe breaks the parasocial divide a little too evenly. So let's maybe not. Do 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 Do-do, 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 do-do. Lindsey Graham won. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. Let's take a look. Let's get over to this big boss boy and then take a look here. 68% on Texas with Biden with a 2% fall. Florida, there's no way that Florida's going to go to Biden. At least it's closer in Florida than it is in Ooh, Idol of War. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Trump's now leading in Pennsylvania? What? So he is. So he is. What's our Senate looking like? Got another Republican in. So we just got Oregon, Idaho, Montana, Iowa. Okay. Fucking... I want to have hope. Please, give him hope. Last minute Jeb wave. My name Jeb. My name's Jeb. Yeah, Ohio and Texas are driving me nuts right now. Mainly Texas. This shit... Let's put it back to the actual electoral map. This shit, this like 2% shit, I think Trump has Texas, though. I think Trump gets Texas. I don't see that going any other way. There's what the fuck is going on in Georgia? The fuck happened to y'all out there? The only place that... So, here, I'll fucking show you. After I get in place, because we have to get ready for the Oro fight. Take a look. Aside from Savannah and the areas around Atlanta, you've got some spread out shit that's blue, but it's almost all red. Like your cities, your dense population centers, all are blue. Everywhere else, every fucking rural piece of shit out here. All of them went red.
I get like good heals on my character, 50, 70, 80.
Can we give the South Georgia to Florida, the West to Alabama now? Pff, by all means. By all means. I got no fucking problem with that. Just... Bleh. What?
It's only for your group, bro.
It's like Prayer of Healing, but small.
And it doesn't wear like doesn't have like a range limit.
Welcome back, Ainer. This is why people think voting doesn't matter. Yep. Yep. This is stressful as shit. Yeah, Biden's not winning the popular vote, but he's got the Electoral College at the moment, which is, you know,
Yeah, Shoutout is actually a bit popular.
how much you want to bet if Biden wins the Electoral College but loses the popular vote, people are like Republicans are going to be fighting against the Electoral College now. Because I'd love to see some support from Republicans saying get rid of the Electoral College as well. You drink conservative tears.
Damn it. I'm so far down on that list now.
Do. Had to change my prediction map based on the state leaning red. Looks like Trump has a good chance of winning, but still too early to say for certain. Yeah. That was not supposed to come off. In 2016, we didn't have enough information to know what kind of shit was going to happen.
Stab, faint, start. Fuzzy. Tabasco.
Oh, come on.
Sandblast on Hum.
That sucked.
It's gonna be on Nord next.
What do you mean, would you join WoW? Oh, okay. You just download it, try WoW Classic out, I guess. I mean, that's what you could do.
Watch those rock.
Can light have inner.
Where was I on the DPS meter? I wasn't even registering.
We got Nord, Sardray. Sardray down. Frank.
70k. Shield rolls up. 40k.
Oh, boy. We got it. We got Oro. He's definitely dead.
Nice. Keep moving, guys.
Arduin states that are brainwashed. Yeah. All right, let's take a look at that map. See where we are. Texas, 69%.
Nice collapse in the middle.
Biden, 3% falling. I'm going to call it. Texas is fucking Trump territory now. No ifs, ands, or buts. No ifs, ands, or buts. That's unfortunate. That's unfortunate. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. I'm the map. Okay. We're still missing the border net votes from Texas. Is that true? Let's take a look. Where are we missing? Oh, yeah, we are. Okay. God. Look at that shit.
Actually, port to here.
Look at that shit. El Paso, Dallas, Austin, San Antonio, Houston. Population centers all going fucking blue. But the people who do nothing but eat sand for a living go red.
Warrior, Rogue, Priest, Mage.
Ow. There goes my back.
Team Syringe, how many pieces do you guys have?
Okay. Sergio wants to resurrect me. Good, good, good. I will take it. Go ahead and chug a nature resistance potion. And a greater agi. And a giant.
Alejandro Shaman Warlock Druid.
Trying to find a new approximations for pi. Starts playing video games. Yeah, Biden's lost his lead in North Carolina, of course. And Heartstriker. I feel like that's a comfortable upgrade, right? Wish for one election to see a blue Iowa. Yeah. Let's see. North Carolina. What's North Carolina looking like, anywho? 0.6% drop on Biden. Congrats.
Draft man.
Ow, 19 more of those drop.
How's it going, Senshini? Welcome to the place with the hammers. We have the hammers. Pennsylvania was not looking very good the last time I checked. Let me... Cleonte on follow. Pennsylvania is a 5% lead for Trump. Only 29% reported, though. So it's not like it's over there. I saw the Facebook post from Vosh. Men want only one thing, and it's fucking disgusting.
I mean, it is the final one, isn't it?
I think we'll get to the final.
Let's see. Do we go for that?
We can get that to you after raid. Sorry. I should have got that earlier.
Yeah, that's what we go for. To-do. Yeah, I'm using AP right now. Would I set up a socialist capitalist country with you? How would you have a socialist capitalist country?
Middle, let's go. Stand on top of me.
How would you manage that? Switching over to the line in 45 minutes. Yeah, World of Warcraft isn't on Steam because it's on Blizzard. Can we just blow up the Earth and start over? Yesn't. Yesn't. We can, but we shouldn't. Yeah, Jimmy overextends a little bit with the several different channels and segments. He might, but I mean, I'm not gonna stop him from doing what works for him. If it works for him, it works for him. Though I wish I could have his audience, like, insofar as the amount of people he has watching on live streams. That'd be cool.
Those are your groups. If you're in a new group, you're in a new group.
Southwest Georgia started to turn blue? What? Not on mine. Not on the Associated Press one. Where are you looking at that shows it turning blue? Jen, where are you seeing that? I guess. This is a little bit. Showing him as AFK. Yeah, I know, Channel Pup. It's soon. It's happening soon. Still gonna call it Texas. Though, with the border... The borders voting blue would make Texas blue. We'll do, Pika. Need a lot of people living on the border for it to work, but it could.
Hey, sorry, Remedial Priest is remedial. Where should Triangle be situated relative to the staircase?
You're in the right spot.
No.
Wait for Odessa to call Texas. Odessa tends to lead to change counties. Okay.
On the left.
Okay.
How's the Senate election going? Fuck! We got 2 more Republicans in on the Senate.
I just want to make sure I'm not effing it up for us.
Come on. Oregon, Idaho, don't let me down. Please. Channel Pup, we have too many idiots in the United States.
3, 4, go. 5, 6, go. 7, 8, go. Already off on that. Getting ordered up.
scary how many people are still voting for Trump? It is. You'd think either they didn't know or didn't care about the shit that he did.
Are you ready for eyes and dark glare?
I don't need that up anymore.
Oh, that's a dark glare. That's a song.
I got the pinnacle and then the dark glare at the end, right behind it.
Looking forward to an Indian song.
Sang he would.
He did sing this one.
He meant the subcontinent.
I want to hear African Child by Allison.
I want these tentacles dead. Go.
Okay, there we go. The information given so far, what's your thoughts on who will win?
Can we get a beer as a power, please?
With everything that's gone on, honestly, I want to say that Biden will win.
Thank you, Dave.
But it's not going to be an easy one.
Alright, dark glaring.
Like, he'll win from a super small margin.
Get by the things coming out of the ground. Don't get knocked into the beam. Kill the tentacles. Kill the one behind it. Get that one on it. Range, that's you. Keep Ihana alive. You got 2 claws up.
Working on him.
Come on. Don't forget to knock on wood. I have no wood to knock on.
To the front.
Stairs.
To the front of the stairs we go. Alright, so while we wait, take a look at our map. More of a lead for Trump in Texas, because of course. Why wouldn't it be more of a lead for Trump in Texas?
Get Sanders on Catan.
Pennsylvania. Pennsylvania's not firmly as Trump as it was earlier, which is good.
Big one's right here. Who's got to interrupt? Who's got next? Ninja, watch your health. You got 5 stacks. One dead.
Ugh.
Single tentacles.
Dumbest thing I've ever said to a girl I like. Most of the words that have come out of my mouth.
Atris is eaten. Atris is eaten. I need somebody on that large tentacle.
Like I can think of many dumb things I've said to girls I like. Wise for you to head to bed, Channel Pup. Hopefully there'll be a positive change. I hope so. I would prefer. I hope I've got good things to report.
Who's got it? Interrupt it. Thank you. Great work. Up. Remember, wisdom is up. Incoming tentacles.
Yeah, I got thrown on the wrong side.
Careful the time when that one of the stuff delivered.
I'm running. That's weird. I got stuck on top of an eye tentacle somehow.
You too?
Alright, 15, kill it. Push it hard. Blow everything.
That's what she said.
Do I have a rage potion in here? I don't think I do. No, I don't. I don't have a rage potion.
On healers, push it.
Nope.
Almost there.
Oh, whoa. We're half.
It's a horrible place because you guys are way over there for some god-awful reason. Everybody back to the stairs after this.
Go ahead and kill that. Yeah, that's fine. Do 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 do. Da, 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 da. Let's take a look at that map again. Where are we at right now? Nothing much has changed. Oh well. Perfect eye tentacle placement. Or claw tentacle. Projected Biden win in New Mexico. Yeah, I'm okay calling that. It's only 5 electoral votes, but it still matters. Ever heard of the Freedom Index? Yes, I've heard of the Freedom Index.
Interest is inside the stomach.
Already inside temples there.
40%.
Shot an eye and flash.
Fights back there.
Ranged.
They're up.
Nice work. Alright, kill this thing in there.
3, 2, 1. We got it. There's no way we don't kill it on this run.
Yay.
Yep.
Hey, dead people, how much inventory space you guys have?
Carpus the old god.
Just like release and get all the egg sacs.
Can do. I've got 8 slots open right now.
Cloak of Clarity.
Efficient use of time.
Yeah, get the Eye of Cthulhu. I would like to roll on the Eye of Cthulhu because I want that fucking cape.
Warrior, Pally, Hunter, Rogue, Shaman.
I want that fucking cape. Well, thank you very much for the follow, Napulcio.
Priest, mage, druid, warlock. That's wood.
Rats.
Yeah.
I'll have to do int on the cape. Because I'm still using Cape of the Black Baron. What do the Darkstorm Gauntlets do? Damage and healing, chance to hit with spells. That's good. Do 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 do.
Yeah, I think that last eye spawning back there was my fault.
Healers.
Cloak of Clarity.
It's running to the back to kill the eye tentacles. A little too soon.
Doop. Hmm.
Let me know when you guys are ready for Sax to log in.
Let's see. I'm staying in. I'm not hopping into the next thing because I want to be here whenever the eye is thrown up.
We're doing this.
Yep. Yep.
Argant, you ever down this?
Yeah, he got the fever, man.
Oh shit.
Oh, there's one. Plus, I downed him like 14 minutes ago.
Okay, let's see. What are we looking like? Same old, same old. Okay.
Rats, jinxing, replacing blue. Rats, on the cloak.
Nice.
Nice, Light. That was a nice roll to that R.
Hmm. Get 200 New Yorkers on this shit. We'll have
Anybody out there ready for Sax yet?
counted by midnight.
Yep.
I don't doubt that.
What's trivia out there?
How many spots do you have for it?
Got room for 2 more stacks.
Let's see.
Thank you guys.
Nice, congrats, bro.
Kill a slime mold.
Need somebody else out here for Stacks.
we're sending you a couple of dead people.
Did you guys pull?
Yep.
Probably the tunnel.
Yeah. We tried to help them in the witness center.
Plain death. Very annoying.
Thank you for that res. Let's see. Hold on. Is there a website for this? I don't know. Let's see. Do. If Trump gets PA, he wins, assuming he wins North Carolina, Texas. I am hoping he doesn't, though. Ow, that hurts. A lot. Yeah, I could understand not sleeping today of all days. It's a bit nerve-wracking. Oh god, that's a lot of damage coming my way. That's a lot of damage coming my way. Biden's projected for New Hampshire? I hope.
Will these drones respawn because Teamsters down?
Now, they're all attached to Fankrus, right?
Yep.
No waitress. On the horde, what they did for Katoon that for this, that was pretty nice. They treated the room here just like Katoon room. So the entrance would be Katoon entrance, and the back would be the gong. And whenever he splits, they they go to the same area as they went for Katoon. And like you just hit the blob a couple times, go to the next one, so you get all the blobs down, and then the Separus just melts out. Yep.
Think that California will be enough to make up. How many is California worth? 55? Yeah, California's worth 55. I mean, it makes up for Texas and Florida, technically speaking, but like, it's not enough.
Okay, Luminda, we're all here. I already gave them all to Wrath and Forth, so they're here.
Zeros, you gotta be muted until the top of the hour when Jimmy brings you in. Better if you mute your mic on your side. I'll get all the buses connected to your call. Unmute you so when you up. I'll be able to see you. You'll be able to hear me. Okay. Now let's click the thing.
Okay. How many are we handing out per? Just like a stack of 50? Or
I would do 25. Yeah, 25 a person.
Okay. For first person, Teresa, I'm going to give you 50 because I don't actually have any other room. Go. Make some stacks. You guys can trade forth for some stacks until I'm out.
I still have 8 more stacks on Wrath Gold.
All right, we're gonna go and
Russell, I'm just breaking your balls.
this is turning off temporarily because I want my camera available for when I'm on the line. There we go.
I get a couple of sappers.
Who's that?
Yeah.
There we go. And still here, I'll still be able to hear all of you guys.
Impeach him again if he wins. Alright, here's the...
Hey, so Andrew, I was going to ask about potential problems with the Hatch Act, because I heard today that Trump's campaign and set up the EOB, and that might be a violation.
Oh, wow.
Does that mean get lost insta wins, Frank?
If I could choose anyone in the world to be president, who would it be? You know what? Fucking just do this, Bernie. Just throw Bernie in there.
Wrath, sir, is almost here.
Don't know. I hope so.
I was on auto follow on Wrath for some reason, and Wrath was very lost. So I am walking my way back now.
Can Forth get in?
I saw a video of
violated it. You can't hold office.
I saw a video of Lindsey Graham just
Thank you very much.
soliciting donations and contributions, lindseygraham.com, while he was, still on Senate grounds, and then somebody's like, "Oh, there's a violation." They put up a video, and quite frankly, I get it. I know why nobody wants to prosecute this, because to me, prosecuting Lindsey Graham for saying, "Hey, support me at lindseygraham.com," when a reporter asks him a question just because he happens to be still standing in the building, as opposed to, "Let's walk out, down to the sidewalk in order for me to answer this question." So I get that, but oh my gosh, if they're just setting up shop, the EOB and everything else, I mean,
Yeah, and they transfer. My understanding is that the original plan was to do it at the Trump Hotel, which is just down the street from the White not just Hat Jack, but we're talking about we're getting back into all the emoluments clause fun.
And North Carolina is crazy close. 93% votes reported, and it's 1.5% difference between them.
Rug needs sacks. Get them from Rathboro.
By 59,000 votes.
And no matter if Trump wins, no matter how close it is for him, it will not affect a goddamn thing. It will not. It will not make him less inclined to be a dick to Democrats. It's going to still be. First of all, he's going to say he won in a landslide despite not winning in a landslide. No matter how close it is, and he'll still probably, even after winning, say there was fraudulent votes. It'll be 2 million plus whatever he lost the popular vote by.
Okay, so.
Everybody up here on Atris, let's go.
Atris, can you put the mark on?
In 11 minutes. Should get some mixes of good news and bad news. 11 and a half minutes.
Well, the bad news is in 11 and a half minutes, we lose Andrew and GE. So that'll be the first bit of bad news.
Well, go ahead and give Illinois to Biden. That's been called by multiple outlets now.
Okay.
So, dead heat, 114 to 113. They're technically tied. And
3, 2.
I don't know. Just felt like I should say something. I'm a professional. He said, eat orange popsicle cake on air.
I mean, look. So Dave Wasserman of Politico, people probably talked about Florida too. And I know, like, if you look at the New York Times leader, it has Florida very likely to go for Biden.
Yeah.
If you look at some of the bellwether counties, Nellis with the bellwether, that's still a little bit of an edge for Biden.
Push it, melee it, everybody melee it. Hit it with your staff.
The other county, Sumner, is where Wasserman seems to be a good, slightly leaning to the good sign for Biden.
Okay.
So those are two indicators that say Florida.
All right, get ready. 3, 2, click.
Anybody wants to see what he's talking about for some of the specific numbers?
Not bad. Out, cleanse.
If Florida flips for Biden tonight, I will do something as an act of contrition for basically telling everyone to lose all hope in Florida.
Keep everybody up. Yana would be nice.
Shave my beard and hair to look like Matt. No, I'm not doing that. Do not hold me to that. Matt, you are beautiful. It's just not a look I can pull off.
Cleanse.
I can do full beard and bald, however, but I don't think I'm allowed to cut my hair. I don't think I am any longer in control of this. I think I stopped ranting on about this because I thought of something.
How's it going, Sabrina Lynn?
Let's talk to the caller who's been waiting on hold for a while here. Margot, you waited over an hour, and I'm so sorry. But Margot, what did you want to say or ask of the panel? Margot? Did we lose you, Margot?
Margot went.
Margot. Hello. Sorry, I couldn't.
Never ups.
Look. Yeah, I mean, look. If he couldn't, Florida would be called.
Chill.
I mean, they're calling it when they're certain, and Florida, of all the places, are going to be the most careful.
I melee out, cleanse.
I mean, yeah, I am not a data expert. I'm not a political expert. But I mean, I will write it off my next call.
Cleanse.
And after this, I will probably go back to watching shitty Netflix movies, strategy, and checking the grade.
Yep, there we go.
You know, with Amazon Prime, I think we can watch shitty. Like, this is an invite to all the guests who are on tonight. I think we get all.
Wait, is there no audio? No, there should be audio.
But I did. You didn't get to see this earlier, so I want to.
Wait, audio's gone on your end?
Because I created this regardless of what happened. So a lot of outlets they create.
There's no reason audio should be gone on your end. There's no reason audio should be gone. Well, yeah, I have the audio super low, but my audio should be fine because I'm just listening into the line right now. Just quiet and shitty. Like, it's like I'm listening to the radio. Oh, so wait, is it my audio that's bad? Hold on. Give me a sec. I'm gonna... No, my audio should be fine. I'm just listening to it right now. Should be fine. The line is bad. Yeah, the line... Well, the line should be bad, because I'm not, like... I'm just plugging into it right now. That's all. It's like a sound of running water. I pray that Biden wins this one. Yeah. Last minute Yang wave. Yay, my hero. Yeah, I saw. I just kind of decided that accepting it was the best way to go about life. Okay. I'm gonna be right back. All right, we are back. All right.
Didn't hold his 8% lead. Because at that point, then I'm starting to feel, then I start to feel real nice.
You clearly, so you have given, there's one that you haven't given to Biden yet that somebody else has called, but evidently you've given something else to Trump that hasn't been called. Oh, Mississippi. Okay.
Yeah, my bad. I gave Mississippi to I did. It has been called though. It has been called by some outlets. I was ready to do it immediately.
What I'm saying is the numbers still don't work out. We have different numbers than.
Oh, I see.
Well, it doesn't matter. It's not like any of this is official.
What are we? Let's see what we're missing for Biden. So I think New Hampshire has been called by a couple of outlets. Let me take a look if that is the case on, yes, all of my outlets. So I'm content enough to go ahead and give New Hampshire. Let me go ahead and bring in the other two, and we'll keep exploring what happened here. Joining us now, Cyrus the Skeptic, Ocean Keltoy, to talk about Georgia, where they both reside. Their addresses, respectively, are 211 East. No, I'm just kidding.
Wait. I didn't know what I was signing up for. Okay.
Now that I know I'm here with Ocean. Hi, everybody. Welcome to Hammered Out.
Right, exactly, right.
Yeah, Hammered Out. Light. We're trying to update the map and see if I've missed anything else here, because it looks like MSNBC has one more electoral college vote for Trump than I do, but CNN has 6 less or 5 less. So
is it the number? Is the number at the bottom? Is it the number at the bottom of our screen match what you're looking at? Because I can't see what you're looking at.
That needs to be updated. So 188 needs to be updated.
The only thing we can see.
Right.
That's literally the only numbers I can see. So they're the only ones I can see if they're right.
All right, here we go. This is what I was looking at. My map 192, 113. There you go. So close, but not quite the same. How y'all feeling down in Georgia?
Georgia is stressing me out, my dude.
I am a little upset.
There's a game that you can play of find the vote though. If we want to click on Georgia real quick, I can show you some stuff.
Oh, talking about the southwest corner.
Or no, in Atlanta.
Mm-hmm.
There's a significant amount of Georgia population that is in Atlanta, and DeKalb County is just now starting to report, which Clinton won by a margin of 200,000 votes. And there was a pipe burst in Fulton County that has prevented them from counting a lot of votes. So there are a significant number of uncounted votes that are in very, very blue areas in Georgia. And if you look at northwest Atlanta, you'll see that Gwinnett County is only 17% in, as well as Cobb County is only halfway done reporting, and those are expected to have a significant number of blue votes as well. So this is the reason why they haven't called Georgia yet. It's incredibly close.
There's 340,000 votes to overcome, so that's what you would need to find in those places. But like you mentioned, DeKalb looked like it was only 25% in. And that's one of Atlanta's main counties.
And DeKalb and Fulton County are basically like the central counties in Atlanta. So Fulton County especially has a huge population. So you could potentially find the votes to overcome the margin that Trump holds now in those two. It's getting to the point now where it's a long shot because those votes are coming in, but they're coming in at a strong margin for Biden.
Matt, what were you trying to say?
I don't remember.
Oh,
sorry.
But he can tell us exactly where the votes are in Georgia, and I wouldn't have known. It's, I mean, there's about just over 3 million votes cast, but that's still only 62% of the vote. So it's right that nobody's called Georgia because, as Ocean was pointing out, it's a massive population in the Atlanta area that hasn't been reported yet.
Yep.
Like about it's roughly half the state like lives in the greater Atlanta metro area, which is what's been slow to report, and it's a lot of uncounted votes sitting there. But there's still a lot of it that is reported in, but that margin is sitting there, and it's been closing. Like it was Trump was more than 10 points ahead a while ago, but now that Atlanta has started reporting in, you're seeing that margin shrink. It's now slightly less than 10 points now.
And seriously, I would trade so many politicians for Mayor Butters. Not Butters, Bottoms. Oh my God. I was literally thinking of Butters from South Park as I said it too. Mayor Bottoms. I just love her to pieces. She's just a good person, I think. I hope Andrew is watching because obviously we're all having a rough night tonight, but I hope Andrew's watching because I feel like you might have just gave him a little something to hold on to, a little something to like.
Sweetness.
Georgia is not in the bag as it was starting to look. I think I want to play this graphic for everybody coming in. This is totally unprompted and unprovoked, but I would like to one more time say, fuck you, Florida. The only graphic.
I can agree with that. I've been doing the stream over on my end too, watching all the votes come in, and for a while Florida and Georgia were showing as light blue on the Associated Press, and I'm just sitting there like, I know it's a long shot for me to hold out hope on that, but I'm gonna do it. And then 2 hours later, I'm just like, that wall's looking real nice. I could smash my head right into it right now.
I will never underestimate Florida's ability to let me down. Well, no, I don't have high expectations, so they can't let me down, but they can't.
That's too true.
Like, I can expect a bear to bite me, but it doesn't mean I'm not pissed when the bear bites me.
And
what I'm saying is, I hope we dispatch a bunch of bears to Florida to eat Florida. That was what I was trying to get at.
Well, I wasn't aware we were going biblical today, but okay.
Yes.
Speaking of like the game of hide the votes, I've been looking at Pennsylvania pretty closely as well. And if you look at Delaware County in Pennsylvania, you can see that that's the hub of Philadelphia. It's only got 16% reporting. And the surrounding counties also have very low percentages. And then you look at Pittsburgh, and it only has 17% reporting. So there's a lot of blue votes hiding in Pennsylvania as well, where you could start to see that margin shrink. I don't know if it's the margin that exists, but again, it's the same kind of conversation that you were having about Georgia in Pennsylvania as well.
Same thing's true for Ohio, where Cleveland and Franklin County, which is Columbus, are both in the 70 some odd percent recording, when most of the larger are 94 to 90%. There's a couple small places. So Cincinnati is 82% in, Columbia's 78% in, and Cuyahoga County is 74%. Toledo is only 55% in, and that's why nobody's calling Ohio.
Right. So there's like those three states, Ohio, Pennsylvania, and Georgia. They're not calling Florida because it's irresponsible to, because Florida is just like cursed. But
98% in so
Ohio,
far.
Pennsylvania, and Florida have
Right
some
now,
stuff.
Biden's losing Florida by about 400,000 votes. There are major Democratic areas that haven't finished reporting, though most of them are above 90%, but it might be low 90%. They're not calling it because it's not over, even if it feels over. Regardless, if it's not over and Biden flips the whole thing, I'm going to retain the sentiment, fuck you, Florida.
Well, because you can't get back like, even if Florida flips, you can't get back the time and anxiety that Florida gave you. Like, none of that goes away.
Yeah. So let's say as Georgia and Atlanta come in, let's go back to the 2016 map again here. Let's say as those come in, this is not
that's the 2020
the map I wanted. Oh, that's not what I wanted either. Okay, we've lost. Here we go. There we go. Okay, now it's a scroll up thing. They've changed the whole thing. up. We talked about this earlier with Mandisa. Let's say that does come through. We're at 248 now. Joe Biden only needs 22 votes. He can get those up in Wisconsin and Michigan. He can almost get them completely by himself in Pennsylvania. The previous blue wall that Trump had taken down. But right now, we're talking about the next surprise possible is Arizona, which currently showing 75% in, has an 8% Biden lead.
Yep.
If Biden between 75% and 85%, that 10% maintains that lead, that looks pretty good. I don't know that they'll call it right away, but let's just say then we give Arizona also to Biden. Then we're at 259, and all he has to take is Michigan or Pennsylvania or Ohio or Wisconsin, and then get one more vote because he would still be shy by one. I mean, that I guess is the nightmare scenario.
What
Let's
about
say
Iowa
here's what happened
right now?
Everything here. Iowa.
Because
Iowa's got Biden ahead by about 3
got a
points.
lead by 5%, and Iowa 63%.
No, never mind.
Voted.
That's not even.
Yeah, I'm showing about a 6%
I'm saying 3
lead
points.
in
But
Iowa.
It's only
in
56%
it's
reported.
6. It's 6
Exactly.
points.
And anything that is early surging before you get up into the like 75 to 80% area, just disregard because of the mail-in effect. But here's the actual nightmare scenario. Let's say here's what happened. We win Georgia and we're like, oh my God, we did it. We win Arizona. We go, oh my God, we did it. And then the only other state we pick up is Wisconsin. Look at the score.
It's even.
269 to
shit.
269.
Yeah.
This is an actual thing that can happen tonight. And not only can happen, we've worked out that it's not, I wouldn't call it
It's not unrealistic. Yeah.
It's not very unrealistic. It's not very unlikely. I wouldn't call it likely either, but we now have before us a viable 269 to 269. That would suck. I guess.
Well, it wouldn't necessarily suck because it would go to the House.
Right.
And we do control the House.
Yes.
The Dems do control the House right now, so that.
Yes, and it would be the newly elected House, which is going to be probably even a gaining of Democratic House
And I'm
members.
just saying
So
a quick grassroots movement to suggest they don't even, if that happened and we're at the House, I would certainly sign a letter that says, hey, how about Warren instead, since now we just get to pick. But that would be
So if you want to have some fun, zoom in on Dallas Fort Worth.
Oh dear.
I don't have the ability with this map to do
I've been
that.
looking at Dallas Fort Worth.
I see a
but
lot
it's in the 80s% right now.
Yeah, no, they're
But
both at 80.
it is coming in at a good margin.
Reporting, but Dallas, which is in Tarrant County, is Biden,
Right.
and Fort Worth, Fort
Trump.
Worth, which is Tarrant County, is Trump. So you have Dallas Fort Worth, and you have this blue and a red. But the notion is that we know that all the metropolitan areas go blue, and what it bothers me is that Fort Worth should count as part of this and is not. And so I need to know. I'm gonna have to go look and see if this is a change for Tarrant County.
What percentage of Tarrant is reporting?
85% plus.
And I'm
87.
showing it's only not blue by less than 4,000 votes so far. So Tarrant might flip even if the state doesn't.
Texas
Well,
flipping would be so weird.
That's
Are
what
there
I'm
enough
saying.
votes?
That's Fort Worth. Tarrant should have been blue last election.
I'm looking at Fort Bend County, south of Houston, and there's 52% reporting at a pretty good margin for Biden. You could probably find some votes there. San Antonio is at 88%, so you'll find some votes there. And then you go into like South Texas, and you're seeing Biden come in at some pretty good margins. But then I'm looking at all the other rural counties that are going Trump, and most of them are at 90%, but there's a few that are sitting at like 70, 80 as well. So you're playing that game of like find the votes, which is kind of what happens at this stage, I guess. Like you're having all these like little tiny counties coming in for, this is the reason why it's not fucking called yet.
Has anybody, and listen, let me know in the live chat. By live chat, I mean, hey, help us keep this super chat ticker down below us refreshing with new super chats by sending in your super chats.
Mm.
But if somebody could inform me if there is a map or a website or something that specifically tracks how Kanye is doing tonight, it's on my mind. I want to make sure he's okay, all that stuff. His well-being and how he's
check his
performing
Twitter.
politically. I would like both of those.
Okay, well that's my signal to go fix a drink. I'll be back in a moment.
All right.
Let's go check on the
Yeah,
birthday
appreciate-
cake party.
He's going to come back with all the Kanye updates. I know that's what's going on. He's like, all right.
Kanye
well,
last tweeted 7 hours ago. So
and
it's
what
that
did
day.
and what did Kanye have to say 7 hours ago?
I voted American flag, and has a picture of him with a little sticker.
You know what?
Voted
The
for
ironic thing.
himself.
I wonder who he voted for. Yeah.
Who do you
Rob
think?
Kardashian.
Who do you think?
He voted for Rob Kardashian.
Okay.
Just as a
All right. I know what I got to do now. Just nope. We're done.
Yeah.
We're done.
yeah.
Oh,
I will say we've had just an interesting series of guests tonight. Here in about 13 minutes, we're going to be joined by Brenda from God is Gray, as well as Phil Ferguson. In other words, we're going to have a block of 2 theists in a row in the same little square over there. Pretty
Gasp.
impressive. Yeah, the theist hour. We already had Canadian blocks today, and now we're going to have our theist block.
Is there a correlation with Canadians and theists? Something that I'm not aware of.
Well, they're just
I think the
Unless we just count it like
neither of those things.
a religion of politeness.
but
Yeah.
the religion of Canadianism
Canadianism.
is just being really polite. Yeah.
So we gotta talk
gonna
to
go
Vice
check.
Rhino and just be like, hey, I've got a question about your religion.
We have a cult that we need you to start. Yeah.
Canadianism. Looking at when more results might come in here too, but I want to look specifically at. So you've got the bluer counties in Arizona are still only 80% in, which bodes well. However, Apache County has not reported anything yet.
Yeah, but I've been
Navajo
looking at.
County is at 63%. So you've also got not a lot. Now, these are lower populated areas, but like Yuma, Yavapai, I don't know how to say that correctly, Mojave, all these places. So there's a few red places that are largely counted. So basically what I'm getting at is there are more counties that are red that are uncounted so far. However, they are smaller population counties. There are also blue counties that are also not finished. None of them have really even gotten far. Like one just broke 80%. So Arizona, still a really, really interesting one to watch. And as I said, or as these two have made the case, Georgia is not over. Despite,
It's not out.
though,
Yeah.
It's
there's
close.
a 400,000. We're talking about needing the 400,000 to close the gap and to cover any reds that would come in, any red votes that would come in that same time period as well. Florida is still sticking around 94% in. North Carolina, 95% of the vote in. Let's go have a look at North Carolina, and I'll give people an update on how much is left. I mean, so a lot of these bluer counties, they are 95 and 99% in some cases. However, you have like Orange County is only 80% in, Guilford, Forsyth. So we're not out yet in North Carolina. However, it's not a bet.
closer
I'm
there.
not calling people to put money down.
North Carolina's
Yeah.
given me really, really awkward Florida vibes of like, oh look, it was doing so well in blue for so long, and then just, it did what
Right.
Florida. Can we just do that now? Just anytime a state does what you expect, but it's still fucking awful. It's just, oh yeah, no, you just pull to Florida.
That's a real Florida move because remember the official policy of this channel. Ohio
It's fuck
still
Florida.
looking. So
I was trying to find the
Ohio-
votes in Arizona. It wasn't. It's like for Trump, like because a lot of the areas that are even going red are going red at either very low population or at a margin that wouldn't help Trump a whole lot.
Right.
So I think that Arizona's gonna go blue. Like that's just looking at the numbers and what's left. it seems like pretty likely.
So Ohio currently is most of their red counties have completely reported, though there are a couple of outliers like Highland. Whereas almost all of their blue counties are only in the 80% right now. And you even have a place like Lucas at 57%. Ohio, despite not looking very good right now, because they only need a remaining 14% to report, a lot of that 14% does seem to be very blue areas. The question is, once again, and I mean, it's the same number, the same literal number in state after state, Georgia, Ohio, and Florida. Biden needs to find 400,000 more votes and account for the other red votes counted.
Yep.
It's basically 400,000 in all three.
It's going down for Georgia. If you look at DeKalb County reports right now, 24% is in, and it's coming in at like Biden's ahead by about 70,000 votes there. And again, Clinton won that county by 200,000 votes historically. And Biden has shown a trend in pretty much everywhere except for Miami-Dade of doing better, a little bit better than Clinton in a number of counties that are Democrat strongholds. So DeKalb being one of those, you can see some of the makeup happening in there. And then with also votes coming in Fulton, you could see that number being made up.
Yeah.
So that's, we're holding out. Holding out.
Something that
The
was
bad news I have
pointed
for
out.
people- Go ahead. Sorry, Matt, go ahead.
Fox has called Florida. That's the thing I've been trying to say for a couple minutes here. The thing that we said would be irresponsible, Fox did it. I've been sitting here because Fox is one of the maps that I am checking out because I'm trying to see. There's an important point to be made no matter what the outcome of this election is.
Yeah.
And that is that while the media outlets are going to report things differently, like Fox calling Florida already for Trump, and they may well be right, it's not like all the major news networks are likely. We're not going to wake up tomorrow morning with Fox declaring Trump wins and MSNBC and CNN declaring Biden wins. That's just not going to happen. And that is where the confidence in the election results and, to some extent, minimal confidence in the media, that's the proof of that.
Right. Yeah, I don't know what they're on about doing that so early because it's not the counties you do look at. Listen, I've already said I don't think we're going to win. So, but if that was already my point and we didn't call it, and we're just a YouTube channel, they will have millions of people watching.
Yep.
What are we at the moment? Something like 8,000 people.
8,000.
watching.
But they didn't call
Yeah.
it. They called it after California was done. That was the point in time where it's, anything before that would have been irresponsible.
I see. I'm still, we'll see when more come in. Obviously, we'll wait for any of our verified ones to do so. Let's see if RCP has, because RCP will call pretty early. So RCP is now calling it for Trump as well. Trying to see if there's any other states that they're calling that we haven't already
they've called, they have called
considered. I mean, they've got
It's
Wyoming
hard to say
and
that because
Idaho already as well. What's that?
it's hard to say that because you don't know what votes are left in Florida. Is it the early votes that are left, or is it the election day votes that are left?
Because
it matters,
because if it's
you
the
know?
early day votes, they're likely going to be more blue votes, and if it's the election day
More
votes, they're
Biden.
going to be more red votes.
Florida started counting the early votes this morning, just not reporting anything. So
Right, but
that's
does
why
that include
we got
mail-in
it
votes?
a rapid. Yeah, it would anything that came in early would have included. So I think we are not left with mail-in. So
Got it.
I said, I mean, we're at 9:25 now, so I think we're literally 2 hours and 25 minutes away from when I already said I think we lost Florida.
Okay.
But again, and I used literally correctly that time. But we're there. This is where we are. So the states we're still looking at, the fact that Florida got called before Texas is still also kind of a win, except for how time zones work. Like that's obviously there is that. However, Texas is a red stronghold in the past as opposed to Florida, which is a known swing state.
So just seeing Texas kind of be a battleground right now is is already a good positive. Not as much of a positive as we'd probably like, but still good. The early watching it be a little blue, and even then having like only a smaller percentage lead for Trump than I would have expected. Like even just what he's at a 3.6% lead for Trump right now. Like that's not, or 4.6%. Like that's not as much as you'd expect. You'd expect it to be a little higher, given what Texas is.
Right. Right. And also the same question gets asked about what votes are there left to count. Is like, what was Texas's policy on early votes? Do you know? Like, are they counting those first or later or anything like that? Or is there any information on that at all?
Wow, I don't know if those guys can hear me or not.
Yeah, they.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep. I live in Travis County. I voted early. My vote counted in Travis County today, just like everybody else's.
Got it.
Okay. So it is fun to note, though, that with Texas, a lot of the western border votes have not all come in yet, and I think that a lot of those are going to end up being blue because of where they're located. But that's just me. And that was the thing that was happening in my live chat a lot too, is people were looking at those borders specifically.
Yep.
I just saw Matt
well,
fade
we're
and disappear.
losing you guys in about 3 minutes, so if you want to give your final thoughts and words now, I'm trying to work on getting one of our guests in here. So go ahead and have at it. Well, I guess we'll start with Cirrus, reading left to right.
This is probably more anxiety than I have dealt with in a decently long time, and that is coming from somebody who had another tree almost tried to kill him recently, and that's saying something. I think that's about all that I could say. I'm streaming over on my channel too, and I've been freaking out for the last 3 hours. That's been fun.
Ocean.
Now would be Ocean's turn.
What's wrong with Georgia, man?
We're working on it down here. It's a bit of a thing. But if you want to come find me, you can find me on my YouTube channel at Ocean Keltoy. I'm also on Twitter at Ocean Keltoy. It's KELTOI, and Ocean like ocean. But yeah, I'm definitely stressing more than I thought that I would. It's been a thing. I've been texting back and forth with people screaming, and we're just kind of like gathered around the TV over here, just kind of like keeping track. So pretty much like everybody else, I guess, we're just stressed. A lot of anxiety over this.
I'm hoping that one of these days, when there's no longer a global pandemic, I'll be able to come back to DragonCon instead of doing it remote like I had to do this year.
That'd be good.
We did the track remotely, so I did it from right here in this chair.
Awesome. Thank you both, Cirrus and Ocean. Thank you for coming on. Thanks for hanging out, letting us know what fucks up with Georgia. And as always, we will leave on a note of solidarity. Fuck Florida. Bye, guys.
Indeed.
See ya.
And this time we get to transition straight to our next guest. However,
well, that was fun. I guess that means I can go ahead and flip my camera back on, right? Hold on. Let's go to do this thing. Where's my... There we go. I'm trying to figure out why properties aren't working. There we are. Now we're back. Now we're back home. Yeah, that was Matt Dillahunty. That was Matt. When you're an unhealthy individual and get super invested in one individual candidate, shut the fuck up, healthy heretic. Go eat like 12 dicks, preferably with some sort of disease infesting them. Some kind. Give me a second. Okay, so while we are here, while we are thinking of what we are going to be doing next, let's take a look. Flip over Where's my thing? Hold on. Ah, that's fair. Okay, I'm gonna just do a thing. We're about to have a guest. We are about to have a guest. In an ideal world.
Yo, dog.
Hey, how's it going? Oh, hold on. Hold on one sec. I need to set my keybind off. There we go. I was doing this off the piggybacking off raid night, so I pushed to talk on. How's it going, Ocean?
It's going. How are you guys doing?
Streams. I'm having a fun time. I've been streaming for the past 4 hours. This is my second stream today. Did my first stream trying to raise a few funds for the caving in of the house and the water damage.
Yeah, dude, that's been a whole thing, hasn't it been? You've been telling me a little bit about.
Did you see the video of it on Twitter?
I did not.
I actually went under the crawl space and looked up under the house and
oh no,
it's I understand now why you gave me an estimate of $20,000.
Yeah,
I get it. I get
Yeah.
it. And I went on Neil's channel yesterday, who's done renovation stuff before, and when he saw what it was because he saw it over on Twitter too, and was like, yeah, no,
Right.
that estimate is correct. You have to gut everything. Your life sucks. I was like, oh, okay, thanks. That's good.
I
happy.
am proud that Neil backed up my number from having not seen it at all. But I'm also
also sad
that
because that's a
actually
big
your
number.
But we'll get that done for you. There's going to be multiple streams figuring out how to get monies over to you in order to get that fixed, because that's going to be a thing. It needs to be done properly.
Yeah, it's not a thing that I'm
Yeah.
Because, like, while it may take me half of that to do it on my own does not guarantee that it's done right.
Right, correct. And I've the guy that I suggested you is, his son's a plumber, and he's a good guy and all that stuff. So if we can make it happen for as little as reasonable.
I just saw
Right,
in my
so-
chat, fuck Iowa, all my homies hate Iowa.
Oh, is that a thing?
Let me
Yeah.
see what's going on with Iowa. Yep, it's got
Trump
a
just pulled ahead by
2%.
0.67 points. No, never mind, 1.7 points.
Yeah.
It's 49.9, not 48.9.
showing Trump has just a
So-
marginal lead. What's the Senate doing right now? Let me take a look at that. God damn it. So
What's going on with the Senate?
the Senate has had 41 seats for the last 2 hours. They have just gotten their 42nd seat a few minutes ago. The Republican Party has been gaining a seat every 15, 20 minutes, so they're at 45 seats right now.
But total gains, they have gained 1 seat and they have lost 1 seat, and the Democrats have gained 1 seat and lost 1 seat. What was the seat that they gained? It was Alabama. Yeah, that was one that everybody knew was going to happen.
Yeah, Tommy got
So,
Alabama. Let's see. What's going
now
on
let's
in
look at Georgia for a second. Purdue
is winning in
against
Georgia.
Ossoff, and Warnock. Sorry, not Womack. Warnock is winning against Loeffler, but that's going to go into a runoff election. So if you are one of our friends down here in Georgia, be prepared to vote for that in January. That's when the runoff election will likely take place.
I wasn't happy
and
with South
then-
Carolina either. Fucking Lindsey Graham got it.
Yeah, that was a toss up, but that's a retainment, so that's fine. What are we looking at? We got Virginia is close. A lot of people voted for Trump, but the Democratic senator for some reason.
That's weird.
North-
What I've expected is to see more people keeping the Senate Republican, but then voting away Trump because of his bad publicity. That would have made
you
more
would
sense to me.
think, you would fucking think, but that's not what's happening for some reason. Let's see. Let's check out Florida, or no, Senate okay. Hickenlooper stole the Senate seat in Colorado, so that's a flip. What do we have as far as incumbents of Republicans? McSally is losing to Mark Kelly, y'all, in Arizona. That's a big deal.
Yep. And
That is a big
73% is
fucking
reporting in Arizona right now. So yeah, if he's Kelly's got 10% more votes than McSally right now.
You know who's fucking winning? Susan fucking Collins is winning in Maine right now. What the fuck?
By
is
a whole
going on?
10% too.
What is happening over there?
But Maine is voting blue as well in
Why?
the presidential.
Why do they vote for Collins? Is like the least committed senator on the planet.
That's
what
weird
is going on. Like, we in Maine here stand for inaction by voting for Susan Collins. This is ridiculous. What
Okay,
the
but if that's
fuck?
the case, then it's at least consistent with voting for Biden, right? I'm kidding.
Oh my god!
I'm
I guess
kidding.
it's true. I guess that's true. Why are you making good points with that? Minnesota is going for Smith, the incumbent. Iowa is standing strong with their Republican incumbent.
Standing strong. Their Republicans only winning by like less than
You
2%.
shush. I'm saying standing strong.
That's only a 2% lead, and they still have 23% of their votes to come
I wasn't
in.
lying. Okay, I'm part of the media now. Okay, that's the thing that's happening. I'm sitting
you-
here on your YouTube channel.
Are you Fox News?
I'm no. I'm putting the bread down. That's what I'm doing. Okay, so New Mexico seems to be going for a Democratic senator.
Ben
Idaho
Ray.
is not standing strong for their candidate. Montana has the Democratic challenger coming in ahead by about 7 points or so. No, 6 points. No, 7 points. In Montana, Bullock is punching down on Daines.
Wait, did Biden actually get ahead in the popular vote? What? When did that happen?
Let's
hold on. He
All right, I gotta
did.
switch back over to president.
Oh, okay. So Trump has been leading popular vote, but failing on electoral college this whole
while.
time. Biden is now leading
Biden's not winning
in.
at all.
Okay, I'm gonna flip my screen around real quick. Also, thank you very much, Jen P, for the $10 sympathizing with house repair woes, and thank you very much, Cassandra Belmont, Cirrus, show Ocean your new hammer. Oh, right.
What?
Right.
What? I
But
think
Ocean,
that
you
need to
can't
show me
see
the new
anything
hammer.
because we're on. Well,
No,
you
I'm looking at your stream though.
Oh, you're looking at my stream. Okay,
So
well,
it'll be a very delayed reaction.
Okay.
But it'll
Okay.
be a reaction. Oh, nice. Fucking hell yeah. I like it.
I got it
I fucking
finally.
dig it. Now we can actually do hammered out with hammers. properly.
Correctly. Hey, it's also
Right.
Tuesday. This is mini hammered out.
Oh, this is mini hammered out. Hell fucking yes.
But
Welcome
this
to
is-
mini hammered out.
I got
Mini.
a hammer with different proportions this time. The other one was a
Right.
little more top heavy, and it led to it bending more and breaking. So this one, same style, same design, because it's obviously as close to the one that I use on the channel as possible. But I got it more proportional. It's less bendy, which I'm hoping means it will be more sturdy. This is specifically not a toy hammer, but a cosplay hammer. So I'm hoping that means it will last a little longer and is built a bit more durably. That is the hope. But let's
That is sexy.
over to here. So yeah, Biden winning in by 2 million votes right now, or by 1.5 million votes right now. He's winning in the popular vote, which is certainly better than he was doing earlier. So now he's got electoral college and popular vote, but it all comes down to which individual areas he ends up winning that are currently war zones. That's kind of important.
Illinois.
He's got Illinois. They've called Illinois because he's got a 10% margin of winning that, and there's only 25% more of the votes to go. they'd have to make Trump would have to get 500,000 votes and also make up for any votes that Biden already got to win there. I don't see that happening. Chris H in the chat for $5. At this point, I'm sadly in the position that if Biden doesn't pull at least 2 decent Midwest states, then he's out. He isn't doing well in any of them, though. Yeah, he is. Biden is not doing well in the Midwest. Really? I mean, he's got Minnesota.
Yeah, he needs to pull some Midwestern states. That guy needs to take Wisconsin, or else, it's like Wisconsin or Michigan or something.
I'd rather Michigan because it's worth 16 electorals.
And then there's
but...
the old political legend of so goes Ohio, right? So, like, you need to. It's Ohio's changed its demographic, but it still retains its fucking electoral points.
Hold on a second. I got to do a thing. Healthy Heretic, do you have anything to add to the conversation? Because if not, go die. Actually, you know what? Here you go. Welcome to Timeout. You want to be a child, act like a child? Welcome to Timeout, like a child. I understand that life was better when you actually gave pleasure to somebody. That was when your dad came and your mom. But we're way past that point now.
Yes, because your hammer is what you should be talking about on election night. Fuck off, dude. We're talking about that. Come on.
Enjoy eating dicks.
There
And
are
as I
running
said,
channel conversations that will come up as we discuss things in the fucking 4-hour fucking stream about an election that is mostly about the election. Chill. Anyway, all right, that's my rant.
I have more rants, but I think what I'd rather do is just like bring Jen on at some point and just go, hey Jen, I'm gonna point to this thing. Go make them feel like garbage.
Here, deal with this fucker in the chat. All right, so yeah, Jen's fucking good at that, my dude.
Way better than I am at that, easily.
Georgia going for Biden, asked David Worley. Let's see. There's been like an analysis on that. We discussed that pretty comprehensively on Jimmy's show. Where there are some hidden votes. There's nothing, can't say anything for certain, but we can tell you why it's not called yet, which is Fulton County and DeKalb County are still reporting at very low numbers. And by very low, I mean is half of the precincts are reporting in Fulton County. And then there's only 24% of precincts coming in DeKalb. And those two counties are central to Atlanta. When you go towards the northern burbs of Atlanta, you find Cobb County, which has got 66% reporting in, and Gwinnett, which is 29% reporting in. And Gwinnett has recently flipped to blue. It used to be a Republican stronghold of kind of like white burbs, but burbs have been switching over to Biden. And during the Georgia gubernatorial election, Gwinnett went for Stacey Abrams. So it's something worth looking at because Biden is winning a lot of counties in Georgia to a higher degree than Clinton did in 2016. And it's just worth that, like looking at that analysis because, it's still looking at it like it's gone down to 300,000 votes behind. He was 400,000 votes behind. But that number is closing. You can see that if you take a look at Georgia, it's now 53% to 45%. It used to be a 13% gap. It is now significantly less than that. So you can see that margin starting to close as Atlanta starts making its voice heard. So there you go. That's the distinction there. Anyway,
so what is? So I'm of the opinion that he's likely going to be winning Minnesota, and he's likely going to get Arizona. Where do you think Alaska and Hawaii are going to go? Because together, that's about 7 electoral votes that aren't accounted.
I mean,
for right
Alaska
now.
will go red and Hawaii will go blue. I think that's the general conventional wisdom.
That's usually what I've
those
seen.
two. Yeah. So, but I haven't seen any data. I haven't seen much data on Alaska in general, but I haven't seen if it was ever expected to flip. I haven't heard of that.
Let me see here.
Let's take a look.
I'm gonna take a look at Alaska's voting record real quick. So in 2016, 51.3% of their votes went to Trump. In 2012, it was 50. So they actually
did they go for Obama?
No. There's a different trend I'm seeing here. they actually gave more support to conservatives when it was like Bush and other conservatives that are not Trump. Like
So it's trended blue, is what
Yeah,
you're saying.
It's trended more blue. It's not necessarily that it's trending more blue, because we've seen that if a state's going to flip, it's not because they want Biden, it's because they don't want Trump.
Right.
That's what I'm looking at. So
yeah.
I'm looking at the recent presidential elections here. In the last 5 elections, they voted less in favor of Trump than in every other election by at least a 3% margin, but typically about a 10% margin. They voted less for Trump. So if that maintains and we see less for Trump again, we might see them vote. Even then, the highest they voted for Democrat is 40%, and if the trend continues of dropping conservative support, they'd be voting at about 46, 47% red. So they'd still end up voting for Trump, but it would at least be closer, which is something.
Right. And in this election, there's no way to predict it. Although I'm sure that a lot of pollsters are wigging out right now because with high voter turnout and then conservative points coming in when all the polls were saying that Biden was ahead by 6 or 7 points in different states that seem to be going red right now. Like, there's a lot of pollsters that are now going to be like, I think that what was his Frank Luntz, I think is what his name is, said that his job would be considered irrelevant if Trump wins this election. Like, pollsters are going to be like kind of out of business because they're not doing it right, because they're just not getting the information that's relevant to this election. However, also what I will say in addition before I leave, if Biden loses this election, the Democrats are fucked. The party is fucked. If they can't win against Trump once over the course of 2 elections, this joke of a candidate, their party deserves to fucking die.
Yeah.
Like, it's time to just leave the Democratic Party and make a new progressive, like a wing or something like that, or at least threaten, hey, Democrats, either you listen to the progressives or we leave.
Just fucking grab your Sanders and your AOCs and just go,
Right.
okay, we're doing this again, but better.
We're doing, yeah, exactly, because it is to the point where the Democratic Party has proven that they aren't listening to their electorate. Nobody cares what they have to fucking say, and it is time to start something new that is going to be in line with the revolution kind of rhetoric. Because if like, it is clear that if there's no point in collaborating and coalitioning, in building a coalition with the Democrats if they can't fucking win. They need to be able to fucking win in order to make that coalition useful. If not, fuck the coalition. You know what I mean? So, anyway, that's my rant. But it's like the Democrats need to join us then. At that point, we need to be the ones leading the conversation, not the fucking neolibs.
Not falling behind. There was a question in my Discord before. It was like, who do you think is going to win? And I was like, well, regardless of whether Biden or Trump wins, you're basically asking, do I want neoliberal capitalism or do I want fascist capitalism / oligarchy? Like, what? That's really the question you're asking. Like, I'd rather push neoliberalism further left. That's much easier to do than push fucking fascism. But,
right, of course.
But at the end of the day, you're still just looking at those 2 flavors.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, if Biden loses this, they have demonstrated that they cannot win against even a joke of a candidate such that is Trump.
Yep.
And then that's it. That's like, sorry, you've proven yourselves to be incompetent. It's time to do something else, because this isn't working, whatever this is. So I don't know what the process of that solution is going to be, whether or not it's like Bull Moose Party win, but it's something needs to fucking happen.
I don't know if even a Bull Moose Party thing would work out very well. Well, Bull Moose was the highest that a functional third party got after we got our
Well, yeah, because it was Theodore Roosevelt, a legendary president of America, ex-president, decided to run as a rebel party, and and Roosevelt is credited with starting the Progressive Revolution. the progressive era of America, which was when we started seeing more workers' rights get listened to. It was a brief time in American history, but it ended the Gilded Age. And in order to see something like that happen again, a bull moose party style thing might need to happen just to get the Democrats to get in check. If it means that we combine with the Democrats again later, fine. But there needs to be something to say, we don't approve of you guys constantly losing while not listening to us at the same time.
There needs to be some way to fund it, though, and that's going to be half of the issue, is that when you do something like that grassroots, it needs far more money than if you were to go with the DNC. And that creates an issue because you've got... Let's face it, most people who are politically left do not have a lot of money.
Right. And it's like if we had 4 years of Trump for the Democrats to get their shit together and wage a effective campaign against somebody who is universally seen as a fucking clown in every single media. Even Fox has kind of lost faith in him, right? But if he can't win, there's a problem. So it's time to change at that point. Something needs to be done.
That said,
so
you've got some guests to get to.
Yeah, I've got stuff I got to get to. I've stayed a little bit longer than I intended to, but I'm definitely shout out to everybody in the chat. And yeah, it's good seeing you again, sirs.
Good seeing you. Hopefully the country isn't on fire tomorrow.
Exactly. In point of everything that I just said, I still hope Biden pulls this out. I still hope he does. And even if he does, I still think that there's we need to be pushing as hard as we fucking can against neolib policies and all that shit, because that's what's going to be happening, because we still need to be pushing left on a lot of this crap. We need universal health care. That is further left of what Joe Biden has said that he's supporting. We need police reform. That's further left of what Joe Biden has said that he's supporting. We need environmental reform. And my positions on environmental reform are still further left than what Joe Biden is supporting with all of his fracking bullshit. So I hope he wins, because it's going to be easier. It's going to be easier to fail better with Biden, but it's frustrating.
So I actually, just before you go, I had a conversation with a economist friend of mine, if you've ever talked with Ira Swede before. And he actually pointed out that it is impossible to ban fracking because our medical industry depends on it. Because fracking does not just get you your gases. Fracking that leads to more natural gas in use currently has lowered CO2 emissions by about 30% by having access to that, on top of the fact that many of our, or most of our plastics all come directly from fracking, and that means that these are plastics that specifically the medical industry is dependent on, because you can't use things like corn and hemp plastic in the human body because it rejects them.
Right.
Which creates a bit of a problem.
If we can get to a fucking point where we're using fracking in order to just get those materials, and we're not using it for all the other shit that we use it for, and we can actually reduce the amount of fracking that we're doing, then yay.
Yeah, that's attainable,
happy, right?
That's attainable.
Yeah. It's like, I'm happy to be fucking realistic and find solutions on things. That's completely reasonable. But if you're talking about let's not do a full stop fucking ban on fracking, fine. If you have a good argument for it, and I think that was a good argument. But the idea of expanding fracking, which I think that Joe Biden is against, we should be reducing it. And we should be using that reduction in it to find new energy solutions for the things that we've been using natural gas for. And reducing our dependency on oil. We should be.
No, and that's basically the conclusion that I came to with Swede. Is like, okay, so everybody that's sitting there going ban it, ban it, ban it are people who don't understand the industries that are dependent on it, not just industries like, oil tycoon industries like you want universal health care, but you want to gut their necessary medical equipment, that kind of shit. So I'm like, yeah, no, I get that, and I want to drop that down. But I'm glad I had that conversation, because I actually did not know about some of the other industries that were dependent on that when I walked into that conversation.
Absolutely. Well, I'm going to take off. Again, good seeing you, man. And
seeing you.
We will reconvene tomorrow and just see like what the fallout is and where all the chips have landed. So, yeah, we'll talk
Gotcha.
soon.
See ya.
See ya.
That was fun. Had a good guest and friend of the channel on real quick. How long until we know who wins? You're not going to know today. You will not know today. It's going to be a few days before you will know. Because unfortunately, we do not have the ability to count all of the votes like that. But yeah, no, I do agree with the sentiment from both Ocean and most of the people in the chat that the fact that Biden is struggling so much through this election right now against a clown fascist like Trump, I think that definitely shows a failure on the part of the Democrats. How long is this stream gonna last? How long do you guys want it to last? That's the real question there. How long do you guys want it to last? What do you want to see happening on the stream? That's where that conversation goes. Shows the Democrats are completely and totally unreliable. Yeah, no, I agree. Trust me, from a socialist to a communist, yes, the Democrats are unreliable. I'm glad we can agree on that. Look at the Rust Belt as evidence enough. I personally want to see this just end. Honestly, that's what I'd like, but it's not going to. I know better. I know it's not. Unfortunately. How's it going, Chess Piece? I would make a statement about my state, but lead harms the human body. I'm starting to think that leftism would be better off trying to run inside the GOP than the Democrats. Unfortunately, it would if the Southern strategy hadn't happened. If we hadn't have had that flip, leftism would probably have functioned better within the grand old party. But unfortunately, the Southern strategy did happen, so the party that is more organized and has more funding and has a better heritage, because they can claim Lincoln, we don't have, which sucks. Taco, I understand it's not the only way to produce natural gas. I also understand that currently industry relies on it. You cannot eliminate it. You have to get it to where you have a net zero carbon emission. But if you want to have that conversation, I'd suggest having it with Ira Swede, not me, because I am only reiterating what I learned from that conversation. I am no expert, but I am going to trust someone who has much more experience in there than I do. The fact that something can be produced by another means doesn't necessarily mean that that means is efficient enough to do on a global scale. Close race, civil roar, let's rock. I don't need my sanity anyway. Oh boy. The Democrats have shifted into neoliberal garbage and oppose everything that isn't neoliberal. The GOP will vote for anything with their party label on it. Yeah, that is where I'm feeling as well. Republicans have more party loyalty, whereas Democrats have more like ideological loyalty, it looks like. What do I think about GMOs? They're fine. Do you like corn? Then you actually like GMOs. It is a genetically modified food. Do you like broccoli? Then you like GMOs. It's from the fucking mustard family. Do you like insert basic shit we've grown here? It's been genetically modified. So, I have no problem with GMOs. Genetically modified shit, you've been eating it for years, and it hasn't caused you to have the hyper cancers yet. No. I'm not ranting on you. I'm when the GMO conversation comes up, there's always at least one person who's like, I hate them, and I'm just like, do you even know what a genetically modified ingredient is? I'm ranting for the sake of ranting. I'm not ranting at you, Detective Mainstream. We've devolved to GMOs on Cirrus's channel. Quality content on election night. Your pet dog or cat. Hold on. Your pet dog or cat is a GMO. It is. It is, though I wouldn't suggest eating your pet dog or cat. They are much more useful to have as hunters than they are to have as food. But that said, it does seem that we have another guest on tonight as we watch America burn.
Y'all are not seeing me. I look like a fucking crazy person right now.
Well, at least you sound like it.
Well, I mean, I normally sound like a crazy person, but usually at least my boobs are put together.
Fair enough. Yes, we do have Jen Aldrich in the conversation. Now, I was about to say in the chat, but that didn't make any fucking sense.
Does anything make sense tonight? Anything?
I've done a combined total of about 9 hours of streaming, and no, nothing makes sense right now. Nothing makes sense.
Just nothing.
This wall makes sense. I would like to just slam my head through it, and it would be glorious, but this is not the wall I can break. The wall I can break is in the front of the house, and it currently looks like cotton candy. But that's just because of water damage.
I mean, I'm here for you. I'm here for you to do this.
Oh, for me to go slam my head into a cotton candy wall?
I am here for you for this.
Tell you what, once we get the funding to gut the kitchen and fix it, I will do a video of me taking my hammer and just beating the wall down. And it's going to be a foam hammer, but it doesn't matter. The wall's weak enough. It will crumble to that.
But it would still be just as
Hey, nobody watching has to know that the wall is as soft as my fucking belly flesh.
The way I'm stress eating, mine too.
It's
okay.
Me 5 days, or me like a week and a half ago. All right, I'm going to start keto and I'm going to lose weight. Then the power goes out and I'm like, okay, well, I'm going to have to cut diet for 1 day because I have to order delivery and those options are limited. And I need energy now because I'm going to be cutting a fucking tree. Me 4 days after that. My country sucks. I'm eating Chinese takeout.
So right before COVID, I had been losing a bunch of weight. And I'm like, yay, my jeans are getting big. I'm going to go order $200 in the size down jeans. I've worn them once. I don't fit into them anymore.
That is, makes sense.
Yeah.
That's, I think I've been perpetually in sweatpants for the last year and a half.
Yeah.
Before that, I was functionally able to be in khakis.
I haven't worn regular pants since March.
I miss khakis. I really do.
I honestly don't miss jeans. I don't. I'm liking my pajama pants and my stretch pants, and I'm like, people only see me for the waist up. Can I continue this after COVID? That would be fantastic.
I don't think so unfortunately, let's get into the doomer conversation real quick. I don't think after COVID is a functional statement that can be said anymore for a couple reasons. Do you know how long the antibodies for one, do you know how many COVID strains we're at now?
4, I believe, or 6.
Oh,
that's 4 or 6.
Oh, that's cute. Oh, that's cute. Hold on.
Oh, have I missed this?
How many COVID strains are there? Let's see. Da 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 da. Where are they? Okay, we are at 1, 2, 3. Shut the fuck up, WebMD. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. We are at 7 right now. And
I was only one off. I said worth it.
I was so because of the way that the way the virus is acting geographically made me curious as to how many we had, because I was fairly certain it was more, because what we're seeing right now is that like in each state for the most part seems to have one prominent strain. So if you've got antibodies for that strain and you go to another state, you're still fucked. The other thing we found is that for all of these strains, the half-life of your antibodies for this is 36 days.
Oh, I thought it was 3 months. Now we're down to 36 days. Oh.
Well, no, it's 2 months. It's 2 months. That's the half-life. You still your body will still have a secondary response to COVID if you catch it and you've had a strain before and it's almost been 2 months. It'll still have a secondary response. It just won't be as strong. But the antibodies just in general have a shorter half-life than the ones for the flu. 2 months total, 36 or 36-day half-life, which means that even when we get our vaccine, the vaccine will protect you for, based on current data, a whole whopping 2 months.
You're telling the woman with a massive fear of needles this.
that it's going to be every and you know what? Because there are 7 strains right now, this means that this gets to do the exact same thing that the common cold and flu do, and that is mutate at such a quick rate that we will basically be guessing, just like with the flu, we will be guessing which strains are prominent every however fucking long we have to do this now.
All I can do is just laugh.
I hear
point.
the mental break laugh that's happening there.
My bloodstream is going to be $4 Aldi wine pretty soon.
It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. Granted, hold on. Healthy Heretic, you can fuck right off with your none comment to my point.
Oh yeah, I'm throwing it up too. I am in prime mood to fucking tell someone off tonight. So please, come on.
Let's see.
Prime mood.
Possibly, however, 2020 the president has very little to do with my everyday life. You know, I used to believe the president had very little to do with my everyday life, and then Trump ended up enabling a bunch of white supremacists, and I've been having to deal with that shit in Georgia for ages now, because I live close enough to Stone Mountain, where the KKK is an important factor in my life, apparently. So, I enjoy the fantasy world you live in, and that position of privilege that you jerk off on, but that's neat.
Okay, so here's my area. So yes, the president as of right now does control your everyday life. Why? Because he just threw that fucking off Donald cunt bitch onto the fucking Supreme Court. Now, what does the Supreme Court do? The Supreme Court looks at rights like, civil rights acts and union and job protections and air quality and water quality and adoption and immigration and a whole host of other everyday things that you yourself have to live under. And when off Donald decides, fuck y'all, guess who gets affected by it every day? Guess whose clean water gets affected? Guess whose clean air gets affected? Highways, parental rights, marriage rights, gender rights. Guess whose rights, everyday rights, gets affected by that? And once they make the call, it takes a lowly nobody a very, very, very long time to work up through their state appeals court all the way up to the Supreme Court to try to question that again. Now, do you think she's going to overrule her previous ruling if she's on there for life? So tell me again how the president doesn't affect your everyday life.
Well, it apparently doesn't affect Healthy Heretics specifically, which I'm going to go ahead and say is great as an anecdote. I'm glad that you are in such a privileged position where you are not affected. Congratulations. I'm actually happy because I don't... While misery loves company, I do not want more people to be miserable. However, I live in the reality where several of my friends cannot conceive children safely. And when they have had to have abortions, they were noted as voluntary, even though they would die on the birthing table. That they would still, their abortions were still noted as voluntary because of some particular minutia that went into those situations. Now, if Roe v. Wade is underturned, which Amy Coney Barrett seems to be okay with, and we already know that Brett Kavanaugh's okay with,
Her name is Off Donald from now on. We don't call her by her actual name. She wants to act like this. It's Off Donald.
I understand I live in activist reality, healthy heretic, but you also understand that what I'm explaining to you is not just activist reality. That's just the reality of having women as friends who can't necessarily bear children. That's not activist reality. That's just standard reality. That's just me existing in reality. The fact that the law could make it to where they have to sacrifice their lives, because remember, it's not that the doctor would say, "Oh no, the pregnancy will kill you." It's just that the likelihood is so high. But again, the minutia of it ended up being that, oh, this is being calculated as voluntary, which means that Roe v. Wade being underturned, they could potentially be in a situation where a fetus with a heartbeat, such as in Georgia, would mean that they can't get an abortion and therefore would just die, just sacrifice their lives on the table. That's not activist reality. That's just reality. All it takes is me losing one friend. All it takes is one death for it to not matter. And it's one potential death. And I'm going to go ahead and say this right now. I've said it before, and I'll say it again. You do understand that it doesn't matter if a gun is loaded. If somebody aims a gun at you and they pull the trigger, that act, whether the gun is loaded or not, whether they intended on hitting you or not, the act of aiming the gun at you and pulling the trigger alone is enough for them to be a threat to me. Or people I care about. That's where we are. That's not activist reality. That's just mundane reality.
Healthy Heretic, I have a question. Do you rent your home or do you own it?
Do, 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 do.
Jeopardy was my stress relief today, actually. I binge watched like 4 episodes.
I did not want to do my raid today because it sitting in the middle of a group of 40 people and not being able to vent about shit was not what I wanted to do. Because Guild Leader had a rule today, and that was, hey, normally I'm okay with you guys discussing anything, but today you're not discussing politics. And I'm like, I understand why, I get it, but holy fuck.
Okay, so technically you don't own it yet, but give you till January. Do you understand that the Supreme Court and Congress, who go by the guide of the president, not so much the Supreme Court, hold on, why is my child downstairs? Hello. Not so much the Supreme Court, but Congress and House and everyone else goes by the lead of the president. Now, who do you think sets the banking regulations? Who do you think set forth Fannie Mae, the too big to fail issues? So what happens when they decide that the banking regulations in place for you to keep your house during a pandemic with skyrocketing unemployment rates and inflation, they decide to strip your home ownership rights and your mortgage regulation rights and your property tax rights? What happens then? Does it no longer affect you?
I'm saying Congress doesn't go by the lead of the president.
For fuck's sakes, oh my god. Okay.
Also, before Jen breathes fire, which will be entertaining, we are at $1,145 on the pool for fixing my home ownership issues because my kitchen is crumbling under the weight of water damage. Yay. Gradual damage that isn't covered by insurance, and then being in the middle of insurance companies is a great combination for life stress and everything else. So, yeah, hopefully that gets higher. Thank you guys for the donations thus far, and let us continue.
Also, tomorrow I will have Cyrus, Telltale, and Monica Miller on to discuss where do we go from here from the election. Every super chat that is donated or given during that stream is going to go directly to Cyrus's fundraiser. So tune in tomorrow, guys. Let's help out our guy here.
Though I
So,
would definitely remind you that if you're doing the super chats, only send me 66% of them, because that's the amount that actually gets calculated to you. Don't, if a $5 super chat comes in, don't send me $5. Send me like $3 and something cents.
I'm sending you what I want to fucking send you, and that's what you're gonna get.
I mean, okay, I just don't want you sending shit out of pocket. That's why I'm saying that.
So, what do you think Congress goes on the lead by? I'm curious. Wait. I mean, where the fuck have you been for the last 4 years? Especially since they just start. Hold on, yeah, sweetheart, I'm on a stream. Okay, thank you. My child is cleaning the kitchen. Like, wait, where have you been the last 4 years? Also, Heretic, let me ask you this. Do you identify as cisgender, transgendered, and what is your racial background?
I also like to point out that the president doesn't affect anything, but if you were trans and in the military, he directly affected you.
Mm-hmm.
That was a direct thing that affected you. Like it's
Or
literally
gay in the military.
It's literally a position of privilege to go, hey, it didn't affect me, and you know what? That's fine. That's good. Like for instance, I'm a YouTuber, so COVID did not affect me in the same way that it affected most other people. It affected me insofar as my channel was stolen, circumstantially, and because it was stolen right at the start of lockdowns, I had to wait a month and a half to get it back because there just wasn't any YouTube staff. So, like, that happened to me, but discounting that thing specifically, I am in a privileged position because, wow, that was a bit of a stammer. That was a bit of a gaffe. Thanks, Inner Biden. But I was in a privileged position because I get to work from home. I can have my stuff delivered to me. I can just sit in my chair all day, which doesn't do a whole lot for my weight. I've got this double chin, which is 10 out of 10. But it does mean that I am in a position of privilege. Recognizing that I'm in a position of privilege, though, can help. To argue that because I am in a position of privilege, nobody else was affected by this. That's effectively what you're doing right now. That's what it seems like anyway. Anyway, continue.
So also, healthy heretic, have you lost anyone to COVID? Have you lost anyone to COVID? Have you lost job revenue to COVID? Do you have a mother? Do you have a sister? Do you have children? Oh, he seems to have answered too many questions.
Joe Biden is sitting at 223 on the Electoral College right now. Trump is sitting at 118, but the states that have not been called yet are Georgia, Florida, and Texas, which are
Pennsylvania
all
as well.
Pennsylvania and North Carolina, which are all large electoral votes.
So here is a little bit of refreshing news for us who are feeling a bit dismal right now. I know PA and Georgia and North Carolina count their mail-in votes after their elected votes. So they had to go through that. They had to go through all their elected votes, and now they have to count their mail-ins. What we are dealing with right now are very rural areas, and this is why you're seeing a huge red tip. It has been statistically proven that Democrats were the ones that mostly required and requested mail-in voting. So while it does seem a bit dismal now, the fact that they haven't gotten to their mail-in ballots could very easily tip any one of those states.
I'd also like to point out right now that Biden is not only winning in the Electoral College, he's also winning by the popular vote right now, which is interesting because he was losing in the popular vote for the last 10 hours, and it's only been this last hour that he's actually pulled ahead on the popular vote, which is neat.
Okay, I will admit I was a little giggly at the thought of Joe Biden losing the popular vote but winning the Electoral College. I was a little giggly.
Oh, that
just
would
a
have been
bit.
that would have been great because then you'd see Republicans going, "We need to get rid of the Electoral College," and I'd be sitting there going, "Yes, we do. Please, please, let's do that."
I was a little giggly. But however, now I'm gonna slap some old school election knowledge on y'all. For one, take a close look at Ohio, especially with their mail-in votes. And no Republican president has lost Ohio but won the presidency. Also, Missouri has a really funny way about things. Missouri has accurately, I can't talk tonight either, predicted the president from who led their state from every election except from 1956 back to 1904. The key states you're really going to want to look at tonight are Ohio, Pennsylvania, and North Carolina.
Ohio's been called for Trump.
Well, fuck.
Ohio's got 94% of its reporting in, and Trump leads by 500,000 votes in Ohio.
And he's still up at that high at the Electoral College?
Yep.
With Ohio?
Yep. Already called it
Okay,
for Trump.
y'all, I don't know. I don't know what country I woke up in this morning. I don't know at this point.
It's broken.
I don't know.
There was a super chat question earlier that I want to respond to real quick. It was from Shark Tenko for 350. Sirs, what do we do next if Trump wins? Trump just got more electoral votes. Okay, that's fun. Perfect timing. Perfect timing. Perfect fucking timing. He's at 145 electoral votes now. So if Trump wins, then there's two things we have to recognize. One is that the Democratic Party has basically failed, because if they couldn't get somebody to beat Trump after the 4 disastrous years that he's had so far, then unfortunately relying on the Democratic Party is not going to be the best step forward. You have to let's go ahead and use the language of abusers really quick. You have to get the Democratic Party in a double bind. How do you do that? Well, when our midterms come up, you need to elect real, actual progressives into your local offices. Progressives that will eventually directly affect the DNC, and show them that their establishment Democrats that they try to put forward are not the people who we want. Because at the end of the day, Biden's an establishment Democrat. He's a neoliberal. So if neoliberal establishment Democrats do not functionally work against candidates like Trump, and the Republican Party can then elect more candidates like Trump as a result, you need something different to beat them. So elect different people in your midterms. And also, what else can you do? Protest. Protest in any area where Trump's direct influence is causing damage. Places like the Supreme Court. Places like, I don't know, Stone Mountain, where that happens to be near me, which is also a KKK holding zone. Places like that. Show people that you are not happy with the status quo. Do what you need to do to cause civil unrest, because then you can slowly move things in a direction that it needs to go. If Trump wins, cause a stir and get people elected that actually are in line with your values. Like, Biden's not in line with my personal values. He's the fucking rebound date off of Bernie. That's basically what he is to me.
Yeah.
So you need to show, and you show this through your midterms, and even also through the other options that you had in your local election if you did that today, or over mail-in if you did it early. Get people in that will make the Democratic Party less comfortable with their establishment Democrat propositions. Because if Biden can't win here, then, especially when he was vice president for Obama, then we know that an establishment Democrat is not what we need in the next election. It's not. And the only way to communicate that to the DNC is through your midterms and through protesting, as far as I know. Unless there are other options that Jen has that I am not aware of.
There is one. and not many people talk about this. To touch on the Supreme Court, your local judges are elected. Your state judges are elected. Pay attention to your local and state courts. See who they're putting on the bench to rule over these laws. If these judges are not in line with what you want to represent, don't vote them in. Judges move up the ladder. They don't like staying stationary in one place. Pay attention to your county judges, pay attention to your state judges. Make sure you're putting in people who are going to interpret the law in a way that you feel is applicable to everybody. You've got to start getting, not even on the state level, you've got to start getting in grassroots. You've got to start getting grounded. If they won't help us, we will help ourselves. And when we can turn around and say, fuck you, we've got this, that puts fear.
Oh, there's another option that you have that just came to mind. There's a collaborative called Run for Something.
Mm-hmm.
If you have not heard of it, I'd suggest you read up on it, because if you do not have the funding yourself, as most people don't, to enter your local elections and try to get positions of power within your local community where you can start moving up, Run for Something is a collaborative to help people who want to get into politics and make a change, who don't necessarily have the funding or the backing to do so, which describes most left-leaning people I know. So that is another option you have. If you are confident in yourself, or you know somebody who you would like to put forward, look into Run for Something, and put that power in your own hands. Don't just rely on the DNC to maybe put somebody who you agree with up there. No, put your fucking self there. You can do it. It's just you have to know the right avenues and channels to use, and Run for Something is an avenue that you can use.
Also, I want to touch on Jeffrey Herrera says problem with judges is that they have barely any information on them. Your local courthouse records are public. Many counties will let you kind of go through, granted, excuse me, not all the minutes. The minutes cost money. But you can go through an overall judgment of what each judge has ruled on. We have county judges here all the time. The big things I look at are divorce and family court issues and lawsuit issues. See who these judges are ruling in favor for. See who they're granting bail to. You can very easily go through an arrest record and see what judge heard and who's granting bail to whom and why. That is where you're going to find your strict and lenient judges on drug charges. Those are all public record. You can go right down to the courthouse and say, hey, I'd like the calendar of such and such judge for this day. And it'll tell you exactly how each judge ruled on what kind of case.
Also,
politicians can talk a lot, they can push policy, but judges are the ones that are interpreting the law that applies to you.
We have two more super chats I want to get to real quick. One is a 351 from Shark Tenko. Challenge you to say something nice about Trump. Okay. He did expand our military budget a little bit, and I do support the United States military. So that's a nice thing that he's done. I will say this. Not everything Trump has done has been bad, just like not everything Obama did was good. I can find individual things that Trump has done that I can agree with and be okay with. I know that taxes for lower working class people got dropped a little bit under Trump as well, which is a good thing. Again, he's not done nothing but horrible, but I'm also a pragmatist. I don't care about individual things. I care about net things. I think he's caused more net harm. But if you want me to say the positive things, yeah, he's lowered my personal taxes, given I work basically at the poverty line, and yeah. I can say that. That's nice. I could also say that he was neat and Home Alone, maybe.
He's really loyal to a really shitty makeup artist.
Because of the bad foundation.
Oh my god, it's so awful. Like, at least please push it into his hairline a bit. Like, come on.
We have one more super chat. That is from G Wing. I'm not ready for civil war. I went out of this country, but I don't have money or anything, and I'm gonna freaking puke. I swear, I'm gonna off myself. So I'm gonna say this real quick. I understand that last part was likely a joke, because I make jokes about self-harm all the time. I'm gonna ram my head into a wall. I've beat myself in the head with a hammer. I've shot myself with a Nerf gun right in the temple, which of course is an allusion to suicide. I get that. I engage in that humor a lot, but I will say this: don't consider the fact that your country is spiraling down a negative way to be a reason to end yourself. You will likely be. Let's just say this as bluntly as possible. You and people like anyone are more useful to anyone else, alive than dead. And if it sounds like that's a cold-hearted way of saying that, remember, I view things through a lens of if it is useful, it is therefore good. So it's not necessarily as cold-hearted as it sounds. I don't necessarily think that we're going to devolve into civil war. We don't have all the pieces in place that were there. We have tensions boiling, yes, but I think we have protest and riot tensions, not war tensions. Not to mention, there's another reason why I don't think we're going to fall into a civil war, and that is because of the myriad of war crimes that the state has imposed on its people in the last year alone. If things turn into a civil war, specifically, then things like our police officers all get tried as war criminals. Not it ceases being the Geneva Conventions allows for peacetime crowd control with stuff like tear gas, but the minute that the term war is applied in any way, they now all get charged for war crimes. So I don't think we're going to fall into a civil war because it is more expedient to the established status quo to avoid that word specifically, because that word has such weight when it comes to the United Nations and the Geneva Conventions.
So there's a little topic of conversation going on in the chat right now about protest and rioting. Y'all are going to talk to the protest and riot historian right now, and somebody who has actively participated in some protests that have gotten rather violent, specifically against the GOP. That John Kerry election was fun in New York City, y'all. Let me tell you. Anyway, you can't sit here and say burning things down and ruining things does not work. We literally gained our freedom from men breaking into boats and destroying property. I used to drink at the Stonewall Bar. Do you know how bloody those riots were? My family came from the 5 Points in New York City. You want to talk about the Civil War riots and what that brought, the regulations that brought? This shit does work. Is it a first line of defense? Absolutely not. But you do not have the right to tell people who have been oppressed, who have been killed, who are afraid to send their sons out on the street, that their anger and their violence is unjust. You have no right to say that, especially in a point in history, every point in history. Our protests have not been peaceful before things changed. If the civil rights protests were peaceful, we wouldn't have the fucking Civil Rights Act of 1964. You do not have a right to tell the oppressed how to feel and then chastise them like children, like they have been for hundreds of years in this country, for them expressing the only thing they know how to get heard. A protest is the voice of the people. It's a federally protected amendment right. To sit there and say it solves nothing will very, very gladly tell me you know jack all fucking shit about the history of this country.
I'd also like to say that if anybody is pro police suppression, using rubber bullets, using tear gas, using anything like that, and is pro-military, then your position on violence and diplomatic affairs need not be hypocritical. If the only position you hold is that state-sanctioned violence specifically is okay, which is what you would get from the police force, which is what you would get from the military. State-sanctioned violence to you is okay, but violence in retaliation from the people, and historically it is almost always in retaliation. Even the BLM protests, only 2% of them were not in retaliation. If you are going to argue in favor of the police using violence and the military using violence, but the regular everyday people can't, then I would side with libertarians against you.
Mm-hmm.
Because at
And let
least
me
they're
tell
okay
you-
with everybody having fucking tanks in that regard.
You know, people see people getting tear gassed, and from a screen, it looks very, very easy, or pepper sprayed. It looks very easy to rectify. I've been pepper sprayed. You're blinded. You can't breathe. They are literally gassing citizens in the street during a time of COVID, which directly attacks your lungs and makes it even harder to breathe. This will kill people. You get pepper spray up your nose, it's going to burn your lungs. Trust me.
What
If
just
you
happened
sit
on the
here and-
map, Trump is pulling ahead. That's what's happening.
Where is he pulling ahead at now?
He's got 174 electoral votes. He's got everything except for Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, Texas, and Nevada. And Nevada it's only worth 6 electoral votes, but it's currently sitting mostly at Trump. Only 2% of the votes have come in there, though. North Carolina is almost completely reported. He's ahead by about 1% there. Georgia's got 20% reporting to go, so that might swing, maybe. Pennsylvania.
We're probably. Go ahead. I was going to say, we're not going to hear Georgia, anything more out of Georgia probably until tomorrow. They've stopped counting for the night.
Yep. Pennsylvania stopped counting for the night at 64%. Michigan likely has stopped counting as well at 56%. Trump is 10% ahead there. Trump is 5% ahead in Wisconsin. I don't see him changing there, though. Biden would have to get, in the last 20% of the votes available, he'd need to get 200,000 votes to make up for the 100,000 he's behind. Texas, though.
How are we doing on Texas?
Texas is going against my prediction right now, which is upsetting. I was predicting that some of the border counties in Texas were probably going to swing blue, but no, they're going red.
Have they counted Odessa yet?
I am not super familiar with Texas, so I don't know which one is Odessa. I am looking at it on stream though, so you can likely see maybe.
Yeah, I'm blind as fuck, yo.
And my memory is also super garbage.
I'm blind as fuck, y'all. You know this. I'm
G-Wing-
looking at a map to try to accurately describe Odessa, because that's how middle of nowhere it is.
G-Wing, calm your tits, okay? If you need mental help, go use the suicide hotline, go do something. But the fact that you voted and it might not work out does not mean that suddenly your participation in the democratic process was useless. The fact that you voted and it didn't work does not mean that you shouldn't have voted. That's I will just skeptic fallacy. I will hit you in the head with that if I need to. If what you have said to me, right, is that if somebody is about to throw a knife at your son and you're a mother and you have the option of running in front of the knife and stopping it because just mathematically you have more body mass, likely it will go through less of your flesh and probably won't kill you, but it would definitely kill the child. You're basically saying that if the mother fails to save the life of the child here, the mother ought not have tried at all. And that's not how that works. That's not how that works in the slightest. So I'm going to be a dick and hit you with the fallacy hammer. But that's what you're doing.
Guys, I know this feels overwhelming. I do. I do know this feels overwhelming. The best thing that I can say for your midterm election, call your county election center. Ask them how you can volunteer. Ask them how you can do election registration outreach. Go out and talk to the people. Granted, COVID distanced for as long as we have to go through this. Phone bank election registration. If any of you are confused about election registration, seriously, when you go and update your license, when you go and renew your license, turn the page over. You can change your party affiliation. I don't claim a party. You can cancel your party affiliations. Reach out to your election centers. Get on the ground and get people excited about voting. That is the most grassroots thing you can do to change the outcome of something like this. And we need to send a message to the Democratic Party. We have played your game too long and you have now lost blazingly. How many times? We're not going to vote for them. We're not going to vote for them. We're going to find independent candidates, and there's always one. There's always one in the goddamn midterm election. Every fucking state there's one. Research them. Look into Cyrus, do you know what the name of that thing is where you take independent voters from a red state and you trade the votes? I can't think of the name of it now.
It's not coming to mind.
There is a voter trading program across the country where groups will get together and say, okay, I live in a red state. I live in a swing state, and I will swap my independent vote for a Democratic vote. If somebody in a red state who's going to vote Democratic will vote independent and get us our 5%. Look into those, especially if you live in swing states, especially if you live in states like Ohio, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, states that can typically go either way. Look into vote sharing is another great way to get boots on the ground and start changing things. If we have Trump another 4 years, I legitimately don't think this man's mental state is going to last that long. I will not be surprised if 2 years in we have to invoke the 25th. I will not be surprised.
This is going to be Biden is
Hmm?
live? Where is he live at 12:43 a.m.?
Biden looks like he stays up late hours of the night. That don't surprise me.
Where is he? Optimal Joe, where are you seeing that? Biden's Hawaii. Hold on. Well, I see there's a piece of garbage in the chat. I'm just going to go ahead and...
Yeah, let's ban that one. Who's the piece of garbage?
Well, hold on. I'm not even going to say a name. There's no point.
Okay.
There's no point.
So apparently Odessa went red, which God fucking
Yep.
I considered moving to Texas for a good part of this year. No. Just no. That's just a resounding fucking no at this point, and that will never no. Just
That's fun. Shark Tanko asks, what is your opinion of voter shaming and how it pushes people to vote against you out of spite? So here's my opinion on voter shaming. I am fine with voter shaming if you are shaming people for actively not voting. I don't voter shame if people do things like vote for third party, vote for independents, stuff like that. Vote even against me. Because at the end of the day, I'm not going to shame somebody for voting Trump because they voted. I'm going to shame them because of their affiliation with Trump specifically, which I don't view as voter shaming. But like I said, the voter shaming that I will engage in is if somebody tries to be a doomer and go, well, I'm not going to vote because it doesn't matter. I'm fine shaming you. I have no problem shaming you at that point, because at that point it goes, well, I understand that you want to complain about who's in power, but you had some modicum of power. I refer to the previous conversation about the mother jumping in front of the thrown knife. What we would shame the mother for is not failure to save the child. What we would shame the mother for is failure to attempt to save the child. And that's where I sit on voting. Failure to attempt is my line for voter shaming.
Oh, I vote shame. I'm not. See, Cyrus is the nice one here. I'm a fucking bitch. I vote shame. And especially at a time when, if you can sit here and tell me that you were genuinely not educated on the reason why you voted, and you're willing to sit down and say, hey, can you help me? I won't vote shame you. But when you turn around and you vote for somebody who literally puts not only mine, but my child's freedom on the fucking line, yeah, I'm going to shame the fuck out of you for being an unempathetic piece of shit that's not fucking thinking outside of yourself. Now, third-party voters. I understand that a good chunk of third-party voters are feeling completely disenfranchised, and I will not vote shame them. However, if you turn around and say, I'm only voting to get my 5%, you need to learn to read the fucking room. This is not the fucking year. We have literal lives on the fucking line. This was not the year. And if, as educated as you want to be, knowing you need that 5%, if you couldn't read the projections about what 5% could cost somebody's life and don't care anyway, yeah, fuck you. I'm done. I have no respect for that. So that's where I vote shame. I'll be the first bitch. I'm not even going to sit here and deny that I do it. And, this is not my president shit. We live here. We fucking live here. If you're at a birthday party, right? And there's two options for what the host is going to buy for ice cream, chocolate or vanilla. Now, you'll eat the vanilla, but you wanted chocolate. Are you going to push the fucking plate away and say, not my ice cream? This is your planet. So instead of sitting there and folding your fucking arms and huffing and puffing and stomping around a fucking room, get out there and do something. If you feel this system is not helping you and helping those around you, then go and fucking help them as any way as you can as yourself. Whether that be phone banking, whether that be just having people over for dinner and sitting and discussing things and educating each other on things the other person may not know. Donating. So stop with this not my president bullshit, because it's childish. The G-Wing, and that's the thing, everybody can help. You don't have to be rolling in money. You don't have to be selected as a special skill. Even sitting down with somebody who has a different point of view than you, or who may not have any insight into certain parts in your life that they wouldn't have thought about while voting, even sitting down and sharing that experience is helping somebody. You're helping them see a different side of life that very well could change their vote. Literally babysitting somebody's kid so that a mother can work an extra shift and put a little bit more into savings to get themselves more financially secure, even that's helping. The tiniest things can help.
Like, speaking of the tiny things that can help, say you can't affect who's the president, right? Let's pretend that your vote doesn't count for anything, or you just didn't vote, or your anxiety was too high to vote, or you were suppressed, like you live in a state like mine, where Brian Kemp said, "Aha! You wanted to vote? That's fucking cute." Mm-hmm. So, let's say that you're in a position like that. There are other things you can do besides vote, other small things. You've got a trans friend? Check up on them. Check up on their mental health. See how they're doing. You've got a friend who is worried because they know that their body can't really carry to term, and they can't really take birth control, and they're allergic to latex and condoms. So like their options are basically full-on celibacy, assuming that nothing bad happens to them, or just hoping that their partner's a pro at the pull-out method, which is still...
And I will tell y'all from experience, the pull-out method does not always work.
No, it doesn't. Pre-cum lives, people. Pre-cum lives. So let's say that you have a friend like this. I've got a few friends like this, and so you can just check up on this person. Go, hey, how are you doing? Do you maybe want to hang out today? Like, give them an outlet. Give them like that's a tiny thing you can do. But if you've got a friend who's marginalized, that's a thing you can do. It's not difficult to do tiny things. And if you don't have the spoons to do most things, and all you can do is those tiny things that barely help. And if you're saying you're constantly teetering on mental breakdowns, I would assume you just don't have the spoons. And that's fine. If you don't have the spoons to do it, then there's the tiny things you can do. And you know what? If you don't have the spoons to do that either, then the best thing you can do is try to take care of yourself. The best thing you can do is engage in self-care. Don't let the fact that the world is burning around you affect your house if your house is not burning. If you don't have to let it. I have to let it affect me to a certain extent because this is my job. This is what I do. And many of the people I work with are marginalized. A lot of my friends are trans. A lot of my friends are people of color. A lot of my friends are female. A lot of the people I work with fall into these categories. They will be disproportionately affected in comparison to me. I could go blend in with a group of Proud Boys if I really wanted to. I grew up in the ghetto. I can do all their fucking stupid beat the fuck out of me initiations all day long. I've already done it. I can do that. Not everybody has that ability to just go blend in somewhere where they're safe if they desperately needed to. So take care of yourself. Do what you can for you. And if you've got the spoons for other people after that, then do that.
Also, I've been seeing a few comments about I can't go out and protest. I'm afraid for my safety. And I get that. I used to be a huge boots on the ground protester, and then I had my kid, so I can't. There are other ways you can help. If you have it monetarily, donate to groups that are providing bail funds for those who have been arrested for protest. If you have it monetarily, get a shitload of things like Maylocks, water, bandanas, and either drop it off at a protest site, drop it off with somebody who is protesting. Another thing you can do that's completely free. Many cities have their police scanners online. If you know somebody that is going to protest, you could take a listen over to a police scanner and say, hey, there's trouble coming your way. Or even if you know somebody who is protesting and they come home at the end of the night, just being there with a bottle of wine or even on a phone. Uber eats them dinner wherever they're standing at. Protesters need that backup support. We need that at-home support. We can't function without it.
Just like finding out what you're best at. Like, for instance, take a commenter like Vosh, right? Vosh has gone and done protests before. He has gone out and done it before he did political commentary on YouTube, on Twitch, before he got banned from there. Now, he is less useful as 1 in 1,000 in a crowd as he is on a platform speaking to thousands. He's more useful there. Sometimes you'll find that you're not useful boots on the ground, and that's fine. Just like I'm probably not useful boots on the ground compared to what I can do by using my platform instead. I will go boots on the ground if I need to. In fact, the next time that there's something near me, I'm planning on trying to. It's just there were circumstances preventing that before that are no longer in my house. But it might end up being that the same thing is the case for me. I'm less useful as 1 in 1,000 in a crowd than I am taking information from somebody who is 1 in 1,000 in a crowd and then throwing it out on the internet, or running a fund for bail funds, running a fundraiser for bail funds, because that's what during the initial BLM protest stuff, that's what I did. I ran a several day fundraiser, earning thousands of dollars for bail funds in Atlanta, Georgia. That was what I ended up doing, because that was what was more useful for me. It was better for me to try to support the people who were boots on the ground than being someone boots on the ground, because I, unlike everybody else who's boots on the ground, have a platform.
What I was doing with the BLM protests is, a lot of my friends out in Georgia, a lot of my friends out in Atlanta. Atlanta provides public street camps. And if they were out, if they had to go to a store, I would pop over to a street cam and say, okay, this area is blocked off. Be careful this way. Or if I found that they were encroaching on their neighborhood, or if there were plans to encroach on a neighborhood, I would give them a heads up and say, hey, keep your family safe. Get out of there if you can. It's little things like that. And the protest community and the grassroots community can't survive without stuff like that. It's not all just in the street and on the ground.
No, there's several layers where you can be useful. And again, even just, let's put it this way. If you are just taking care of yourself, think of it like, let's pretend it's a zombie apocalypse, okay? Let's play this like a video game. If you are taking care of yourself and your own mental health, and you're not going crazy, and you are just distancing from politics as you need to so that you can breathe, and you're not falling for the fascist rhetoric, you are at the very least being educated enough to understand that it is just rhetoric, it is just smoke and mirrors, and it's leading down a very shitty rabbit hole. Just having that knowledge so that you're inoculated against those bad ideas, pretend it's a zombie apocalypse. That prevents you from turning in to engage in us versus them for a second. It prevents you from turning into the enemy at that point, which is still useful. Not flipping over to the side that's trying to oppress people's rights alone is useful. If everybody did that, then we wouldn't have a problem, which is proof in pudding that it's actually a useful thing to do. What do I think?
I'm gonna. Oh, go ahead, sir.
Oh, there were two things from Shark Tenko. Do I play anything like Go or chess? I play chess. I play checkers. I play Pokemon TCG, Yu-Gi-Oh! Goat format, a little bit of Magic the Gathering, bit of Hearthstone. If it is a turn-based strategy thing, I probably can play it at least proficiently. And the second thing is, what do I think of BLM members who cause damage and attack people? Do I invoke the No True Scotsman fallacy? No, I don't invoke the No True Scotsman fallacy, because guess what? I've had days where I get angry and punch my hand through a wall. Does that mean that wasn't me? No, that was me. I made an error in doing so. Like, for instance, when my cat Nymphia died, I punched the same wall several times. It ended up only being one big hole. But I did that. I got violent. I didn't hit anybody, but I destroyed my property because I was emotionally distressed. Did that suddenly mean that wasn't me? No, that was still me. That was still Cirrus. I destroyed my own thing. Same with the BLM protester. They're still there. I might say that they don't represent me. Just like there's nothing wrong with an evangelical Christian saying that a Catholic doesn't represent them, because they don't. They have different beliefs. They should represent themselves. The No True Scotsman comes in when they say they're not real Christians. That's where No True Scotsman comes in. I can say that, yeah, no, they might be a real BLM member. They might really agree with the ideology, but the way they let it manifest for themselves might not represent how I would manifest it for me. And I would have that distinction there for any one. I don't think that a Folkist represents Ocean, as an example. I don't think that AIU represents me.
I don't think David Silverman represents me. So before I head off here, because, man, that kid's got virtual school tomorrow, and I don't want to do that. Although I'm probably not going to sleep much. Probably going to be glued to the TV, like the rest of us. I think I'm going to go a little over to the bread here. Been hanging out with Sarah's too much. Been hanging out with Sarah's a little too much. We are all feeling and seeing that the establishment is not working for us. It's clear. No matter what we do, we're voting and it's not changing. We're hearing the same arguments over and over and over again. And none of us outside of the elite, none of us outside of the ones in power are benefiting. It's time to take care of your own. Take care of your family, take care of those around you, take care of your community. So if shit ever does fall, you know that you've all got each other. That's how we change this shit. Fuck them. They're not working for us. They're working for them. We have to work for us. We have to look out for each other now. Cyrus, thank you for having me on. It was good. It's so good to just blah with you. It's so
Just
good.
blah.
Just blah. Because I think that's what we're all doing at this point, is just blang. Thank you guys in the chat for sitting here and listening to me. Have a good night as best as you can. And guys, try to get some sleep. Stay hydrated. Go grab a snack. Even if you're just glued to the TV all night. Get some water. Get some tea. And if y'all are drinking, remember, a glass of water per glass of drink and you will not be hungover on a Wednesday. That's the mom pro tip right there. Cyrus, thank you so, so much. And I look forward to having you on, guys, tomorrow, 10 p.m. Eastern time. I'll be having Cyrus on my channel to discuss where we go from here and to help with his fundraiser. Good night, everyone.
Night. Sleep well. Hope you have a wonderful rest of your night. Hopefully it ends in sleep. Insofar as it can. So that leads us to where we are. Shartango says a coworker I work with brought up an interesting argument. Is BLM as a name combative? Like, I get the notion behind All Lives Matter being wrong, but could a lot of the pushback be due to the name? So a lot of the pushback is due to the name, because what tends to happen is a lot of people who do offer the pushback against BLM typically think intuitively. And there's nothing wrong initially with thinking intuitively, but when you engage in that all the time, it becomes a bit of an issue. So I can understand there being people who think intuitively about BLM and go, well, that sounds like black supremacy, right? Because intuitively that's what it sounds like. And so, yeah, there could be pushback from the name, but the thing is that it's not on the people who made the name to have come up with a better name for their movement. It's on people who are not educating themselves to educate themselves. That's where that comes down. In just a second. 1 second. There's a thing said earlier. Cyrus, why do I support the U.S. military and say their budget going up is good? The reason that I do support the United States military is because it is a functional way for people who are in poverty to get things like healthcare, to get things like an education, to get things like housing. Do I think that it is the best option for that? No. But do I think that supporting the military just insofar as it exists as an option for people to engage in so that they can claw themselves out of poverty easier than sticking to the standard capitalistic system that we exist in? I cannot fault somebody for doing so, and as a result, expanding military budget itself would not necessarily be the worst thing. Only if we are proportionally getting more people in the military who need that budget there. But remember, that was a challenge to say something nice about Trump. I would prefer that money have gone to the VA, but instead he gutted money from the VA. Remember, this was a question about trying to say something nice about Trump and putting a little bit of extra money into the military where people do have that ability to claw themselves out of poverty, I don't find as a bad thing on its own. Just like I don't find buying something from Walmart to be bad on its own, even though they engage in oppressive shit. So, yeah, military spending is not spent correctly. I understand that, but the fact that military spending exists at all means there is a window that people can actually get out of poverty. This is one of the reasons why I was upset that Trump banned trans people from being in the military, because at the end of the day, the military is a way for people to get things like health care. And if there's any people in the United States that need health care the most, well, not the most, but certainly proportionally higher, it's trans people, because generally speaking, they need things like HRT. They need things like surgeries, and then complications that come from their hormone therapy, complications that come from those surgeries, then require more medical care afterwards. As a result, it's just generally a notion that healthcare is going to be proportionally more important for a trans person than it is a cis person. It's still important for a cis person, but there's just more stuff by default that somebody who is trans is going to have to deal with. The military, even though it is in and of itself a bad thing to have in the way that we've manifested it in the United States, it is still an option for working class people to get those things that they need. Do things like being able to start a family and do so comfortably. Like, at the end of the day, that's what it boils down to. If I have to say something nice about Trump, he at least has put a little bit of extra money into an organization that does let people claw out of poverty. Is it the way I'd prefer people claw out of poverty? No. I don't think anybody should have to go into the military. I think the fact that I'm even having to argue that the military is such a good option, especially for people who need medicine in the way that trans people do, the mere fact that I have to make that argument is indicative of the problems of the system that we're in right now. But at the end of the day, I live in that system, so I'm going to have to make my argument from within that system. And within that system, the military is a way that people can get out of poverty. Which sucks. It sucks that that's the way I have to do it. That's the angle I have to go at. I don't want to. Hold on. It's insane how much the U.S. economy relies on the military-industrial complex. True. And that's and I wish that I could just sit here and go, no, going in the military is bad. Being in the military is bad. The military is bad. Because at the end of the day, the things the United States does with its military are shitty. But I'm also a socialist. I'm also for workers being able to get out of poverty. And if I were to argue vehemently against an option that people have that get them out, then I wouldn't really be arguing in favor of workers anymore. And that sucks. I don't like that. I don't like that that's the argument I end up making. But that's where we are. What's my favorite philosophical saying and why? One of my favorite ones is that truth is a matter of perspective. Even though I don't necessarily agree with the idea of ultimate truth being a matter of perspective, I do like sayings that go along the lines of truth is a matter of perspective. Because oftentimes it is. Like what happened earlier in the chat when, well, the president never affected me, so I ultimately learned that the president doesn't affect anybody's lives. Well, no, truth is a matter of perspective. Who as president did affect trans people, did affect gay people, did affect people who are going to be birthing and don't want to. From their perspective, who is president matters a lot, a whole hell of a lot. Do I think the reason Biden isn't on a landslide is because of his own doing? No, I think the political environment and the DNC in general just don't know how to bring the most electable candidate forward. That's what I think. I don't think it's necessarily just his fault. I do think that he should have appealed to the radical left a little more. Because I do know a lot of people that decided not to vote for him and go with like Howie Hawkins or Joe Jorgensen because he didn't appeal to them specifically. I think he should have widened his appeal more. But his platform basically was, look, Trump is bad, I'll be better. And I think that platform only works so well. It only works so well. My favorite evolution, I think it should be pretty obvious. That's Vaporeon. Trump is winning. Let's take a look at the electoral map. See where we're at. Oh boy. Oh boy, you guys are not going to like this. That's where we are right now. Joe is sitting at 223. He's been stagnant at 223 for the past few hours. Trump has been slowly winning more and more of the electoral college. So if we plot this, Trump has 212. If he wins Pennsylvania, he's at 213. If he wins North Carolina, he's at 233. 232, rather. He'd be at 247 with North Carolina. He'd be at 263 with Georgia. And with either Wisconsin or Michigan, he'd be over 270. If Biden wins Arizona, he goes to 234. And Maine, he goes to 238. Which means if this map stays colored the way that it is, Biden will sit at 238 electoral votes and will lose. Trump will be potentially still losing the popular vote, but Biden will be winning. I feel like we're going to have... Well, Biden is still in the lead, yes, but it's the nuance, the minutia, the mechanics of how he's in the lead that are not the best. Can CNN on CNN they're saying that a lot of city votes haven't been counted in Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, and Michigan. So there's still chance. Okay, that's fair. That is fair. Let's see. It is 1:14 a.m. and I am not tired. And this shit is just continuing on. What is going on over at Vosh's stream? How is he doing? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. Oh, is Vosh done for the night? Really? Okay. That's unfortunate. That is unfortunate. How's it going, Nick? I'm over at In Time. Unfortunate. Yeah, he was going for several hours. I'm surprised that he stopped. Okay. Imagine if Texas stayed blue. Wouldn't that be based? That would be based as fucked. Based and bread pilled. But not necessarily what's happened. Just wrapped up. Wanted to say hi. Well, that's good. Ethan! Shardenko, what if we end this with neither party having the majority? Then it goes to the House. If neither party has the majority, then it goes to the House to decide. And luckily the Dems control the House. So there's that. Oh, let's not start the fascism shit. Curto, you realize that the service guarantees citizenship is literally a fascism line. Oh yeah, no, the PC is screaming. It's screaming at me. Biden's still crushing in Arizona. Is he? Is he? Let's see. Yeah. He is. Good 4% lead. That's good. It's possible we can either beat Trump or steal enough points to put it into the House. Yeah. I know it was a way to mock fascism. Well, it was a way to mock fascism in the movie. It was a sincere argument in favor of it in the book. So it depends on which version you're looking at. Because the book is vehemently pro-fascism. The movie is against fascism. It is not the most liberal society. It is literally a fascistic society. Again, the book is vehemently pro-fascism. We're talking about Starship Troopers. Starship Troopers, the book, is an argument in favor of fascism. Starship Troopers, the movie, is an argument against fascism. It's a good movie. You should definitely go see it. Starship Troopers, the movie, was satire. Starship Troopers, the book, was 100% serious. You do understand that libertarianism and fascism are not necessarily enemies, right? Fascism does not necessarily mean authoritarianism. Fascistic ideals can come through the lens of libertarianism. Sirs, imagine a world where the people's vote actually mattered because we never introduced the Electoral College. That would be a great world indeed, wouldn't it? Any thoughts about New Jersey and Arizona voting to legalize cannabis? I think so. I think that it should be decriminalized in every single state. I don't see a argument for keeping it criminal. Yeah, people owned their own businesses in the Third Reich. The Third Reich literally coined the term privatization. So, who's winning? Am I winning? So Biden is winning right now, but he's winning by such a shallow margin that it's not the worst, but it's not the best. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, and Georgia will be the linchpins. Yeah, that's likely the case. You just had to be a Catholic member of the Nazi Party. The nerves. How are we supposed to take this? Well, right now I'm taking it by hanging out with you all. That's the thing that's keeping me going, personally. You know, it could be better, but it could be worse. Nevada flipped? Yeah. It's sitting at it's only worth 6 electoral votes, but that still matters. That still matters. God, I want to see some more of this map turn blue. I said Nevada. I'm sure you're going to argue that it's Nevada. Nevada. I'm still going to go with Nevada. Nevada Cadavra. Everyone leave. As far as I know, pain is good for sirs. God damn it. It's past 1,500,000. Oh, my fundraiser's past 1 million? I'm a millionaire now because my house was broken? That's wonderful. Oh, no, you're talking about something completely different. Well, that's sad. Never mind. Never mind. You know, maybe I should probably... Would it be a good idea to actually put my fundraiser up on the stream? Like, would that be a useful thing to do? All things considered, I probably should have done it forever ago. Where is... Dum da dee dum da 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 da. Give me a second. Cirrus, it makes me cringe so hard hearing people say Nevada wrong. Probably because I was born and raised in the... I mean, am I really saying it wrong, though? I'm just saying it right from a different perspective. Speaking to criminalize Oregon to criminalize drugs, that's good. That's good. Give me a sec. Oh, boy. Let's see. Taking a drink. Sorry for not talking like super much right now. I mean, I've been streaming for a while, so I'm just kind of here. How do I pronounce Worcestershire sauce? I say Worcestershire. We still got a few days after this of things being counted, but North Carolina, you... If this turns blue, and one of these other leading areas flips, then we actually do get North Carolina. Which means that he would have 230, 241, 251, 256, 250, or 260. Fuck, even if we get North Carolina, that's not enough. He's got to get North Carolina and Wisconsin. And really... Jesus. How's it going, Ocean? What are you doing back here? North Carolina is still counting their early votes. Yep, and that's likely where we're going to sit there. Like, we have to get North Carolina, Wisconsin. Like, North Carolina, Wisconsin. We get these two, fuck everything else. We're golden. I just say North Carolina because I don't necessarily see us winning, like, say, Michigan as it is right now. Hi, Cyrus, you need a buddy? I thought you had guests over. Oh, hello. Did you need a buddy?
I needed a buddy really badly. I decided that I would show up on his stream.
So I'm actually curious. Didn't you have guests over, or have they all left? So now you're just lonely.
I did, but they left.
Okay, so you're just lonely.
Yeah.
That's what
exactly,
it is.
pretty much. You're my second string.
Okay.
So
that's
like
that's why you didn't invite me to your house, but it's okay because you're here.
I knew you'd be doing this. Come on. So
true.
Like we were both scheduled to be together on the line, like so, you know.
Yeah,
Like,
that
what are we gonna
makes
do that?
sense.
I mean, it would be like adorable for us to do it together from here, but no, that's not what we did. But
doing a
whatever the
line
case,
together right here. That sounds
doing a line together in my house.
Well, it's post Halloween, so you've got
Well-
pixie sticks, right? That's what it is. We're gonna do pixie
Sure.
sticks.
I will say that for the law. But it's yeah. We could have done with the words. Should we do a Zoom call?
Yeah, if you want to be visible, I'll switch us to the hammered out format real quick.
We can do that. Hold on, let me turn on my fucking shit.
Yeah, let me go over to the Zoom app. Ocean is yelling in God's voice. It's actually my computer's doing a sound blaster thing, and it's trying to get. Oh wait, aha! It's because.
Is it like freaking? Oh, is it like giving me some?
There we go.
Some boost. Oh, okay, never mind. All right, well.
Yeah, I had it on cinematic mode, so it was giving you the echo boost. That means that when Jen was
Hello, everyone.
That means that when Jen was on, she was getting that boost too.
Oh my god.
That echo, the god dragon Jen.
Basically, just handed Jen like a fucking megaphone. Like fucking straight up. All right, hold on a second. I'm gonna hang up on your ass. Shoot me a Zoom link.
As soon as I can get. Hold on, I need to get logged in on Zoom.
Now, I demand.
I'm trying. Hold on. There we go.
Okay.
Now I'm gonna send you a Zoom link.
Groovy.
Groovy. I thought we stopped using language like that in the 80s.
No, I just watched Scooby Doo.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's Jinkies.
Zoiks.
Velma was always better than Daphne.
Oh yeah. No, I actually agree.
Okay, good. I'm glad we can agree on that.
Yeah. No, Velma, definitely. All right. Gonna sign into Zoom.
Velma made me queer, no lie. Yeah, no, growing up, I never had an attraction to Daphne, but Velma happened, and I was like, oh, well, this is fine. This is fine. There, that should let you in. All right, everybody, you're gonna lose me for half a second, at least on screen. Give me a sec. We're gonna go property.
Lucerus gain me.
Oh well, that's unfortunate.
That's how it's gonna go. I'm sorry, everybody. I apologize.
I am deactivated now for a moment. Give me that moment. We now go to.
Are we going to hammered out format?
Hammered out format, and now I flip my video over here, and now it should just be a matter of.
Oh Jesus!
Right? Is that all I have to do?
You could probably stay to your other one because we can still like poke around on the election map or something like that. You just stick me in the corner.
I could. Let me swap over to
game. I don't want to sacrifice the map. We got to stare at the map because that's what you do on election night. Is you just like sit there with your fucking eyes taped open, wondering what Florida's gonna do. Except we already know what Florida's gonna do.
Disappoint
Florida has failed us every single fucking time.
I love that I still can't capture zoom.
Even when Florida comes through, it's upsetting.
Okay, so we're gonna throw you.
What do they do?
Over here. Give me a sec. I'm setting this up, and I'm slow and sluggish.
Mm-hmm. This is what it's like in the pre-gaming on Hammered Out, y'all. This is what happens. Dooby 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 dooby.
Give me a second. We're gonna go. It's not video capture device.
That's the Doug theme song for anybody keeping score.
I knew that. Okay, so that's gonna be our. You know what? We're just gonna.
Thank you, Brutus. Velma was adorable. Fucking cutie as shit.
We're gonna do this like this.
Excellent. I like that.
That's
the solution.
This is the solution. This is the solution. We could
There
do
we go.
this so much better. Okay, now I need to take the chat box and move it up like so.
Oh no, moving up the chat box is gonna be.
No,
Oh, never mind. You're just gonna do it that way.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep. Boom. It works.
Boom.
It is not the best in the world, but it will
Hell
work.
fucking yeah.
I need a second now. Hold on. I got to make this smaller, and I have to get a link to the actual channel to send to someone real quick. So you guys are going to see the behind the scenes.
All right, I gotta go. I'm just kidding.
Okay, well that's fine. That's fine. I didn't need you. I've ran this show for 6 hours already, and that's not counting the 4 I did before I napped. Fuck me.
Were you on the line and here at the same time?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I was.
Cool.
My brain at first was like, I should probably ask permission to that. Then I was like, wait, Vosh is going to be on. There's never been a time where Vosh didn't stream to his platform as well as
While he was doing his own thing.
Where
yeah.
he was at. So I'm just like, fuck it. If Jimmy's having Vosh on, I'll be fine.
Right. Let's see. Let's take a look at the chat. What is happening, chat? Where are y'all at?
Well, Jen is asking why Montana exists.
Well, it's 3 electoral votes. But there's something
So
about its Senate race. What was going on with the Senate race?
I had the Senate stuff up earlier. Hold
Let me
on.
take a look. Yeah, Montana's too close to call on its
take a
Senate race right now.
Let's take a look.
It's a percentage. vote.
Dems have 44 seats. Republicans have 46 seats.
I'm seeing 46-46.
You're seeing 46-46.
Mm-hmm. It's
Other-
still a 1-1 gain on both sides though. So,
Okay.
one lot, like it's null. It's like they've both gained and lost one. So,
Casey in the chat is asking if we are optimistic about the mail-in counts. I am.
It depends on which state. Like I'm like, remember when we were on?
We're on the
show
line, and
Jimmy was saying
some places have done their
they've
mail-in
already
counts
counted
already.
them. Yeah.
So it's hard to say.
I haven't heard that though from any news source about the mail-in vote. So I don't know how much I trust that. But like apparently with Pennsylvania, there's like a big controversy about their mail-in votes. Some places are accepting votes by mail coming in the coming days. So yeah, there's plenty to ask questions about.
Well, since we're here, and this stream started on Tuesday, so it's still Tuesday in my heart, and you are visible, Ocean. Do you have it?
I do.
Do you have it? It's
welcome to Hammered Out.
Unofficial.
What are we doing?
Unofficial Hammered Out.
Surus,
insofar.
help.
I don't think I can offer. Is my hammer bigger than yours now? It is. Or do you just have tiny hands?
Your hammer's always been bigger than mine, Surus.
Yeah, but this time it's longer.
It's been a it's been a trial.
It's been a trial. So you know what's great?
I have to compensate for my hammer.
You know what's great? Do you know? Are you familiar with the smell of like freshly made plastic or rubber? Ocean, are you okay? Just it smells nice. That's what I'm getting at. It smells nice.
Okay.
I'm technically on hour 10 in streaming today. If you know. It almost fell.
Did you call shotgun?
This is how the election makes me feel.
Oh, I'm with you. I'm with you, man.
Just
so.
Ow, that actually hurts. The darts get a lot of
That's
travel
how I
time
describe
in
the
barrel.
election as well.
The darts get a lot of travel time in the barrel. That's actually kind of painful. Okay.
404 ocean not found.
Okay.
So what states are we looking at?
I'm gonna be honest.
All of them.
There's two states in particular I'm looking at right now.
It's 220 for Biden now.
224. So if
wait, what are you seeing that I'm not seeing? So it looks like Nebraska split. Nebraska did its split vote. It went 4 for Trump, 1 for Biden. So, that's cool.
So, if Biden gets all the electorate votes in Arizona and Nevada, which is that's projected right now, right? If he gets North Carolina, which they're not super neck and neck, but he's 100,000 behind. It's close enough. If he gets just North Carolina and Wisconsin, just these two, he wins. He's got 270 even, like 270 flat.
Right.
Those are the only two he's got to get, but those are both leaning red right now, and they are both almost done reporting. Pennsylvania it's more likely that Pennsylvania might flip, but if he
Pennsylvania's in there with a ton of uncounted votes, aren't they?
Yeah.
Like a ton.
And same thing with Michigan. So, like, if Pennsylvania and Michigan both flip blue,
come down to the goddamn Rust Belt.
If both of those flip blue, then we get it. We're done. Like, that's it. That's it. It's finished. Biden has over 270, and he basically just has to get any combination of two of these, and he's got it. So long as Maine, Nevada, and Arizona maintain where
they are.
Yeah, if they maintain where they are.
Biden winning in Maine and Susan Collins also winning in Maine. Is that what's going on?
Yes, that's what we found
Were there
earlier.
people that did split tickets for Susan Collins?
Yeah, they voted yes, Susan Collins.
I'm
we want Republican.
still on that. I know that we talked about that when I was last on, like minutes ago or an
Yeah.
hour ago, whatever it was. That I'm still aghast at that. That doesn't make any fucking sense to me. Because
right?
like, what person in Maine was like, I really want Biden, but Collins has really stood by her fucking principles. I like that just.
But remember when we talked about this before, we came to the conclusion that that's just being consistent with electing do-nothing elected officials.
Mm-hmm.
That's really what that comes down to. Is that's somebody going, Biden's not going to do a whole lot. Susan Collins isn't going to do a whole lot. Both of them. We got Stephen King around us. We're
Is
fine.
that like are they like big on guns in Maine or something like that? Is that what's going on? Because that would be like the motivation I could think of in order to split ticket like that.
Maine is fairly rural, and all of my friends in Maine are pro-gun. So I would assume.
Yeah, I could see that being like
sits.
Susan Collins is like she's not going to do anything when it comes to impeachment, but she might protect gun rights or something like that.
Yeah.
I could see that being the reason for a split ticket, but that's about it. Like, I don't like, that's the thing. If the fucking Democrats would get their fucking head straight on guns, like,
do you know how many people they could pull to their side just on guns?
Yeah.
Just on, like, literally, here's how the Democrats would run that campaign. The Second Amendment is very important. Gun rights are American rights. We fight for American rights. Do you know who didn't fight for American rights? Donald Trump, when he banned bump stocks. It starts at bump stocks. Where do you think it will end? We know he's a liar. We know that he's done this before. Where do you think that's going to end? Vote Democrat. Keep your Second Amendment rights.
A bunch of Democrats like the bump stock thing. Even I was supportive of the bump stock thing.
Yes, but what I'm saying is to run that campaign effectively, you have to first go, we are pro-gun, and then you have to give an example where...
Of the Republicans eroding your gun rights?
Of the Republicans
But then all the Democrats are going to be like, why are you doing that? But...
Well, see, you and I both already agree that the Republican Party needs reform.
Well, yeah.
So I don't care if the Republican Party would sit there and go, well, why are you doing that? The answer would be because we want to fucking win.
The Dems would be like, why are you doing that?
Or the Democrat Party. I'm sleepy. I'm sorry.
Okay, it was like the Republican Party needs reform. Yes, because they're ridiculous. But
yes,
reform of course, the Democrat. Both parties need reform, but yeah.
No, my point was that regardless of what the Democratic Party would say in response to that, I would say two things. One, I personally don't care because I think their party needs to be reformed. And if I were the person that they selected for their campaign, it wouldn't matter anyway. And you know why? I'm going to quote Joe Biden. I am the Democratic Party. So
but Biden has been like, Biden fucked up on guns, dude. Like, he was talking about appointing Beto O'Rourke for the ATF.
Yeah, that's not a happy appointment if you want to talk about I support your gun rights,
what we were talking about with guns.
Beto, who was saying, "Yeah, I'll take them."
Beto, I'll actually take your guns. O'Rourke is going to be in charge of the ATF. Fuck you.
Yeah, no.
And like that's kind of a frustrating thing, Like that's because I mean that splits the ticket. Like anybody who's thinking Democrat but also likes, owns a rifle, right?
They end up voting like, I live in the fucking woods. You think I want to give up a weapon I can fire
I'll
long
be
range?
honest.
No.
Gun rights, like it's frustrating to say this, but I had to consider the gun rights issue in my vote. And like I voted Biden, but I had to consider gun rights because it's a thing, And
we've also seen
I can see split tickets resulting from gun rights where it's like I'll vote Biden, but I definitely want to have a Republican senator or something
not to mention
like that, or a House representative.
If you're any flavor of revolutionary,
Mm-hmm.
you want gun rights. If you are a protester, you want gun rights because
It's amazing to me that the progressive wing of the Democratic Party isn't more favorable on guns. Like, I don't know where AOC or anything like that, or any of the squad stands on guns. They seem to be more on like the neo-lib left when it comes to guns. But I don't know that. Like, if somebody knows what AOC's position is on guns, let me know. But the yeah, like Palpatine is the Senate, Biden is the Democratic Party. Yeah, that wasn't a good line. Because I was thinking about that scene too. But the Quacken, which I love your fucking profile picture, by the way, Quacken. Yeah, that reminded me of that moment. I am the Senate. But yeah, I mean the gun rights thing, it definitely throws a wrench into a lot of stuff because I can see that split ticket taking place. And I'd be interested in knowing where the squad stands on gun rights because I don't know. I don't.
The squad being like AOC, Ilhan Omar, Sanders, etc.
Ilhan Omar, Presley, and another one from Minnesota. I forget her name. AOC on gun rights right here. Jen Aldridge has given us the link. Common sense gun with the eliminating gun violence and saving lives. HR 8, a bipartisan bill in the House of Representatives that would establish new background check requirements for firearm transfers between private parties. I'm not necessarily against that. For more information on common sense gun reform. Okay. Yeah. I mean, if you're just talking about, that's a reasonable piece of gun reform that I think even a lot of like guns, like big Second Amendment supporters support, like universal background check reform. So I don't see an issue with that.
No, because that's again, and if you run on the platform of common sense gun reform, which is what her platform seems to be, that also appeals to your Republican base because when you hear common sense gun reform, they're going to go, well, yeah.
Right, but then if you follow it up with a specific though, that's really helpful. Like, because down here in Georgia, I know a ton of people that are like, okay, so if I want to sell a gun to my buddy, I just go down to the gun shop and they do a transfer for me. Okay. Like that, like there's not really a huge problem with that. It's not like I have to have the equipment to do a background check on my own or something like that. It's that you go down to your local gun store and you bring the gun, you bring your buddy who you're selling your gun to, right? And you do the transfer there with the gun shop helping you, and they charge you like $40. So, and you figure that into your gun sale. You're just like, all right, well, since you're buying the gun, you got to take care of the transfer cost. Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's the same way that things work for like cars and shit when you have to do ad valorem tax. Yeah. It's the same concept. And like, I'm not a big fan of the ad valorem tax, but at least it's something that people already accept. But there are people
But
who...
in this case, it's just a cost of doing business of just getting the background check to come in. You're hiring a company to do that for you on a $40 per transfer basis, and that's fine. Like, that makes sense. And you can even, like, say, I've bought some guns. If you want to buy multiple guns, right, or you want to sell multiple guns, it'd still be one transfer because only one background check needs to occur. So if you want to buy like 2 or 3 guns from your buddy, right?
You just do the one background check.
Right. You do one background check. It's one $40 cost, and that's for however many or whatever it is that you want to apply. But you're going to get a weird call from the FBI if you're buying 3 Glock 19s,
But not if you're buying 3 AR-15s.
No, even then, especially if they're the same model, it's going to be like,
what do you
I got a story from a gun shop guy, right?
Mm-hmm.
He said that, a guy came in and bought, I think it was 4 Glock 19s.
Mm-hmm.
And the FBI, they did the background check, and apparently the FBI called the guy right there while he was buying it and said, and he picks up the phone and they go, what do you want 4 Glock 19s for? And he breaks down and says, I'm running guns to Canada. I'm sorry. I'll stay here.
What? Why would you?
He just straight up said that. And like I laughed at that story, and the guy who was behind the counter shrugged and said, "Dude, what you're supposed to do is say you want one for every room."
Mhm.
But, but yeah, it was just like, nope, he's a gun runner, and he just straight up confessed to the FBI on the phone, sitting there in the store, and they tackled him.
Jeez. And normally, I would not be eating without turning
streaming.
my camera off, but
Mm.
it's hour 6. Fuck you. Anyway.
But yeah, background check on private transfer, what like AOC is saying, is completely reasonable, and it's something that it's completely reasonable in the state of Georgia. I think a lot of Georgians would be like, just kind of shrug at that one and be like, okay, as long as you're not stopping me from getting my AR-15, you're fine. You know, if you're not Beto O'Rourking and saying, like, I'm going to take your guns away. Think about
gonna
that.
buy it
fucking
back.
fucking Beto O'Rourke is more gun control-y than the squad.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, like how ridiculous that is. So, but yeah, the Democrats were like more clear on, no, we're not going to come take your guns away, and it wasn't saying I'm going to support Beto O'Rourke. There probably would have been at least like a couple of points in each state more in favor of Biden.
Molly Wolf says, "Why do you need 3 AR-15s? You only have 2 hands. You don't
One for each.
understand.
One for each room.
You don't understand. One is a substitute for my microcosmic penis.
Exactly. So then you got 2 hands.
I've
for your
one and
dick.
2 hands that I just put one in the pants.
One to put in your pants. Yeah.
It's like, yep, I'm definitely packing heat down there. I'm not compensating for all of
Anything.
the horrible feelings that I've had in high school. What are you talking about?
Not doing it, I swear.
I'm building an iron throne of AR-15s.
I have a dragon in the back.
The conservative iron throne. AR-15s galore.
Jesus.
So, Ocean, how long do you plan on being up tonight? Because anxiety's keeping me up.
Yes.
Okay, I'm glad we agree.
Mm-hmm.
That is,
It's a thing.
That is a thing. I am glad that
It's a thing.
I'm not gonna say her name, but my fluffy, large Borf child. I'm very glad that she is asleep.
Oh, the doggo.
Yes.
Yeah, don't say her name because
Here.
this is what'll happen.
I'll show you.
Hmm?
I don't know if you can see her over there.
Arcanine. A lot of people are saying in the chat.
Hold on, let's do a.
G-Wing has suggested a code name. Aw, puppers. I see a faint image. Oh god, okay. That's hilarious.
She's
just sprawled.
Yep.
Just like, uh-oh.
Nah.
Shining a light in her face, dude.
I just wanted to show everyone that you are here.
Let's see.
She go back. I'm just trying not to excite her, while also.
Trump is making a statement soon.
Of course he is.
I'm gonna turn on CNN Go. CNN Go is streaming for free until 4 p.m. tomorrow, I think.
Is that where Trump is making his statement? Let's see.
I mean, I guess I'm just gonna go to YouTube and go to CBS.
I'll go ahead and pop that up too. Watch Election Day coverage.
West, and at this hour, vote counting continues in many states, including in 6 of the most important battleground states.
Where the fuck is?
We are expecting to hear from President
Not
Trump at the
CNN,
White House
CBS.
shortly.
CBS,
After
come on.
tweeting he would address the nation. Earlier, we heard from Joe Biden, who talked to his supporters in Wilmington, Delaware, saying he believes he is on track to win the election. To be clear, we are not close to
Biden
making
is
a
confident that he's going to win,
stand in our
apparently.
notable 9 states.
Yeah, that's what I just heard,
CS
too.
News projects
I wasn't sure
President
if that was
Trump
Trump
has
or
won
Biden.
Florida, Ohio, and Iowa. Arizona
I guess
is
Biden
leaning
has
toward
got his base
Biden.
camp set up in
But we
Delaware,
still
which is
cannot
his old
get a clear
representative state.
picture of these 5 states:
Yeah.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, and Georgia. Substantial numbers of votes are still
they call
uncounted.
Arizona?
Several million in Pennsylvania alone. Right now in
There's
the
a
race to
3-point
270
difference in
electoral
Georgia
votes,
right now.
President Trump leads narrowly. 213
Georgia might not actually go red as of 4 minutes ago.
207. In each of these states, we
I
should
told.
thank
this is what I was yelling about.
volunteers, those poll workers who worked in the midst of a pandemic.
And DeKalb is
It's not,
still
more concerned
okay.
about
Look,
democracy than
what did I
perhaps,
say?
their
Net
own
200,000
health,
votes
making sure
in
that there's
DeKalb
someone
County
there to count these ballots
under
and staying
under
late
Clinton,
into the
and
night
Biden
so
has been
to make
winning
sure that
bigger
everybody's
in every single
vote
state.
counts.
Look
And,
at
that
DeKalb
is
County
the
right
great,
fucking now. Is that up on your screen?
greatness of democracy, the great country that we live in, that people are
Go take a
willing
look
to
at
do
it.
that.
Go take a look
and
at
the
fucking
patience that
DeKalb
it
County
takes to wait
and
for
just
that
remember
vote
my
to be
fucking words
counted.
when I
See,
said
many
Biden is
of
going
us
to do
lived
better
through
than
the
Clinton.
year
DeKalb County
2000,
and
where
Clinton
it took
did
some time.
200,000
And
net.
ultimately was made, a decision
Biden
was
is
made
currently
through the
at
Supreme Court about whether to count those
210,000
ballots.
net.
And we have a process now where
By
this
the
will
way,
take days or
I will
weeks
go
as
ahead
it
and
sorts through
say,
so that every vote gets counted.
And that process is
let me lower the volume
place.
of this down. Do you want to see why I actually don't shame people for voting third party? Do you want to see why? And this is going to sound cruel.
Because it's the libertarians that are voting right now, right? It
Yeah,
would have gone
it-
Trump.
Well, that's not no.
Okay,
It's
what are you
worse
saying?
than that. Do you see what's up on my screen?
Let me look. Joe Jorgensen, right? Sure.
Okay. So here's why I don't care if people vote third party. This is why. Because this is not enough votes to fucking matter.
It's close. Here's what I'll say about it, though.
Right.
Joe Jorgensen voters are libertarians. Libertarians
Would have voted Trump, not-
tired conservatives.
Oh?
Like they're like libertarians generally are just conservatives that are like, fuck. Like that's, you know, like
so they wouldn't have voted Biden. They would
they
have
don't
been
want
voting.
universal health care. They don't want big government. They don't want all the arguments that typically apply to a conservative economic voter apply to libertarians.
Yeah, I know.
They're just small government people that want to smoke weed. Like that. So, like
Yeah, no, they're usually
not.
just children.
Shh. But let's not insult the libertarians unless
thought-
they're here
I
and
thought-
defending, like, you know, owning the sea or something like that. Private ownership of oceans. I'm
Jojo.
particularly against private ownership of oceans.
JoJo's bizarre politician.
God damn it. But yeah, no, it's not. First, it's not enough to change. Second, they would have gone Trump anyway. Because they're to own the libs.
To literally own them, because as long as there's a contract involved, that's ethical.
Right. JoJo's bizarre politician.
The morning. In other states,
When I did my video
either
on
by
Joe
state
Jorgensen,
law
I
or by
titled it
court order,
JoJo's Bizarre
ballots will be
Policies.
accepted after the
Is that the
election if
person
they were
who, like,
postmarked
there's somebody
by
that
election
manages
day,
the
and that means
something
that there are
that's
at least
that
63
watches your
electoral
channel?
votes
Yeah.
that we can say right now will not be
Why are there
awarded
libertarians that watch your
early
channel?
this morning. So neither President Trump nor Joe Biden
Right.
are going to reach that threshold of
Private ownership of
270
oceans, and Nestle
needed
beats you to
become
it. I think that this
president.
private
So
ownership of
CBS
water
News is not going to
in
project a
general
winner
or something like that.
at
Like it was
this
a,
hour
the weird
because there
thing.
is
You
not
say that
a
water
winner
shouldn't be
right
termed as a
now.
human right because Nestle
Again,
wanted
to be
to
clear, because there are
like, own
millions
and operate
of
the
votes
world.
outstanding, CBS News
Um,
is not projecting a winner, nor are any
Sure.
other news
Libertarians,
organizations across
unironically, in
America
favor of
projecting
oligarchy.
a winner at this hour. It is important that every vote is counted. Any suggestion otherwise is patently
Sometimes
false
I think the
about
public is too
results
ill-informed
of
to
this
make
election.
a
There's just-
decent
it just
decision on
takes time. We're in
elections.
the midst of a
Okay,
pandemic.
Hamilton.
By the way, is rude to the voters.
That's
who
how you get the
voiced,
Electoral
we're all
College.
waiting
Alexander
to-
Hamilton.
It'll be interesting to see what he says when he comes out.
Like,
I
that's
think
why
it's interesting
that
looking at the
happens.
shot at the White House
Is
where
when
he
you have
invited
people that are
3
like,
to
the
400
electorate is
guests
stupid.
to
Let's
join
do
him for a
something
viewing party of
to
the
fix that.
results.
Let's do the
It looks like
Electoral
this will be
College.
the first time that they've seen him. So can you imagine if you've been at
And
the
you
White
get
House
monsters like
all
that, like
evening,
the American
waiting
election
for the
system.
results, and now finally this will be the first time that you see the president.
Well, we don't know. They
what
could
he
have
has
been
to
all
say.
in a reception with him. You know, we don't know exactly
It
whether the
is
president.
100,000
Earlier
vote
it was
divide
reported that he
in
had-
Georgia.
He had not he had not joined his guests.
The
With
Attorney
DeKalb
General,
County,
one of the guests of note who was supposed to be with the president
at
this evening,
79%
along with
in,
some
and
of his
Fulton at
top
only
economic
72.
advisors.
It was reported that he hadn't
and
joined
There
them yet.
are the
Right.
votes.
Remember, they're at
The
White
votes
House because they
exist,
couldn't
y'all.
exceed the crowd restrictions at the Trump Hotel down the street because of the District of Columbia crowd restrictions. So they came to
Georgia
federal
will
property
be
instead,
fucking
and we're having a
close.
few hundred guests stay up late with them tonight.
You know, Nora, we started the evening also talking about those white college-educated women.
Go wake up
And
your people to count
in
this
looking at
shit.
Georgia, I was
Look,
just
the
digging
only thing
into
that
that.
Georgia people
You
will wake
aren't
up to right
seeing
now is a
that
riot. And
shift.
I'm
not
not
necessarily in
saying
Joe
that that's
Biden's
going to
favor
happen.
as much. Still, for
Honey,
the
I'm going to tell
percentage
you
of
right now,
votes
we're going to
already
be slow as
tabulated, about
molasses getting over to them votes
91%
right now. I'll just tell you.
showing
It's
up
going to be,
for
we're going
the
to
president.
put down the vote
I
count,
wonder
and we're
if
just
we have
going to get to
Lisa
it tomorrow
Zhang with
morning. I'm
us,
going
who
to tell you,
covers the White
it's going to be
House
just fine.
and,
We're going to go to sleep. We're
is,
going to get ourselves a
covering the White
nice
House
rest. We're going
tonight,
to wake up. We're going to
as
have
we
ourselves some
await
grits and pancakes
President Trump's
and a little bit of hash
remarks.
browns on the side.
Ouija,
And then we're going to go
I
down to
understand
the
that there's
voting count and
can you
arena,
explain
and
the
then we're going to
press
sit there and go
situation within
Biden,
the East
Biden,
Room?
Biden until the fucking cows come home tomorrow.
Sure. So our colleagues, the travel pool that is assigned to cover the president, it revolves every day. It's a very small
You understand,
group, has
I
been
need
called
properly
to the
cooked
East Room,
eggs
in
before I go
anticipation of the
count these
president
Biden
coming
votes
out.
in the
Now,
morning. You
usually,
understand that?
a big group of us would be inside wherever the campaign,
I
wherever the
apologize.
president was waiting
Nah.
results, and that's pretty critical.
At least you aren't
on
doing
election
this
night,
kind of
to
southern
offer
accent
you,
right here.
some
Listen here,
color
boy.
and some understanding
I made a
of
joke
the
about
feeling.
I made a
And
joke
that's been
earlier
tricky
this
tonight
evening
because
about
we're relying
like Hickenlooper
on calling
won
and
Senate
texting
race and
with our
flipped
sources.
Colorado's Republican incumbent.
So
And I said Hickenlooper. Hickenlooper sounds like a move that a redneck does to evade cops. You know? I was driving my pickup truck a little too fast and the cops were chasing me, but I pulled myself Hickenlooper and got out of there, boy.
Exactly what I was going to ask you about is in a where there's a
Tell you what.
free press, there
Tell
is
you
usually what is called
what.
a head-on camera and then the cuts
Tell you
camera.
what.
The cuts camera
Oh,
allowing
actually,
people to see
Ocean,
who is in the
for
audience,
giggles,
and
did you
that is not
see?
being provided as the White House
Did you see the new stream is starting soon thing that I'm doing now?
Why would they not allow
No.
a cuts camera?
You know what, for fucks and giggles,
For
hop
fucks
over to the stream
and the giggles.
while we're
I'm on the
waiting
stream
for
right now.
Admiral Bone Spurs to get on the camera.
I'm into it. I fucking love it. I love it. Who did this? Oh, we're silent.
I had it silent for just a second.
Okay, so how much did it cost like overall? Because I want one.
Overall, this ran me about $69.
I would happily pay that.
Yeah, I was like, yeah, no, that's good. I'll
Hook that artist up with me. I want one.
You want one?
We
Yeah.
know that the vice president
Absolutely.
is not there, actually,
We can
which
hook you
is,
guys up on Twitter.
Interesting.
Yeah, do it.
Because we talked to some of his top campaign advisors.
Just a second to go over to the.
Yeah, similar sort of inspiration, the lo-fi kind of look. I'd be into it.
Yeah, give me just a sec.
People who are close to him, and obviously
I wanted to.
officials from
I'm using that for all of my stuff now. So like the starting
Mm.
soon has my character with the stream starting soon. The if you want to look over at the screen, my be right back is this.
Let me see. Oh, I dig it.
And then the ending is just streaming in somewhere. And I've got different music
Okay.
synced up to each and every one, and they're all like
Yeah.
lo-fi
Yeah, I got you. Are they like your public domain kind of?
music. They're all from the YouTube audio library.
Gotcha.
So they're all public domain, easy access stuff.
Right, right. I feel you.
And I was like, yeah, I'd like a bunch of objects that are normally in my office in there. So it's just a cartoon recreation of my office.
Yeah, I'm into it.
Let me.
I'll have like I'll probably have them like decorate my shelf with like skulls in a jar or something like that. Just go full necromancer on that shit.
The Office of Inspector General will have to take a look at
Uh,
there are criticisms and questions about this very event.
How do I start a group chat on Twitter?
Thank you. Thank you.
You just
We're
add people.
at the White House, and as we await the president, just
Click the
moments
button
away
up in the
from
top.
His address.
The I button?
Were there concerns
No, that's
from
not it.
the Biden campaign
I'm
about
Twitter
Man,
stupid.
fucking Ohio ran away
play out in these types
for
of
Trump.
remarks from each side?
There was, which is part of why we saw Biden come out more than an hour ago at this point in Wilmington to plea for patience and
Where
point out that
is-
they're leading in Arizona, that they believe at the
Cincinnati's 87% in, but the votes aren't there.
by our measure, and that they were waiting for
The
results
ratio
in
is too
Georgia,
low.
Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. So he set the table, sort of saying,
I
I'm
do
going
not
I'm going
understand
home. We're going to be patient about this. We'll wait for tomorrow.
how to do this,
Got out ahead
apparently.
Of it. Democrats remember the lessons of 2000, when Al Gore perhaps stumbled through that recount and perhaps should have done a better job, they believe, setting expectations there in the first few hours after it was evident there wasn't going to be a result. So by doing what he did tonight, Biden's suggesting that there will
Somebody's
be another
coming
day.
through the door.
And we'll see here shortly what the president has to say.
And, according to the pool note in the room, Newt Gingrich, former leader there, Callista Gingrich, the current ambassador to Rome, a number of Fox News personalities as well, and the Health and Human Services Secretary, Alex Azar. That's according to the pool reporter. who's
Are
from
you? Do you have sound on for CBS right
eyes
now?
and ears tonight.
Yes, I do.
Got it. And we keep hearing from
I'm still
the,
waiting
what is called
on-
the pool, the small
I'd
group
say turn
that
off the sound
covers,
on
the
CBS
White
just in
House,
case you don't
travels
want to
with
get
the
struck.
president. They just keep saying it's another 10 minutes, so we're still waiting to hear from the president.
It's their commentary. You don't need the. You don't need
Yeah,
that shit
I'm,
anyway.
I'm waiting for the bone spurn chief to hop in.
Yeah.
And then he will. Yeah, Biden's at 224 right now.
Where we at? Let's see it. Georgia is closing in on $100,000 votes on the divide. Trump is ahead in Wisconsin, Michigan, and Pennsylvania still. Biden is ahead in Nevada and Arizona still. I'm surprised Arizona hasn't been called by CNN. Maine still has Biden ahead for 4 electoral votes, although Maine will do occasionally the split vote, just as Nebraska does. North Carolina looks pretty solidly Trump right now. Let's see if they have the votes. Where are they?
Still a lot of undecideds there, but they're all leaning red.
Charlotte, North Carolina is 95% in. Raleigh is 94% in. Greensboro and Winston-Salem. I used to live there. Guilford County and for Greensboro is 99% in. Winston-Salem. Forsyth County is 89% in. Saying Biden's 225. I'm seeing Biden 220. What's the missing count? Are they counting what's 5 electoral votes? They counting Maine and something else or what?
Let's see. What are you looking at?
I'm looking at CNN's projection.
Let's take a look here. Let's go to
Cassandra, if you're looking at a 225, is Maine being called?
Let's take a look here.
New Mexico is 5. New Mexico is called by CNN as blue.
Updated at 2:11 a.m. That's weird that the numbers are less than what the Associated Press shows.
Yahoo has 225. What is Yahoo counting that CNN is not?
Associated Press is counting 224 as well.
Are they counting Maine?
Let's see. No, they're counting 225. I believe they are counting Maine, yes. Yeah, it says mixed allocation right now. They're counting some for Maine.
They're counting 3 for Maine. So where's the other 2 coming from?
Let's see. Do we have another?
Because CNN's counting Nebraska. That's the only way to get one. And nowhere does 2 votes. Like, DC, CNN is counting DC for Biden. This is why I'm confused. CNN's also counting Rhode Island for Biden for 4 electoral votes.
Of course, DC would want Biden. They're tired of people fighting, like trying to destroy the White House to get Trump out.
I was talking shit on Biden for not taking Warwick, Rhode Island, and Warwick, Rhode Island came through for Biden. So,
yep, 75%.
Shut the fuck up.
75% reported thus far, but with a 20% lead for Biden. Yeah, that's solid. That's sold.
Who's got 25% lead?
On Rhode Island.
Rhode Island does? Yeah.
Rhode
yeah,
Island,
that's
he's got a
solid
20% lead.
Yeah.
With 75% of the votes in. That's him. That's his.
For some reason, that doesn't look right to me. 59 to 39? No, that's right. Yeah. Okay, so there's a small third-party vote in there.
Do we have... I like how there's not actually a notion as to when Trump is supposed to grace us with his sleaze, but...
Robert Kirby, you're a bitch on Twitter, but I can answer your question. As far as like the leaning states are concerned, the Rust Belt is still not called. But we got 80% of the vote coming in for Wisconsin. 66% of the vote is in on Michigan. That's the reason why they haven't been called yet.
Yep.
Florida doesn't seem to have the votes left in order to find votes for Biden, so they've called it for Florida, at least for CNN. And we're still looking at North Carolina and Georgia. So let's see. Looking at, I keep zooming into Georgia and being like, where are the votes? The cab was updated at 2:04 a.m. with 210 as a net for Biden. And I think Fulton stopped counting at 1:30. Yeah, last update was 1:36 a.m. And Biden has 72% of the vote, and there's a net of around almost 200,000 votes for Biden in there. Gross is 289,000 for Biden and 105,000 for Trump. And that's how Atlanta is going. Gwinnett and Cobb, which are the suburbs of Atlanta, are voting, coming in at 95 and 89% respectively, both of them for Biden, but with nets that are a little bit more slim. Cobb's net is 50,000 for Biden, and Gwinnett's net is it's less than 100,000 votes. Looks like it's more like 70K. So,
oh, there's movement behind that. There's movement behind that curtain. Are we gonna get the Bones Person Chief?
There's movement behind the curtain. The wizard is coming out.
Thank you very much.
I am Oz.
Thank you very much for the 99 cents, Coolman.
Hell yeah. Georgia reporting 91% with 2 points for Trump. Yeah, that's accurate, but Atlanta's not done. That's the point. Atlanta has put a pause on their votes, on their vote counting. Fulton County has, and Fulton County is where all the Biden votes are. So, or where a lot of them are anyway. There's going to be a significant net coming. Let's take a look at 2016, Fulton County. 2016, Georgia presidential election. I want to know what the net was in 2016 for Fulton County.
I guarantee you that Trump is going to come up to announce his victory.
Here we go. By county. Calhoun, DeKalb was 200,000, 200 for 200,000. Keep doing that. There's the total, and there's for Clinton number, and there's the Trump number. Okay, that's weird. Okay, so we're going to go down to Fulton. Fulton had a net in 2016 of more than 200,000 votes for Clinton. The votes are there
It's just a
for
matter
Biden
of
to win Georgia.
it's just a matter of getting them counted.
Right. Which they'll start doing tomorrow morning. Georgia still could flip.
Oh, here comes the totally not nepotistic Trump family.
Here we are. I see shadows.
I see flames
scurrying around.
All right, Rines, thank you. We just saw the president's family, his children enter the room along
There's
with their spouses.
the trio.
Yep.
All right, let's see who's coming up here.
Of the United States, Donald J. Trump.
Why did they announce it like it's a fucking WWE match? What the fuck?
All right, let's see what he's got to say, this fucker. Are we interrupting Trump, or are we sitting here listening to Trump?
If he says something fucking stupid, then we interrupt him.
All right.
Thank you very much, please, sir. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had.
Aw, it's a late news conference.
They're all cheering.
I appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it.
I don't know if he's talking about the Democratic electorate or if he's talking about.
I think so.
I want to thank the
politicians.
First
Anyway.
Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off.
What?
The results tonight have
Wait,
been
but he
phenomenal,
wasn't winning
and we are
everything. He was
getting
100
ready.
fucking
I mean,
electoral votes
literally,
behind.
we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good, such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And
4%.
We won.
No, that's a lot for Florida.
The great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia.
It is not clear that you have won Georgia, good sir.
We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us. Likewise, we've
Now
clearly
I want
won
Georgia to flip just to
North
fuck 'em up.
Carolina.
I want Atlanta to give a big fucking
We're
middle
up
finger. to them.
1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see, Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman
I don't
that
know,
called it,
man.
I watched tonight. He
I
said,
don't
well,
know
we
about
think
that
it's
analysis.
fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So
check your
we
Twitter.
want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes. We're
not wrong. There's still a lot of count in Pennsylvania.
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they
so
happen
if
to
36% of those votes didn't vote for you, would be impossible? My dude.
So we'll
I wonder you have
probably
so many failed
expand
businesses.
that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the vote is in. And we're winning Wisconsin. So we're winning. We don't need all of them. We need, because when you add Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago, and Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this.
Is this just him saying that we haven't seen anything like this, so he's so great? Is that all this is?
107,000 votes with 81%
Have you seen a Trump speech
of the
before?
vote. It's Michigan.
Yes.
Yeah.
So when you take those three states in particular,
so
and you take all of the
yes.
others, I mean, we have so many. We had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win.
He's trying. He's
so they said,
no, he's playing the conspiracy
let's go
game,
to
y'all.
court. And did I predict
That's what he's
this,
doing right
Newt?
now. He's
Did I
doing
say
like
this? I've been saying this from the
he
day
says
I heard
he's gonna
they were gonna
essentially he's
send out
insinuating that
tens of
tomorrow the
millions
ballot
of
stuffing will
ballots.
begin.
I said exactly.
That's essentially where he's
Because
going.
either
right
they
now.
were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court.
Yeah, this is
so. Florida was
it
a
is both
tremendous
a
victory.
It's both an appeal to conspiracy and also a nothing burger.
Texas, as we said, Ohio. Think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461. Think of it. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina.
Yep.
And
he's declaring.
so we won there.
He's going to
by
declare a premature victory in Georgia, too, isn't he?
76,000 votes with almost nothing left.
Yeah, well, he already did. He said that they can't catch
And all of a
us.
sudden, everything just stopped.
Yeah. But I is he gonna recap
This is
a
a
victory in
fraud
Georgia by going into the
on
numbers?
the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country.
Like, I'm not
We
saying
were
Georgia's going to
getting
go
ready
down.
to win
I'm saying
this
the numbers
election.
are there.
Frankly, we did win this
So,
election.
There it is.
What do you say?
Frankly, we did.
So
win
our
this
goal
election.
now is to
We've won.
ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment.
Oh no.
This is a major fraud in our nation.
Wait.
We want
He's calling it.
the law to be used in a proper manner.
Wait.
So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay?
Wait, what?
It's a very sad. It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment. And
he's going to send the military to the Supreme Court and
as
stop
far
the
as I'm
voting
concerned,
prematurely.
We already have won it. So I just want to thank you.
That's what he's going to do?
I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us. And Mr. Vice President, say a few words, please. Please.
Well, the President of the United States castrating the facts of the election results that have been reported tonight, falsely claiming that he has won the election and disenfranchising millions of voters whose ballots have not been counted. Sadly, because of the raging pandemic and the failures of the administration to contain the pandemic, there has been a massive vote by mail operation, and those.
Okay, I'm cutting the volume on that because if they're
right,
I've heard what I needed to hear. I'm
same.
Yeah, I think just the reaction of us dealing with that shit is probably.
Did he say the military? Did he say the military?
I'd have to go back and see. Let me verify that.
Yeah. Go look at that real quick because I want to.
Let's see.
Frankly, we did win this election. We did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment.
Goal now is to ensure the
This is a
integrity for the
major
good of the
fraud in our
nation.
nation. We want the law to be
We want the
used
law
in
to
a
be
proper
used in a
manner.
proper manner.
So we'll be going to
So
the
we will be
US
going to
Supreme
the United
Court.
States Supreme Court.
We want all
okay.
voting to stop.
So I interpreted that as using the military there, but that can just as easily be the police too. He says we want the law to be by memory.
US Supreme Court in a proper manner.
We want the law.
We want the law to be used in a
We want
proper
the law to be
manner.
used in a proper manner.
So we'll be going
So
to
we will be
the
going to the
Oh,
Supreme Court.
it's lawyer army. There's going to be.
Yeah.
It's not the military. There's going to be. He's
Yeah,
gonna be trained I don't
heard-
think judges will stand for that shit. This is just like the.
You
votes
think
were cast? You don't stop
think that
counting in the middle of the night.
You don't think that the three judges who he appointed, one of them being ACB, you don't think they're going to do that?
I think that the precedents for that would be too fucking crazy, dude.
I'm fairly certain that it's not going to matter.
If you go to the Supreme Court, where with judges that he appointed, the judges, some of the judges he's appointed have ruled against what Trump would want them to do on a number of issues, like Kavanaugh and Gorsuch included, I believe. So this new one hasn't ruled on anything yet, but I don't think that voting it. All right, the Supreme Court shutting down votes that have been cast and are there but haven't been counted yet in a completely normal situation, right? Especially considering all the bullshit that's going on. That would be a bridge too far for the Supreme Court. I don't think that even as a conservative court with 3 appointees from this president would do that. I really do not. But it could fail me.
Yeah, I just I am. Would you be okay with me bringing on another guest in our commentary here?
Who we talking?
A longtime friend of mine who I had on a stream recently, Bill Wood. He's from Florida.
Yeah.
Cool. Then let me go ahead and do a invite.
I do not know this person.
I'm just gonna throw.
I will be turning in soon, BT Dubs. Like this, it seems like there's no more news for the night.
Everything has gone basically as predicted.
Yeah. We just had the president say that he's going to try and suppress as many votes as he can.
Yep. Which is illegal, but Growlith, come here. The fact that we've got 111 viewers on at 2:34 in the morning is saying something.
Jesus.
That's
well,
a thing.
welcome, guys. Because we're in the midst of this shit.
Yep. That's where we are at. Okay. And admit. So we got two. We have one other guest who would like to hop in as well and speak, if that's okay. But this one you actually do know, Ocean.
Uh-oh.
They breathe fire.
Excellent.
Okay, so we're just gonna do that. It's fine. It's gonna be fine. It's gonna be fine. I'll do the introduction thing while we are here. Hello, Billy. Welcome to the stream. Second time on stream. Certainly a little sooner than we originally intended for having you on stream again as well. Hopefully you can hear us. Does not seem that we can.
Bill.
Let me.
Oh, he's got us.
Yeah.
Hey guys, sorry.
What's up?
My stuff like defaulted to my AirPods. I don't know why, because I don't have them in my ears. So
Yeah, it's just Zoom being Zoom and being weird. So we've got.
Cyrus, we can probably just bring in a full screen of Zoom right now. Get this trumpet off the screen.
Get this trumpet off the screen. Here, you know what? I'll
Yeah.
do this. I'll do this. I'm just going to put us on big display capture.
Yeah.
There for
and
a
like
moment.
full screen it. Yep, there you go. We can
Yep.
do that.
I just got no, everything is gone.
Everything sucks.
There we go. Okay, so let us do a quick mic check. So Billy, you can hear us. We can hear you. Jen, can you be heard? And can you hear us?
I can hear you.
Okay.
Sweet.
And we can hear you.
I am not getting on camera. I am in bed, angry.
That is fine.
I
That
am
is fine.
pantsless and angry right now. This is not good.
This is where we're at.
Like hopped the fuck up once I found out that I was about to join. I like jumped off the couch. So I get it.
I'm not a guy. I have to put faces and eyebrows on.
So with that
Gotta
said,
find all the body parts, assemble them. Put them
so
in-
would that just be dragon assemble?
Yes, it's transforming from the dragon to human, and I'm not putting pants on to do that right now.
Got it.
So that said,
I can neither confirm nor deny pants at the
This is
moment.
the age of Zoom. What are pants?
Yeah, I don't even barely know what pants are.
I'm wearing pants and shorts right now.
Well, you're just ready for the apocalypse.
Which one's on top?
The pants are on top.
Okay.
The shorts are. I will actually take my pants off on stream right now.
No, don't wait. No. 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 Sit down, Cyrus.
No, wait. Hold on. Hold
Sit
on.
down. Wait. What are you? Oh my
My golden
god.
retriever's down here like, hey, what's going on?
And suddenly there were no
Goodness.
pants.
This is why I tell people not to
Yeah,
have me on a stream past midnight.
I'm still fully clothed.
Oh, I don't know about this.
Okay.
Oh.
Anywho.
Y'all
that
are
said,
now on this kind of stream. All right, so
It's
let's.
2 a.m. on election night. What do you expect?
I don't
Only
even
fans,
know
but
where
it's
we are
election
anymore.
night.
All right, so Bill Wood, welcome.
Hey,
You
Bill.
have come to deliver us some news or something. What's going on? What's going on? Cyrus, what happened here?
So, Bill is a friend of mine who is very involved in politics, and so this stuff is of note to him. Jen, are you okay with me talking about some of the other stuff that? Because I know you two got introduced.
Yeah.
Bill's
cool as fuck.
appeared on my show recently, talking about the history of the United States going from when the Democratic and Republican parties looked the way they did during the Lincoln era and the... My brain is going Alexander Hamilton, but I know that's not Andrew Jackson.
Andrew Jackson. Yeah, it was almost 3 hours, which was
Yes.
a crazy amount of time. It was 2 hours and 40 minutes that I just went through and watched again for like the first time. So,
So regardless, he's got a decent bit of knowledge base on here, and I'm going to be having him on for some other shows in the future. He's also going to be over on Xenia Bridge with Jen and Aliakai.
Eventually. Sometime.
At some point. At some point, once they
we
figure
have
out.
to see how this turns out before we can start moving into that topic, right? So, are we going to recover or are we going to sink deeper into the abyss?
I'm going on Ocean's plan, but fuck the coalition. I'm there.
That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at.
It
If
doesn't matter at
Biden,
this point.
if the DNC manages to lose against Trump twice, they are irrelevant. That's my position.
No, fuck it. I'm there if the DNC wins. I'm already there. It doesn't
Oh no,
matter.
no, I agree with you. I'm just saying that if the Democrats manage to lose against Trump twice in a row, it is unquestionable that they are insufficient.
And especially after we had Obama, and then had him reelected. So yeah,
like there's like people have been thoroughly exposed to Biden, and even with
Like,
all
how
of that
much
exposure,
of a piece of shit do you have to be? How much of a piece of shit do you have to be to lose against Trump now?
Right.
Especially in Biden being Obama's VP for 8 years. And I mean, he's not even, people do that whole both parties are the same thing, but they're really not.
No, they're
not.
Biden is such a, okay, where are we at? We're still at 225.
They're both parties are the same thing. Is like they're both really into corporate interests, but it's different corporate interests. But and they're both disgusting and all that shit. However, when it comes to like fucking like the rest of it,
Growlith,
and whether or not personal rights can be fucking protected, yeah, they're very different.
Look.
They're fucking very different.
Donald Trump is shit. Joe Biden is prison meatloaf. We're starving. What are you gonna eat?
You say prison meatloaf?
He's fucking prison meatloaf. I mean, crime reform bill. It's just a natural.
That's a weird thing to
but
do to prison meatloaf.
How do you know what prison meatloaf tastes like?
I am not going to reveal my past on this stream.
as you do. But point is, things are not great, and we basically heard Trump do exactly what we thought he was going to do, and that was declare premature victory live on television. And not just, but see, he took it a step further, because he didn't just declare premature victory. He declared it and then immediately followed it up with, "We don't want any more votes cast past 4 a.m. Or
no
counted.
More votes. We're taking it to the Supreme Court. No more votes. We don't want to count any more votes."
So, Jen, talk to us a little bit about the process of
Okay,
that.
so-
Like, how does it compare with like Bush Gore?
He's so full of shit. He's so full of shit. He's so.
so bad.
He literally looks like the orange shit that came out of my ass after a hot spicy night of Taco Bell at this fucking point. He's so full of shit.
Spicy night of Taco Bell.
And while you guys do your thing, I am going to abandon for just a second because Growlith is doing a bark. I think she needs to use the restroom. I've been streaming for 7 hours. She needs it.
Go ahead.
Copy that.
I should probably open the door and let Mr.
So yeah,
Keith out
Jen,
too.
I guess describe the process around
I
Bush
know the process here.
Gore, I guess.
Right. Okay, so
Like, what happened there and what is it different to this?
what he's going to have to do is take his team and go individually state by state. He's going to have to turn around and say, I want this state to stop accepting mail-in votes past election day, and they're going to have to go state by state. They have to go through the courts in the state. Depending on what if the state says no, fuck off, then he's got to appeal it up through the state. And then once he appeals it up through the state, then he's got to hit the appellate division court, the circuit division. Then it depends on what the circuit division says. If the circuit division tells him to fuck off, then he can appeal it to fucking SCOTUS. This isn't like I'm just going to walk up and slap my dick on a Kavanaugh's fucking beer helmet and say, hey, work this fucking
I like beer! I like beer, okay?
Did you say slap his dick on Kavanaugh's beer helmet?
Yes, I fucking did.
Valid. Okay. All right. So we can't just walk up and slap our dick on Kavanaugh's beer helmet and get I just want to say that again. Slap our dick on Kavanaugh's beer helmet and get the Supreme Court to rule one way or another on whether Pennsylvania needs to full stop right fucking now.
You can't mushroom stamp Amy Barrett. You can't mushroom stamp her with the Coney Island special. You can't just do that and say, hey, fucking fix this for me. There's a process.
What is the Coney Island special?
A long thin hot dog.
A what?
Long thin hot dog. But I've broken ocean. Okay.
I'm just trying to
That's smart.
understand terms today.
I
I work best in conversation when terms are defined.
Well, there's the definition.
And I have an idea of what a mushroom stamp is. But a Comey Island special, I'm still a little, it's a what hot dog?
So you know how Nathan's hot dogs are like really long and thin?
Okay.
I'm basically making fun of Donald Trump's girth, Ocean.
Okay.
I still can't play Mario because of the mushroom accusations. I like every time
Right.
I
No,
try to
what was
play a
it?
Mario
Toadstool?
game-
Toadstool was the
Yes,
character that was
God.
brought into question as a result of
Oh my gosh.
Stormy Daniels' descriptions.
Yes.
Right. It was just like his dick was gonna hop into a little Mario go-kart and go careening down the road, launching shells at people.
Right?
It's a
Biden's throwing
story.
banana peel right now.
Certainly
Biden's
an
throwing banana
interesting
peels at
description.
fucking North
Toad.
Carolina, right?
Toad, not Toadstool. Okay, so I don't know these things. I didn't even play Mario Kart when it was popular, or when I don't know.
So the reason why Bush
It's
didn't
probably
have to
still
go that
popular.
far,
I'm just an idiot.
the reason why Bush didn't have to go that far is because Florida ruled in his favor. And because Florida is in charge of their state elections, they can decide what they want to do as far as the outcome and the count. That's why it didn't go that
Right.
far.
Also,
However,
Gore.
would have to literally go. Right.
So why did
Gore
Bush
wasn't
Gore get to the
persistent
Supreme
enough.
Court?
Gore just like gave
If
up.
I'm not
and let it
mistaken,
happen.
did it go to the Supreme Court?
I thought it did. That was like the whole thing. It was like the running joke was the Supreme Court chooses the president now.
Hold on, I'm Googling. I could swear it didn't get past Florida.
The best part about all of this is
No,
he's
yeah,
there,
yeah.
like,
Okay, Florida, it did go to the Supreme Court.
it did.
Okay.
Florida ruled, I forgot how Florida ruled, but it was shady. So they then petitioned up to the Supreme Court. Trump would have to go state by state of states that are counting their mail-in ballots past election day and states that are accepting mail-in ballots, because he's accusing of ballot stuffing. So what he's saying is states that say can go to Friday, he would have to go state by state and petition that. And he would have to prove that it's unconstitutional for a state to take votes past the election day, which is going to be very, very hard to do because this is now a longstanding process. And then he stands accused of being unfair to the military because most of the military overseas
And absentee votes. Yeah.
is absentee voting.
Right.
So he
So
would have to
he's
go
going
state by
to
state.
disenfranchise the Marines and
Right.
like
He
branches
would
of the
have to go
military
state
that
by
voted for him in droves.
And they keep voting against him. Every time this comes up in court, they vote against him. And if the Supreme Court appointees are true constitutional originalists,
Right. They're not going
they
to
will
play
vote
this
for the
game.
process. They won't vote for in his favor. They'll vote for the process that has been established.
But
Right.
this is where we run into the issue. While you have two constitutional will claim to be originalists, which are Kavanaugh and Coney Barrett right now,
And
you
Gorsuch.
also Gorsuch likes to be a textualist sometimes.
Yeah, that's why like Jen and I had this conversation about Gorsuch's ruling on sexism with respect to trans rights. Is that it was extremely textualist, his ruling, because he ruled that essentially the description that he gave basically was that saying that you're going to fire somebody for gender expression who is male rather than female, unless you have the same restrictions on that behavior for female, then you are being sexist. Right
Now, what Amy Coney
it's
Barrett,
a weird way of ruling, and it's a kind of like, if you examine it, it's like, this is transphobic. However, it kind of, in effect, it's not.
so the issue with Amy Coney Barrett with that is that she's an originalist. And the way she interprets that law is this was specifically written for race relations, not gender or sexual identity. Therefore, we cannot apply this law. She's an originalist, and then we have textualist. So this is where, if it does reach the Supreme Court, we're going to have a big fucking battle on our hands, because his originalist judges that he thinks are going to vote in his favor are not. They're going to interpret the law as it was set when it was originally written. And the way the law is originally written is to allow these votes to continue through.
Right.
Textualist may not.
My favorite
means
part
Gorsuch might swing another direction, but Kavanaugh and Coney Barrett might be like, Well, no.
Kavanaugh just wants Trump to swing either which way. I mean, off Donald over here is just begging for it, and we fucking know she is. Anyway.
Bill, what are you going to say? You got something on the tip of your tongue. Bill?
Huh? Oh, okay.
You got something on the tip of your tongue. What are you going to say?
So my favorite part about constitutional originalism, these people come forward and say, okay, well, I'm a constitutional originalist. But when we go back to the 1770s, these were white male landowners that were basically the only people that could really get involved in the political process. So, what does that mean for everybody else? So they say they're a constitutional originalist. And if they're looking at it through that scope from the 1760s, 1770s, 1780s, it's completely different than what they're getting.
It comes down to all men not actually being created equal because there were slaves. It's like
if off Donald. Go ahead, sorry.
Oh, okay. I was gonna say there is that constitutional originalist. There's the 7th hour of streaming, 11th hour really. If I'm counting the time before my break, this is hour 11.
I'm gonna be up all night.
I'm going to sleep here in a minute. I'm just gonna tell you.
I'm way too wired.
I'm gonna nap while my kid does virtual schooling.
But my position is that constitutional originalism, in its concrete form, is basically the same as race realism, because it ends up functioning the same way. You have the well, no, I'm not bigoted. I'm just a constitutional originalist, and it just so happens that the Constitution was written for rich white landowners. So then you have the race realist. I'm not racist. I just happen to believe in race realism and the science behind phrenology and the bell curve and how IQ functions. And then you're just like, okay, well, you said you're a race realist, but all I heard was racist. Just like you said constitutional originalist, but all I heard was freaking leftist lingo time, bourgeois apologia.
If the word "but" comes after it, then they basically just invalidated their whole stance. I'm not racist, but I'm this, but it's like,
to quote,
just invalidated.
So I have a plan. I have a plan for this originalism thing if she
Firebombing?
wants to push it. No.
Okay.
We can firebombing. Don't tempt me.
And we're up to
If Amy Coney Barrett is deciding to roll back gender and sexual identity preferences based on originalism, then any old person can decide to petition a circuit court. I can very well walk right up to and file the paperwork for the federal district and say, well, according to the way that she interprets law, she is not qualified because she is a woman. She does not qualify to serve on the Supreme Court. So let's hear it.
Because she's an originalist, and through an originalist perspective, she should not have had power.
Exactly. Yeah, pretty much.
That is, congratulations. You would basically be Jesse Lee Petersoning her.
So we're saying it's 236 Biden now. What got called?
Yeah, it's 236 to 213. I guess
I still have 220 here.
What do they call?
I actually don't know because I've been looking at y'all and not PBS.
Arizona got called completely.
Arizona got called.
Okay.
That would put it at 231. So what else got called?
Nevada.
Maine?
I'm about to find out. Once they stop showing.
Nevada's 6 votes. It's not Nevada.
That wouldn't be
No, it's not. It's not.
Sounds like
Nevada.
it's Maine.
Probably Maine, which might be bad news for Susan Collins, but
Susan Collins has split ticket votes.
Yeah,
exactly.
it's
right
so
in the middle. So we'll just kind of see how that happens.
Let's see where we're at on the Senate.
He's been deliberately pandering towards the center to try to retain her seat. So yeah,
Collins is ahead by 7 points currently in Maine.
7 points?
Yeah. That's what I'm telling you. There was split ticket votes like crazy.
It's because you've got people who want progressive policies, but they also like their guns because they're in rural Maine.
Right.
They're
That's
going
where
to
that's where that split's happening. And it's happening in
this is
several
why
places, I bet you.
I would be interested to see what the upstate New York vote looks like because of that same premise.
Actually, I can pull that up.
Let's take a look.
Yeah, because let me see if I can pull that up because I definitely
Because there's no Senate race in New York right now, so we're not going to be able to see whether or not there was a split ticket. But New York is.
But I'd like to see as far as the presidency how upstate voted.
Yeah. I'm trying to pull that up, but CNN's being a dick.
I'm gonna do.
But yeah, I can't remember. There is a state that accepts ballots past
Oh my God,
election
just
day.
load.
I think it's by Friday. I think it's like 2-3 days afterwards. I can't remember the state. But he's going to have to go through that state's courts and petition up. He'll have to go through the Circuit Appellate Court.
Yep.
And then work up to the Supreme Court. Now this is why he packed Kavanaugh and Barrett onto the Supreme Court, because they had a big hand in pushing Bush v. Gore to Bush.
Now I
So he's banking on
I have an
that.
answer for you on upstate New York. Just calling me for it.
Oh, okay.
I wouldn't.
Okay, so
but Barrett definitely, but Kavanaugh was like a year or two into his presidency, so I wouldn't exactly call that packing. But yeah, that's one of the reasons.
Yeah,
Kavanaugh was runoff from McConnell's stonewalling, so I'm still comfortable with that.
But he likes beer. Okay,
he does.
He likes.
That's why he's got the beer hat. So upstate New York, St. Lawrence County, which is. I've been there personally and saw Confederate flags on trucks. I don't know why, but there they are. Went for Trump by 61%, Biden 36%. 36%.
Not surprising. What are you looking at in the surrounding Rochester and Buffalo areas?
So Rochester itself went Biden by 53 points. However, the surrounding counties all went Trump by margins of 10 points or more.
Those urban centers, those cities are.
How about Oneida?
Say what?
Oneida.
Oneida.
What?
Where
This
is
is a
Oneida?
county, correct?
I'm sorry. Yeah. Look for Elmira. It's dead in the center of the fucking state.
Oh, Oneida. Oneida County, 61% to Trump.
Okay.
36 Biden.
So they called New York fairly quickly. So I'm guessing the city led that vote, and this is going to be a massive problem this year with the tensions between the city and the state. There's going to be some shit happening in New York in the next couple of years.
Dude, Suffolk County in Long Island went Republican.
Not surprising. Suffolk
Nassau
County.
County went Republican.
Okay, so Nassau and Suffolk County is where you're going to find your old money in New York that haven't quite left. They just left the city bounds. That's where you find that generational wealth.
Okay,
Is that
gotcha.
in Nassau and Suffolk County.
Nassau went Trump by 2 points.
Yep.
And
Okay,
then you
that
look
makes
at Staten Island went Trump as well.
Staten Island has always been very heavy Republican. This is why we've been trying to give them to Jersey. It's Staten Island.
Trying to give them to Jersey.
Sounds like Jersey.
Staten Island actually just had a fucking super spreader event for Trump. Just had a fucking super spreader rally for Trump.
This is ignoring all the super spreader events that Sean Foyt has been involved in. Have you noticed that so COVID actually went to a 3% mortality rate instead of a 2.7% mortality rate in the wake of all of these super spreader events? Isn't that lovely?
New Jersey went really solidly towards Biden.
This is why we put our city dump in Staten Island. We're slowly trying to cover it in garbage. That and the smell of spray tan and the actual quality of the people. They promote garbage and they just don't they know it's part of their brethren. So we're just trying to slowly suffocate them in garbage. This is what we're doing.
Jen's just setting fire to fucking Northeast.
I'm also.
Do you have any shit talking to say about Connecticut right now? Let's just make sure we cover the entire base of New England.
I will call right now. Just outside of Greenwich voted Republican, didn't it?
Just outside of Greenwich. I don't even know where the fuck Greenwich is. I see Hartford. I see New Haven. I see Bridgeport.
Ooh, I need to plug in my.
Look at Bridgeport.
Okay, I'm looking at Bridgeport. Bridgeport went Biden by 76%.
How did the surrounding area of Bridgeport go?
The closest Republican county was Shelton that went for Trump 53 points.
Fucking course Shelton it did, because that's the place. No, do you know Shelton County? Do you know what Shelton County, Connecticut is?
Shark Tanko is telling me that North Carolina is starting to flip. Hold on.
Is it? I mean, it was Biden, then it went Trump, and then it's, I guess,
Now
back.
I'm looking at currently, it's got Trump.
It's looking at Trump right now. It's 1% ahead on Trump.
So let me tell y'all about Shelton County, fucking Connecticut. You know what Shelton County is? Shelton County is that fucking place where the local movie theater had to clean up and sanitize their movie seats after 50 Shades of Grey. These are the kinds of bitches that we're dealing with out here.
All right. New Haven.
These are the bitches that vote Donald Trump in because he's a Christian Grey fantasy.
New Haven has East Haven voting for Trump, but New Haven itself voted Biden.
Yes. So New Haven in East Haven is very old money, but New Haven itself is a very mixed population.
Got it. Like New Haven went for Biden by 81%, but then
Doesn't surprise me.
All of a sudden it's 52 points for Trump, and it's like it's Biden by like 8 points. Like just the switch.
New Haven got hit really hard with COVID too, with the unemployment. New Haven is the kind of is the kind of place that you live paycheck to paycheck. It's
Hartford went strong, Biden too.
Hartford is another minority community.
Got it.
Hartford absolutely is another minority community. That doesn't surprise me. But once you start going more out towards Long Island Sound and more up, you're going to find more Biden. This is where all the old money is. When you start going up more towards New England, that's where you find the old political money.
Right.
That's them bitches.
Them bitches.
Y'all have
you heard it here
Buckhead
first,
Bettys.
folks.
Y'all have Buckhead Bettys. We have Connecticut Cathys.
Connecticut Cathys. Buckhead Betty's down here is a thing, though. Cyrus, you know Buckhead Betty, right?
No, I don't actually.
Well, you know what it is. Do you know what it is? You don't know what a Buckhead Betty is?
No, I don't.
I know what a Buckhead Betty is.
Buckhead Betty is one of those people that like just got a short haircut and yells at you for parking wrong.
Oh, that just sounds like another version of a Karen.
Right? Well, yes, except it's really rich.
No, but this is like Buckhead Bettys are like the final bosses of Karens because that bitch knows the governor and she'll ruin your fucking life.
Exactly. Buckhead Bettys are the people that Karens kind of shake their knees at. They're like, oh, fuck.
They're like, oh, wait, that's the manager?
Right, exactly. Like, like Karens will ask for the manager, and then a Buckhead Betty will walk in and they leave.
They get down on one knee. Because at the end of the day, everybody knows.
I'm not going to lie. If I ever win the lottery...
Yeah, everybody's saying, oh, so Karen. It's like, no, it's not a Karen.
It's Ulta Karen.
Buckhead Bettys are the Karens that Karens wish they could be.
I also want to point out that there is a lovely comment that I received 34 minutes ago. And I have it stretched so that it's covering and it's really fucked up. But I have it stretched to cover the screen because that's how fucked up this opinion is. I don't know how somebody could come to this conclusion, everyone. Please check on the screen on the stream. I don't know how someone could come to such a conclusion.
Isn't it weird how the
oh my god, they think that this is a left-leaning channel?
Oh my god, how did you come to that? How could you have come to that conclusion?
Oh my god!
To real quick, to cap off the Buckhead Betty thing, Karens, I just want to do this. All right, let me have this. Karens are the ones that will threaten to have your job. Buckhead Bettys are the ones that can actually pull it off.
But then when Karen actually threatens to have your job, but you like work in fast food, then she just calls you a burger flipper and walks out.
No, Buckhead Bettys will get you fired.
No, Buckhead Bettys will get the goddamn McDonald's shut down.
Actually, that's how I lost my job at Aldi. That is how I lost my job at Aldi.
And I'm not gonna lie, if I ever win the lottery, I'm gonna be a fucking Buckhead Betty. Fuck that shit. Well, I'm hosting the governor, and I will fucking end everyone. Okay.
I had such respect for you, but now
I know it's like
now that I know that you're just Karen to Electric Boogaloo.
Here we go.
I like you guys. It will benefit in your favor. People that fuck with you get their worlds burned down. See, I'm the undercover Buckhead Betty. I'm secretly working for the leftist.
Oh my god.
But yeah, Trump cannot turn around and say, I'm going to walk into the Supreme Court and slap my dick on off Donald's forehead. And, you know, it's going to win. It's going to win for me. Yeah, her name is Off Donald from now on. That's what we refer to her as.
It really bothers me that 3 years in, Donald Trump still doesn't understand how the courts work. He thinks, we're just going to go to the Supreme Court. We're going to go to the Supreme Court. And it's like, That's not how it works.
I mean, eventually it'll get there, I guess. But
eventually.
But
This
I mean,
man
he's
grew
just
up-
saying it. You know, I'm not necessarily going to fault him so much for that. It's not incumbent upon him in an off the cuff speech to sit there, because he does all of his speeches off the cuff. You see it.
Yeah.
Right. But it's not incumbent upon him to explain the entire fucking system of where he's going. He knows it's going to go to the Supreme Court, so it's going to go to the Supreme Court. Like it's not going to get settled at the state level if it rules in favor of him, is it?
They'll appeal. Yeah.
Right.
Exactly.
Yeah. It's going to go up to the Supreme Court. So, you know, that's fine. I don't just, it's not.
Wait, correction, because this is dealing, if he does decide to petition it past, if he can determine it was the state level thing, then he'll bring it to the state. If he can determine that this is a federal level fraud thing, then he's going to have to bring it to the federal appeals court.
Oh, that's fair.
Lawyers, not him.
We have a whole separate.
No,
federal
Trump himself
circuit.
is going to argue the case.
No, he's going to have Giuliani do it.
Standing on the floor of the Supreme Court trying to argue.
Mr. Judge, who I appointed.
No, there's even worse. He's going to have Giuliani do it.
Oh wow, he's gonna have. Oh,
Please
I didn't
God,
know you
tell
were.
me.
Oh, I
Please
didn't
God,
know you
tell
were a
me.
15-year-old. Oh God.
Please God, tell me that this is all going to fall down. This is all going to come down to whether or not Giuliani can argue this in court, because I will be fucking enthused if we're throwing this in the hands of Giuliani. Please,
You know what else is in the hands of
please
Giuliani?
Tell me that that's what's going to happen, because Giuliani's arguments that I've seen him make lately, like I'm sure there was a day when that man was a strong trial lawyer. It is not today.
He was. No, he absolutely was a very strong attorney general. He had his day.
Saying
I
but
lived
it's not
in-
today, is it?
But
No.
Like, no. But no,
All
absolutely.
all that cocaine and cousin fucking. No, it's done its damage.
Right.
His
It's
faculties
over
are not
time.
what they used to be. No, but
no,
even
there was a
then,
point where Giuliani was a fucking force to be reckoned with. Absolutely.
He was. Yeah, and I will give the man his credit. On 9/11, he did not need to be in the depths with the rest of us, and he fucking was. I'll give him his credit for that.
Mm-hmm.
He was extremely compassionate towards the city. However, way back in the day when he was an AG, for those of you who are not old enough to remember this, there was an actual TV spot where Giuliani was dressed in a dress and a terrible wig and role played Donald Trump sexually harassing him as a woman.
Hold up.
It was a thing.
Pixar, it didn't happen.
What?
Oh, wait, you guys legitimately don't know about this?
No, this is
No idea.
I'm surprised that this clip has not been used in several campaign commercials.
Right?
Oh my God.
If Trudeau is going to deal with blackface his entire life, then you'd expect that this would have come up.
Right.
Exactly. I mean, seriously.
Trudeau's blackface was weird though. That didn't even help the costume. Like, what the fuck?
I'm putting it in the show chat for everyone.
Okay, because that I have to see that.
What?
Chris,
What?
Stream it. Put it on the screen.
You know what?
It's his article. I'm hoping they have video.
I'm gonna take. Are you?
What the? I'm still. I don't know.
Oh wait. Yeah, the Independent should have
Between
it.
Trudeau bringing up Trudeau's blackface and now talking about Giuliani mimicking sexual harassment from the current president of the United
But
States.
no,
while he was an
Biden's
AG.
the child rapist. Biden's the one that's a
He
pedophile.
is weird about sniffing hair. Like that is really
Oh
strange.
no, he
but
sniffed a girl's hair once, and he's an awkward grandpa.
It's fucking. If it wasn't Trump, I'd be more weird. But
if it
it's-
wasn't against somebody who actually has like harassment
Right.
cases under his belt, then
yeah,
it would,
but no,
it would
it's
be worse.
it's too okay. But I'm not worried about it. But
So I'm gonna pop us over here. That is not the screen that I wanted to show. There we go.
So,
wait, no, this
bizarre
is-
video of Giuliani dressed in drag while being seduced by Donald Trump resurfaces.
crazy amount of projection here. I mean,
I remember this as a child.
Let's-
Like I watched this on TV as
If you
a
have
child.
moderate to
Where
severe
do you live?
rheumatoid arthritis,
I
Enro
grew up
helps
in
relieve
New
joint
York.
pain and helps
Where?
stop joint
Moderate to
damage.
severe
Let's
Enro
just
may
let's
lower
just
your
talk
ability to
about
fight
this.
infections,
I grew up
serious,
in New York
sometimes fatal events,
New York.
So
Okay.
I've been
tuberculosis,
watching
pneumonia,
this on TV.
We have a 21-second commercial
Yep.
going on.
I have no idea. Chris grew up in Florida.
Something.com about infections, fevers, sweats, or coughs while you're committing construction. That's the right word for that, right? Committing construction.
Committing.
What the fuck
Okay.
have y'all been Googling with these ads? I'm curious now.
Let's see here. So that's Angry Video Game Nerd. That's Hello Neighbor. This is Humble
All
Bundle.
right, wait. We got the video playing. Giuliani.
Okay. Hold on.
Real?
Okay, wait a minute.
Like, this is just the Humble Bundle. Okay.
I haven't seen it load yet. What are we looking at? Okay.
Yeah, all I'm seeing is
You know, you're
Thursday's
really
Twitter right now.
Wait. How are you seeing my Twitter?
We see that screen with your Twitter on it.
Yes.
All of your web browser tabs.
Oh yeah, all this up on live is your Twitter. On the Zoom, I can see the video, but the Zoom's not coming up.
I mean, I'm not looking at the full Zoom window either.
Yeah, I'm looking at
Yeah.
the screen.
Oh, there's Zoom. Okay.
Yeah, but we're not seeing. Yeah, so the chat's not seeing it.
Okay, hold on. I'm gonna fix this real quick.
Zoom is fucking with my fucking RAM.
Okay, so we're gonna stop.
Everything fucks with your RAM.
We're gonna stop screen share. We're gonna move this over here. We're gonna go over to Zoom real quick. I see what I did.
Excuse me.
I
You
see
did
what
the
I
thing.
did. We're gonna
Don't do the thing.
share.
This was the most bizarre thing ever.
We're gonna share this screen. There we go. Now we're on the right screen. Okay.
Not the left screen, the right screen.
Oh my god.
Wart.
What
You know,
am I
you're really
looking-
beautiful. And a woman that looks like that
Oh,
has to have her own special
boy.
scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think of.
Where's the audio?
Yeah, play the sound because the sound just makes it.
I was playing the sound. What?
I can't hear it.
Yeah, we
Son
can't
of
hear
a
it through
Zoom.
Zoom. I'm watching through it on.
I
I'm watching
might
it on
have it
stream.
muted. I mean, I'm looking
Hold
at
on.
it though, so I'm looking
Am
at
There
it.
we go.
I'm
I got it
shutting
now.
down.
I got it now.
Fucking.
I got it.
There it is.
The computers.
Oh boy.
You know, you're really beautiful. And a woman that looks like that has to have her own special scent.
Oh, thank you. Maybe you could tell me what you think.
Yeah,
of
there's still
this
no sound on this. Oh wait, no.
No, there is.
Yeah, there is. Don't pay attention to me.
I like that.
This may be the best of all.
This is.
Oh, you dirty boy! You. Oh. Donald, I thought you were a gentleman.
You can't say I didn't try. Mayor Giuliani, he's giving away over $2 billion in corporate.
What did I just watch? Why is my brain bleeding?
That was on the nightly.
Why are we
news
looking
when
at
I
this
was a
guy about
child.
to win a fucking election or some shit?
Let's do this again. Hold up.
This was on the nightly news when I was a child. Okay, this was on fucking nightly news.
Only because of New York. That's the only reason why.
That was
Because nobody cared about Giuliani, and nobody even knew who Giuliani was until after.
No, well, we knew it. We knew in New York that he was
Dude,
legit.
CNN right now, main headline is Trump's chilling threat to stop the vote count.
Yeah, that's what that was.
That's what that was, right?
Literally what that was. We should not count any more votes. All the votes, we stop counting them.
But
It's
here's where he's a dumb motherfucker. If we stop counting the votes right now, he loses.
Exactly.
No,
Okay, let's stop.
he wins if he stops it right now. Yeah.
No,
he
he
wins if
doesn't.
he's, yes, he does.
How?
Pelosi becomes the
He
president.
takes Georgia, he takes North Carolina, he takes Pennsylvania, he takes Michigan, and he
shit, you're
takes
right.
Wisconsin.
Fucking shit,
He
you're right.
wins.
Okay, maybe.
That's what would
Like,
happen.
I don't. This is like my child. When I tell my child, go put this dish in the sink, he puts it on the chest freezer and he's like, but I put it in the kitchen, therefore it's done.
Mm-hmm.
This is what this is.
That's. I feel kind of called out, but I also am not your kid. So, I'm not saying that this is what happens when I
I at
go
least
to-
put it in the sink.
I put things next to
Yeah.
the so I can't put things
Next to
in
the sink is fine.
I can't put things
No,
in
it
the
is
sink.
not.
Your sink is
No,
also
the fuck
strange.
It
but
is
yeah.
not. It is not fucking fine next to the sink. Why are you going to sit there and dirty up the fucking counter if there is room in the fucking sink? Now I've got to sit there, take the fucking dish from the motherfucking counter, put it in the goddamn sink, and I got a fucking counter to clean. No, it is not fucking okay.
But see, when
It's
I do
not
the dishes, I
one
also
No, we
clean
just
the
put it in the
kitchen,
fucking.
so it's fine.
Yeah, it's fine.
My mom was so strung out that I did the
It's
dish.
just like, I don't know. Maybe this is like difference between like, I don't know. I kitchen differently, I guess. I don't know.
I'll
Most of the
keep-
time it's in the sink, but some things you
ineffectively.
put next to, because if you just pile everything up in the sink, shit like shifts and falls over and something breaks or whatever the fuck.
Actually, when I pile things next to the sink, it's because it means that I can organize them, because the way I do dishes is I have to fill up the compartments individually, and it takes me 20 solid minutes to fill them up because my water pressure is so
I
bad.
can't. I'm having a fucking aneurysm right now. Like I fucking can't, because now all I'm thinking about is dirty fucking counters on with glasses. This is all I fucking think about now is the counter.
The full
can't
accent
have it.
has come out for
It
Jen, by the
has.
way. It's-
I'm having a mom moment, okay? I'm having a mom moment.
here we are.
Billy, are you okay?
Like, don't y'all own dishwashers?
No.
Sounds like Fran
I
Drescher
do, but
with a nasal.
I
don't.
own a dishwasher, but when I fucking tell you go put it in the fucking sink, it's because I don't want to sit there and get my fucking nail polish off while I gotta scrub whatever the fuck crud.
This
my
is the difference. I don't wear nail polish, so I can.
Neither do I.
This is where we're at. Yeah.
Stupid millennials. Learn how to wear nail polish. Jeez.
Right. It's just not something that's a typical part of my
I guess
day.
I'm just too boomer. I'm sorry.
I'm not nailed anywhere. It's not a thing.
I will say this. One, I don't have a dishwasher. I wish I did. I have to do my dishes by hand. And two, doing my dishes by hand sucks anyway because I get droplets out of my sink, and that's about it. Ocean has tried to fill up a glass of water at the house and can tell you how long it takes. It's an ordeal.
Attempted is a good description for it. I got about halfway done and lost patience.
Yeah,
it's oh boy. My
Yeah.
aunt's house in Elberton, Georgia. That's basically it. Like trying to shower, it's like a sprinkle.
You don't get to shower. You
Why
only
am
get to.
I moving to this place? Why the fuck am I thinking of moving to this place? There is absolutely fucking nothing appealing about Georgia besides good fucking food, a good place to get my hair done, and a good place to get my fucking
Look,
nails done.
Atlanta.
Wait,
All
Jen,
right.
you wanted to move here because it meant that you could participate in Nerf Wars.
That you can do.
Valid.
There you go.
No, if I
Especially when you have like
participate in
multiple
Nerf Wars
acres of
here in
land, like
fucking
fucking Sarah
Tennessee.
does.
No, if I participate in Nerf Wars here in Tennessee, somebody's gonna spread fucking eagle thinking the orange dot is Donald Trump coming to fuck them. I can't fucking do Nerf Wars here. You understand?
Yeah, see here, I can do it here just fine.
I am super scared of Jen.
I don't have a Nerf gun.
Ocean,
Jen's
I
just
have
at the end of
plenty to give you alone.
Okay. No, I mean,
Please don't hurt me.
gotcha.
So I'm just gonna say
I
this.
only direct fire where it's supposed to. Okay, maybe not where it's supposed to be. The surrounding villages may
I'm just
burn.
gonna come with a Roman candle.
You just get to be. I'm just gonna hand you this and go, Ocean. Be a redneck with a boomstick. Do it.
This is my boomstick.
Oh my god.
This is my property. Y'all gonna get off of my property. I think we've killed Billy. He's dead.
Billy's
This
seen
is,
Army of
this
Darkness.
is only his second live stream. He hasn't
Was
worked up a
was
tolerance.
Forrest Gump filmed at one of your houses? Like, because that's exactly what the fuck just came out of your mouth.
Can I just hold up that gun and be like, shop smart. Shop
S smart.
S smart.
Well, no, you can't shop smart because Walmart fucking pulled all the guns off the goddamn shelves.
Okay, so
In
fun
fucking
story.
Canada.
You haven't seen Army of Darkness, have you, Jen?
No.
What?
That's why. That's why.
Don't what me. If
Bill,
you,
you
wanna talk
have
about
seen
what
it because you
movies,
lost it at
go like
Boomstick.
to the bald man. If you want to judge somebody for the movie,
haven't seen it?
Talk to the bald man.
Wait,
No, I'm
hold on a
saying if
second.
you want to- I didn't say you haven't seen it. I said if you want to judge somebody for movies they haven't seen, go talk to the bald man.
Right. But Bill, have you seen Army of Darkness?
No.
I am the one who
Sir.
ends up introducing Billy to movies.
Okay, that's
Well,
fair.
I'm
And I
a
introduced
comedy
Jen to
type of
stuff. So
person.
Jen,
Yeah.
we got to get you to watch Evil Dead and Army of Darkness. That's something.
Can I get through the entire list of anime shit that you gave me first before?
You're almost done with that, aren't you?
You haven't even started Raised by Wolves. I don't want to hear shit.
Well, no, but I'm not talking about my progress. I'm talking about yours.
Hold up. Raised by Wolves, a show, or Raised by Wolves, the Falling in Reverse song?
The show.
Okay.
I started watching it because the hot guy from Vikings was on it, and I wound up really liking it.
Which hot guy from Vikings?
Travis Fimmel. Travis Fimmel is. I
Oh,
can't
okay, I
remember,
gotcha.
but
The
he's in it.
Ragnar dude.
The Ragnar dude, yeah, that
Yeah.
the hot atheist that always plays a religious person. That one.
I see down in the comments, Nathan's asking, no,
He was
I'm
in
not
the
from Florida.
legendary cinematic masterpiece Warcraft.
There's a Warcraft movie?
There is, and
yeah,
it's
he played
actually-
Lothar.
The Warcraft movie is actually way better than it had any right to be, honestly.
And still manages to be a hot steaming pile.
Yeah.
Wait, was it like Waterworld bad, or was there like some?
No, it wasn't
it's not
Waterworld
Waterworld
bad. It was more like
Resident Evil bad.
Yeah.
Like you
Okay,
could
I can deal with that with wine and cheese fries.
Like you
I
can
can
sit
say
down
that.
and watch it as just like an action flick, and you're like, yeah, this is pretty good. But if you know literally jack shit about the source material, it makes you want to scream.
Okay, so people in the chat are saying that it's north of 235 now. Is CNN
Where?
CNN is sitting at 220 still. So who
Yeah.
else is calling these numbers?
And PBS isn't even showing the numbers right now. I don't even know what's going on over there.
So Associated Press is showing Joe Biden at 238. At the
Yes,
moment.
Okay, let's see it.
reports
Let's-
for all of this. It's when AP calls it that everybody else publishes it.
Hold on, real quick. Michigan will be counting ballots through the night. They are not taking a break.
Basically, and people keep
Okay.
trying to call Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania is not going to be done for like a few days.
Biden wins 3 of 4 main electoral votes. AP is calling Trump wins Florida.
Yeah, definitely got his.
God, Florida and Ohio going for Trump is crazy.
I'm calling Trump for Georgia. I'm calling it now.
You're calling Trump for Georgia?
Yep.
Get the fuck out of my house.
I mean,
Trump, the votes are there for Georgia. I'm holding that out still.
We are at 92%, and almost all of Atlanta.
We're at 92%, and Atlanta has not yet voted.
How?
All right.
No. How? Literally half of fucking Atlanta has already been counted.
No. Okay. All right. Hold the phone. Let me do the math again. I'm going to explain it to you. All right.
Here we go. Ocean and I are going
Okay.
to fight over math now. Everybody, let's go.
So 80% is in DeKalb. DeKalb went for 200,000 net for Clinton. Biden has been doing better. We're looking at 210,000 net for Biden in DeKalb County right now, and it's 80% counted. At the ratio that it's coming in at 83%, there will be gains for Biden coming out of DeKalb County still to remain.
Is it
Then-
enough to push him over?
Right. What is left in Georgia is 100,000 votes. All right. Where are the votes, Ocean? You're asking. Let's move over to Fulton County,
Wait,
where there
but-
was a.
but Trump is winning
Phone,
by-
I have a rant.
Okay, you know what? Rant, continue.
Trump is winning by 100,000 total, right? Where are the votes, Ocean? Jen asks. Well, DeKalb County is a
I
place
didn't
where we're
ask
going to
you
be
that. I
finding.
didn't say that. Don't fucking misrepresent
all
me.
right. Okay, fine. Ocean, there are no votes because we're calling it for Trump, you say. Well, no, there are votes that are still left to be counted, says Ocean, and many of them are blue. And in DeKalb County, there's a shitload of them. Now, there's 20% coming in at a ratio of 83%. That is going to be a significant number of votes for Biden. Now, moving over to Fulton County, where there was a pipe burst in the middle of the area where they were counting votes, which caused them to take a long break until that was remedied. Then they resumed counting votes. Now we're sitting at 80%, right?
So basically,
However,
everywhere around Atlanta,
the ratio at which it came in is at 71% to Biden at 27%, or no, Trump at 27%, Biden at 71%, right? So there are still significant votes there. The total that the vote was in 2016 in Fulton County was around 500,000 votes. Currently, there are almost 420,000 votes. You know, 400, it's 440. So there's a significant number of additional votes to find there, many of which will be Biden in an election year with about 150% voter turnout of 2016. There are significant votes left in Georgia that can more than account for the 100,000 that are left in Atlanta alone.
Okay.
Okay,
And that's
Cobb
not
County.
counting the surrounding counties that are coming
right.
in at majority Biden, even though they're at less at a smaller ratio.
Now, how does Cobb
Georgia
County
is
come into
still
play with
possible.
What
How does
about Cobb County?
How does Cobb County come into play at this? At 89%?
How many votes? How many votes do you think Trump is going to get within Cobb?
Less than Biden, because it's coming in at a ratio that Biden is advantage in.
Biden's going to win Cobb County. Biden's going to win basically everything around Atlanta.
Stacey Abrams won Cobb County. Biden's going to win it.
Yes.
Stacey Abrams won Gwinnett. Biden's going to win it.
Give me a percentage on how much of a percentage do you think Georgia's going to flip to Biden?
Close.
0.5%.
I don't think it's going to flip to Biden. I'm saying it's not out. The votes are there. More than enough are uncounted votes to account for the ratio that is missing. It is not, you cannot call Georgia right now because of the missing votes and the ratios that are out there.
Fine. That's my signal that I'm done with Ocean. Fine. So Robert Kirby, apparently Ben Shapiro doesn't agree with Trump prematurely declaring victory. Ben Shapiro gave up the right to declare anything on anyone's judgment of prematurity after WAP came out. Okay?
I knew that was coming. I saw it from a mile away, but I was like, I want Jen to travel down that road.
You know what I saw from a mile away, Ocean? A target. I'm sorry, I'm just messing
Ben
with
Shapiro gave up talking about anything prematurely when he's trying to start forest fires in his fucking bedroom. All right, fuck Ben Shapiro.
All right, Georgia. I want Georgia to be blue just because it would be funny as shit. However,
right. Just because you want it doesn't mean it's going to happen.
However, my reasoning for not calling Georgia right now is based on rational facts, not my desires. And as the ratios that are coming in and the amount that is left on the ballot and the uncounted votes and locations of those uncounted votes makes it irrational, not based on logic, as Spock would put it, to call Georgia now is premature. Me.
Ben Shapiro's Sexy Time soundtrack is the dulcet tones of a belt.
Okay, so what do we have out now? We have Georgia, North Carolina.
North Carolina is still left.
Arizona. Which one is that?
I'm less enthusiastic about North Carolina than I am about Georgia. I think that Trump has
state next
North
to Arizona? Which one is that one?
New Mexico, and it's done. Are you talking about Nevada?
No, CNN didn't fucking count New Mexico. I'm looking at the map right now.
CNN's counting New Mexico as 5. Nevada is the one that is not counted.
But it's not
yet.
in the blue.
It's
they
in
don't
the
have
blue
it in
on
the
my
blue.
screen.
It's not on mine. I'm fucking watching it live.
CNN?
Yeah.
CNN's on the internet. They projected Biden the winner in New Mexico.
Okay, so they just haven't updated.
That's the one next to Texas.
Okay, then what's the one next to that?
The one next to California is Nevada.
Yeah.
No. Okay, there's four states, right, that make the 4 corners. The one next to Texas is New Mexico. The one next to that
as Arizona.
Arizona.
They didn't fill in Arizona yet.
Of course not.
They did.
Not in CNN. CNN is not.
CNN, no. Associated Press has. Associated Press has them filled in.
Yeah.
So we got
a long time ago.
I always get the corners, the 4 box states confused. So we've got Georgia, North Carolina, Pennsylvania, Michigan,
Wisconsin,
Nevada, and Arizona. Who's calling?
And then Alaska and Hawaii, you're sitting there like, we don't know what's going on.
I think Alaska's going to go Trump.
Yeah,
Hawaii
it usually does.
And Hawaii is going to go Democrat.
You know, we have a saying in Alaska.
Biden's already been called Hawaii. Hawaii is already
not for CNN.
That's really bad, but
yeah, we haven't gotten any votes in from Associated Press on Hawaii yet, but it's already being called blue because it historically goes blue.
Historically, yeah.
That's the algorithm.
Right.
Yeah.
I think the polls probably just closed there.
They just closed there. I think they may close within a half an hour. I think they're going to close. They close in an hour.
If people are calling it, then the polls have already closed.
I'm giving Biden Nevada, Arizona, and Michigan.
Michigan.
I'm giving
Michigan's a
it-
ballsy call.
Mhm.
You know
Michigan
what's-
would be
you-
good.
You know what has a smaller ratio than Michigan does right
Georgia.
now?
But to be fair,
But to be fair, it's 72%. They're
yeah,
counting through the
Michigan's got AP shows 73% for Michigan,
and Detroit still hasn't called in.
Yeah, they haven't called in Detroit yet. I think Detroit's going to be the big push for Biden, especially because we're kind of looking at a Rust Belt situation right now.
Yeah.
I can't really call Pennsylvania because they've just decided to go to bed at 21% and say fuck everybody else.
They've got another week to go before we find out what happened in Pennsylvania.
I'm calling Maine.
Isn't
for
that
Trump.
right?
I mean, for real. Because of all the mail ballots, Pennsylvania is not allowed to start counting them until a few hours ago.
What
So
about the female ballots?
Well, what about the female ballots?
What
So
about
we've
the
got
MB ballots?
We got Pennsylvania at 74% right now, 55-42 Trump.
and those percentages are estimated percentages based on estimated turnout. So that's not,
No, I'm saying they have 74% reporting.
Yeah, exactly. But that 74% is más o menos.
Why is Pittsburgh
Nevada,
44% Trump?
Because they haven't started counting their mail-in jet.
44%.
Oh, that's fair. It's 70% now.
They haven't started counting the mail-in jet. I think if Biden can take Pittsburgh, he's got a better chance of Michigan. Although I'm wondering about Pittsburgh because Ohio and West Virginia have both gone to Trump, and Pittsburgh is a big natural gas fracking town.
So they might frack and vote for Trump.
Exactly. Pittsburgh is the next nearest major city to that tri-state area.
I'm proud of
We're
Philly. I
in-
don't need to give up my fandom for Rocky.
I have two super chats I want to get to just real quick while I've got a moment in the middle of all of the madness that is going on. I like how almost everyone here at some point today said they're going to bed soon, and then it just didn't happen.
Y'all ain't going to bed. I'm a.
I should go.
I'm not tired. You're tired.
So
I'm the one that has to parent here tomorrow.
I'm gonna go to bed here in a minute.
I have fur babies. They count.
Same thing I said about 2 hours ago, right?
Right.
So there's a super chat from Ikid Hakubi for $5, and they just said, "Hi, Jen."
Hi.
And then we have a $5 super chat from M the Ambassador. The Jen's rant made me realize that my mom has the patience of a saint.
That was the dishes rant, I bet.
Yep, is the dishes rant.
That was the dishes. That was because y'all don't.
My mom, I never had to deal with that, but my mom was just asleep.
And Shark Tenko, the reason people don't necessarily want to go away from fracking is that we do not currently have the infrastructure available to replace the medical equipment that requires the plastics that come from fracking on large, along with a lot of the
Okay,
natural
hold
gas.
up. Jen's gonna break it down. Jen's gonna break down this whole area. So, this entire area is very, very similar to the holler in Kentucky.
Which area?
The Pittsburgh, the Pennsylvania, West Virginia, Ohio tri-state.
Oh, right. Gotcha. Yeah, you were going to break this down, so go for it.
This is very similar to the holler in Kentucky, the holler in Tennessee. They don't understand. They're not educated on things like the Green New Deal and new energy. All they remember is that every time that there is a new source of energy, their jobs leave.
Communism.
Coal.
No.
natural gas.
This is protect the horse industry.
Right.
Right.
So Pittsburgh is once the steel industry went bust, Pittsburgh became extremely dependent on fracking in the natural gas industry. Extremely. The minute they heard even Trump turning around saying he doesn't know what he's going to do on fracking, and then Biden turning around and saying, I'm going to regulate it down to where it's not needed, that's all they needed to hear. That entire little tri-state area worries me.
Because they heard that fracking jobs would go out, and they don't realize that new jobs.
Now, I remember the last time the natural gas and oil industry went bust. My ex-husband was actually working in it. We were married at the time. Those towns around Pittsburgh died. Unemployment rates were sky fucking high in the area. And then everybody started moving into Pittsburgh to try to find jobs, which they
Biden's
were.
fracking bullshit makes more sense now.
Right. So They then started coming into Pittsburgh looking for jobs, which Pittsburgh was already at a shit fucking disadvantage with unemployment. And well, these were skilled trade workers. So they started taking the jobs out of Pittsburgh. The death of the natural gas industry, when they don't understand the replacement, will completely bankrupt Pittsburgh at this point.
So we've got to look into how to convert these workers to the, more renewable.
And that's the plan. But everybody right now is in a panic mode, especially with COVID and losing their jobs anyway. The natural gas industry is considered essential.
It's basically what happens when the blacksmith doesn't understand that their job is slowly going away, but they can learn how to be a welder, and a lot of the skills they learned as a blacksmith are transferable, and these things are applicable to machinery, heavy machinery, whereas a blacksmith is not going to make the same things for heavy machinery. They're going to make things that are more built for rural America. A lot of the skills they learned as a blacksmith, a lot of the core tenets transfer over, but they're not going to see that. All they see is my job as the local smithy is going away, not I'm going to have a new job as a welder that is not functionally terribly different than the one I had before, and I might even get paid more and actually have benefits. They don't hear that part. They just hear that their smithy job is going away.
They took our jobs!
But what they're also hearing is they hear all these, energy, and these sound very much like higher education jobs. This is not a higher education area. So they're sitting here, it's also compounded with, well, now I'm going to have to go to school and incur more debt. And how am I going to pay that debt if I don't have my job?
I don't have a job, right?
Yeah.
Income.
This is a very blue collar state. This is a very blue collar area. This is a very poor area. This is an area not rife with education opportunities.
Did you just call it?
And then it's, well, now all these, and they're also incredibly insular, and they're very distrusting.
So I'm saying, did you call Philly stupid? No, blue collar.
Stupid. Blue collar.
It's not stupid. It's blue collar.
Yeah, blue collar does not mean
shut
stupid.
up. Shut up. Why are you trying to fucking? I can't.
I'm defending you. Someone's saying, it's like, look, did you just call Philly stupid?
I didn't call Philly stupid. I called Philly. Philly is known for being more blue collar, more trade school. Going to a trade school over a university doesn't make you fucking stupid.
No,
however,
it just means that, like with university, you're going to have a specific set of skills that are going to have a narrow scope of applications. But that's the same thing that happens when you go to university.
I'll give you an example. When I was growing up in North Georgia. Like a lot of people I knew go to trade school and be a mechanic, and one of the guys that was staying with for a little while. It's an older guy that was like, look, man, I'm a grease monkey. And when you see all these like fucking electric cars coming in with all these like new little computer parts and shit, I don't know what to do with them. I'm going to have to get re-educated and all that shit. If you give him one of the older cars, he's like, when the old cars come in, all these new guys that are trained on the computer shit, they have no idea what to do with these, like with the older cars that actually have all the parts that fucking work. Like that was kind of his attitude about it. And it's like, no, neither one of these mechanics are stupid.
Yeah, my father.
There's
feels
a
the
difference
same
in
way.
these technologies.
Right, my father feels the same way. While he had to take training classes for the new computerized vehicles, which he had to do in his older years, so he felt very frustrated and he felt like he wasn't understanding it. But you bring an old fucking Monte Carlo to him, he's on the fucking ball, and this young kid doesn't. Neither one of them doesn't make him any better than the other. But this area is also.
But one of them is more familiar with the new cars that are coming out.
Right.
Yeah. And
This
another one's a
area is
fading
also
technology.
intensely distrustful of the government. They're very insular, and they like keeping to their own. So when you're sitting here talking about these Green New Deal jobs, all they hear is federal, and that scares them away.
Which is just ridiculous,
But it does mean that the strategy to get them needs to be different. You can't just go, the government's going to bring you jobs, because they're not going to trust you as soon as you said the government. You have to have a strategy where you can bring in the strategy there. You have to do something like bring in a local middleman and say, hey, the government is going to provide these jobs, but you're not going to be working with the government. You're going to be working with Tom Joe over here, who you know and you trust, and he's vouching for us. You have to grab somebody at the local level that it's not going to look like they're selling out to big government whenever you bring them in. If you don't grab that middleman, you can't. As somebody who lives in fucking rural Georgia, if you just say the government's going to come and do something, they're not going to accept it. But if you say that your neighbor is going to do something and he's doing it through a government program, they're going to trust that way more because they know him.
Hold on. Look, Star Raptor, what the fuck? I can't even flock. The Green New Deal is not reckless. It's the fact that people aren't being educated properly on it.
But AOC and Elon Omar, it's obviously evil.
So what happened is that an AOC even admits this, that they botched the fucking rollout of that one. That the Green New Deal was initially kind of like an activist run that had like several things in it. But when you look at it as a policy, like, should you pass the Green New Deal? No, it would fucking like spin us into crazy amounts of debt. However, are there ideas in there as an activist piece, as a bill that makes it so it's like, hey, we're going to ask for everything, and can you negotiate this one down into an area that's more reasonable? Hell yeah. Like it's a good starting point that is legislatively ridiculous, but it is something that you can pare down and say, we're going to ask for the world, but maybe we can get like something reasonable
So
out of this.
you've got to do it like you have to treat it. This is language that is going to speak probably primarily to Ocean, though it might actually speak to Jen too. You basically have to treat it like an Alfred Hitchcock film. One of the ways that Alfred Hitchcock classically got his films to get through censors is he would put graphic fucking violent scenes, outright pornography in his movies. And as a result, the censors would cut all of that out and leave the parts he actually wanted in.
But this is how policy works. This is how.
That's funny.
You didn't know that?
I didn't know that at all.
That was in Psycho.
This is how policy works. We always.
That's like some Wes Craven shit.
I was just saying that's actually
this is how we get policies passed.
This sounds like that episode of American Dad where Steve and Roger found the script for like one of those Fast and Furious movies, and they had to take like 90% of the gay stuff out and just left, the rest of the movie.
Sent you a DM on Discord, by the way, Cyrus.
All right, hold on. I've got to clear this up because now Shark is talking about it. This happens with every bill that goes through the government. Even fucking senators and congressmen don't read through the entire fucking bill. This is how it happens. They send out an 8,000 fucking page bill, which has tiny little shit earmarked in it that has absolutely fucking nothing to do with the actual bill itself.
And these are called write-ups.
And what they do is they pick through each and say, well, we're going to modify this and we're going to take this. And this is the negotiation tactic. This happens for every fucking bill that hits the floor. This is nothing new. This is nothing that the Democrats have decided to go make their fucking last swan song on. This is not anything different than the Republicans saying, no, this whole fucking bill is bullshit. These bills are fucking hundreds of pages long with the most random ass shit. You can get a fucking abortion bill that literally turns around and says California has to change their fucking auto admissions in it.
Yep. Seriously. Like they'll attach riders to keep votes from certain people, stuff that benefits their district or, which makes sense. But the problem is when you attach it to a bill that has nothing to do with what the rider is, related to, it makes no sense. But that's how they get the votes is they're like, okay, we'll give this benefit to you and we'll give this benefit to you and you can vote for our bill.
Right.
This is actually where a lot of shady tax law comes in.
Yep.
Is they stick them at the very, very ends of these bills, and all of a sudden, poof, you're paying different fucking taxes every year.
Let's introduce the new person who came in.
Yes, let's introduce the new person.
Hi, Jen. Hi, how you going? Just sitting here, just going.
I went off on a political tangent.
That's fine. That's fine. You also went off on a tangent about plates in the sink, so I don't expect any different. Anyway,
she doesn't know how to do these fucking dishes properly.
All of us have been on a show.
I put them in the dishwasher and I press the button.
I can't.
That's literally what I do.
I don't have a dishwasher and I barely have functioning water. Fuck off, all of you.
This is why
I still love you.
I've lived in rural Georgia. The water pressure is pretty bad.
Well water.
I've lived in rural Georgia too. And I don't know where y'all were. But...
Well, I was in Elberton. I don't know where Chris is.
And I'm not about to dox myself.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't live in Elberton anymore, so it's whatevs.
Where is Elberton?
It's up by the upstate South Carolina border, right under I-85. It's near.
Oh, it's that side. Okay. Now I was up 985
northeast of Athens.
That said,
okay.
Ocean, are you sticking around? Are you gonna finally do your sleep? What is the plan?
I keep lying to you that I'm gonna go to bed, but I'm gonna say I'll stick around for a couple of minutes, then I'm gonna fuck off. That's where I'm at.
I believe you.
I'll interrupt everybody and say I'm gonna fuck off here in a minute. But
the sun is gonna come up and Ocean's still gonna be here.
That's not the first time that's happened.
Fuck my schedule again. That is something. Yeah, I know. Mero and I have like sent voice messages back and forth at each other, and then Mero's like, "What time is it for you?" And I'm like, "Don't ask the question."
Wait, Nervardi.
I'm done with you. I have rolled over and said, "Holy shit, the sun is up."
Wait, Mero, that means you have WhatsApp, doesn't it?
Yes.
How the fuck do I not have you on WhatsApp? Okay, I need to add you fuckers on WhatsApp.
Fix that.
So my phone number is.
WhatsApp.
Hold on. The best way to do this is here. Hold on.
It's +61. Go suck my dick.
Yes, please. It's COVID. Don't tease me like that, please.
All right. So I've been watching the election going, oh fuck, 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 oh fuck.
Is that an honorary American then today?
Pardon?
You're now an honorary American today.
Yeah, I told Navardia, like, yo, I empathize with your hypothetical Americanness because I'm streaming.
Yeah,
it's a whole thing. It's a whole fucking thing.
For those of you who haven't met me before, hello, I'm actually Australian. I don't actually exist. The world, like everyone should know that I don't exist. What was that, sorry?
Australia's fake. Fake Democrat.
Yeah. I'm not real. Honestly, I can't believe people think I am. It's weird.
You're a deep fake.
Yeah, definitely. But it's sort of one of the things that I don't think is talked enough about the American elections is how much it fucking influences the rest of the world.
Seriously.
Do you think that the UK would have gotten Boris Johnson if we hadn't gotten Trump first?
No, I don't.
Why is it that when we voted in Trump, the rest of the fucking world had an affinity for people with strange haircuts?
Because they felt it was safe then. That's why.
White people with messy haircuts. Pale white people. Pale.
That isn't.
I mean, I'm balding. Does that count?
Translucent humans with a Coney Island special. That's who they are.
I still don't know what a Coney Island special is.
I don't know either.
That's a skinny weenie. That's right.
It's a fake Democrat host.
I'm figuring things out. Go ahead, Navardia.
Shark Tenko says, is it true that everything in Australia wants to fucking kill you? Yes. I have two pets that continuously try to kill me.
So is it the cow or the python?
Well, yeah. Well, about that. Yeah. No, it's sort of the thing that's really scary for me is that whatever the US does, the rest of the world follows. It's been like that for fucking as long as I can remember.
Yep.
And
how did y'all get universal health care out there?
Well, that's where the US doesn't lead.
They are slowly trying to erode, not Australia, but the UK is trying to erode the NHS so they can fall more in line with that.
Navardia was making a point. I keep interrupting her.
And also that there's some people are trying to erode Medicare, which is Medicare as well. And basically, it's one of those things: is if you want to get rid of your career as a politician, you attack Medicare and our gun laws.
See, that's the opposite.
Yeah, it just doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Like, we've got reasonably strict gun laws, but we don't also have people getting shot for going for a run.
Yeah, you're just animals because outside the cities, they're basically like, in the wild, they have stuff to actually shoot at that's not people. Here we just have people to shoot at, and that's what the white people do is they shoot other white people.
Yeah, here, I don't know exactly. I could get the next guy on. His name is what? George Zimmerman? I think we can. I'm kidding. Not doing
my God.
that.
Yeah. Oh no! All right. No. Hashtag canceled. Service is over. Party.
No, the point though is that people are gun crazy in the United States. They desperately want to have things to shoot at, and that
we were just talking about earlier in the stream. The Democrats are fucking up by being too stringent on guns. There's several places that they lost because of their position. Because they went really extreme on guns in this election.
Gun ownership is ingrained in the American dream. It's ingrained in the American psyche.
Yeah,
is the issue.
The only thing I'm missing to be truly free is a bald eagle.
But the thing is, during the Obama administration, Obama was doing a town hall, and one of those, big beard, NRA white guys stood up and said, "Why are you trying to take our guns?" And Obama came out and, literally said the Democrat platform on guns. And it made complete sense. And the guy shut up and sat down.
Right.
Right-wing NRA guy just shut up and sat down because Obama said exactly what the platform was. And it's not about taking our guns. It's about reasonable limits on who can get them based on mental health, based on, different factors that matter. If somebody has schizophrenia, you don't need to sell them a gun.
Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's just dangerous.
I learned on this stream how pro-gun AOC is. I thought I was surprised about that.
We are, in terms of an empire, we're very, very young. They're fucking toddlers. It's like that fucking guy when Biden turned around and was like, I'm going to tax everyone over $400,000. The guy from your hometown selling mixtapes on the fucking app all of a sudden is having a fucking heart attack. Like, he's going to be fucking taxed.
Yeah. And
for some reason, Americans love to group assimilate.
Mm-hmm. And the poor people that are Republican
somehow identify that as individualism.
They love to pretend that they're temporarily poor. So that $400,000 limit, that applies to them too, even though they make nothing.
And
that $400,000 limit, automatically.
And even when it's not that, even the ones that don't believe that one day they're going to get there because they're temporarily not good enough, there is a mentality. This is actually how conservatism classically began in the way that we understand it today. There was a mentality that if you could justify the divine right of the king, then your position on the hierarchy was also justified, and therefore it was protected. It also meant that if the hierarchy,
nobody can surpass you.
But it's not just that. Everybody here's familiar with Edmund Burke, right? I'm hoping so.
I'm not.
Really?
Oh, fun story, guys. So, one of my customers.
Billy, I was on a thing.
I was in the backyard shooting at some food, boy, and I'll tell you what.
I was over in chat responding. I'm sorry. Go.
No, okay, so.
Bill just got really excited. It's like, guys, I gotta tell you about a squirrel hunting story I had.
You have no idea. I used to shoot him down at Computer Club. It's fine.
Oh, well, Computer Club.
Anyway, so classical conservatism, especially as it began in France, was about establishing the divine right of kings because shut the fuck up, because so long as that hierarchy was able to be maintained, then your position on the hierarchy was then justified. You didn't have to answer to the noble peasantry. The noble peasantry had to answer to the king. They had to talk to the king first. You're fine. However, when the nobles were getting ousted, when they were getting the good old $1,200 guillotine used on them, many people who were in more middle-class nobleship, like Edmund Burke, tried to argue that, well, actually, it's not just the divine right of kings that gives us our hierarchy. There's also the market. When the divine right argument started getting undermined by one good old Sharpie boy, Edmund Burke started arguing for...
Good old Sharpie boy.
Edmund Burke started arguing for the market as an alternative. People would have their hierarchical positions determined not by birth, but by the market. And if you could argue that the functionality was identical, if you could argue that the person who was a billionaire earned their money legitimately, then any money you earned de facto was also legitimate. Your position on the hierarchy was assured, and it also meant that everybody who was below you, it went from peasants to people in poverty. Everybody who was below you deserved their part on the hierarchy as well because they did not work as hard as you did, which leads directly into Protestant work ethic values, which is rampant among the Conservative Party. It is just a cursory glance at the last 300 years of conservative thought shows you how these ideas daisy chain off one of another.
But and this was also an integral part of immigrating to America, is where you're being persecuted in Europe, but there is this vast land, and it was the Protestant work ethic. There is this vast land that if you just work hard, you could be anything you want to be. You can have the dream. You don't have the boot on your neck from whatever country you're escaping or whatever poverty you're escaping in Europe or wherever else in the world. This is the core of American values. People wanted so badly to come here because they could make something of themselves. And we are still stuck to that. This is a generational thing taught. Well, my great-great-grandparents came here with $2 in their pocket and got off a boat on Ellis Island and fucking walked to Wisconsin. And now,
up by the bootstraps.
And now we're fucking Rockefeller.
Can't fucking do that. Pull yourself up by your bootstraps. Like it's
You physically cannot do it.
Not a thing that can be done.
I would not have made it out of poverty without socialism. The Workforce Investment Act is what took me to college, which is what got me a job. So this whole pull yourself up by the bootstraps, I wouldn't have been able to do it without purpose.
But how are you supposed to pull yourself up by the bootstraps if every single opportunity for you to become a better person is taken away from you?
Exactly.
In Australia, we have something called HECS. So if you want to go to university, you don't pay anything until you hit a certain level of wage. I think it's $70,000 Australian a year, and the average wage, the median wage is something like 50-ish or something. The poverty wage is 23,000, if I can remember correctly. So if you go in to get your degree and you never hit $70,000 a year, you don't pay it back, and you get charged by the government at the rate of inflation. So what I'm seeing is that there are people in the US who's gone to university to get a better job, to pay off, to better themselves, paying $300,000, $400,000, $500,000 for their education, and that's just fucking insane. Like my degree is going to cost me $50,000, I think, roughly. So that's
which ain't a little bit of amount, but it's less than what people in America are paying.
No,
it's less than a lot of our debt that we walk out of fucking college with, or something like that.
Yeah, that's 1 year of college at some schools.
Yeah. No, actually, sorry, I did a stupid mistake years ago, and that's not my HECS. The degree that I'm doing now, is 23, but I've done something else which turned out to be a stupid thing that I did in the past, so that's why I've got so much HECS debt. But the thing is, I don't have to pay it off until I hit about $70,000 a year.
Oh wow!
And
okay.
Yeah.
That's that. We don't have that. That's
No, you pay it off at extremely high interest rates
They're
from
usury.
day
They're usury
fucking
as well.
dot.
All right, hold
And-
up.
Yeah,
So
here it's, oh, you've graduated, give us your wallet.
No, isn't that you're studying? Give us your wallet, isn't it that?
No, you
no.
don't have to
It's
pay it off.
until you graduate.
Let's
Hold
talk
on,
about my
Billy.
student loans for a second, because I actually have been handling this for a minute. So, student loan repayments, based on how you got them, I got mine through FedLoan, which is an American federal student loan servicer. They're income-based repayment. They have deferrals based on your income situation. So when I run out of money or if I'm unemployed, I can get a deferral. But it's income-based. It's roughly 3.5% to 4%, maybe, when they're applying interest, but they don't apply interest while you're deferred. So it depends on who your servicer is. If you got it from a bank or credit union, that's a different situation from when you got it from a federal government sanctioned loan servicer.
But do you not see the fucking insanity in this? The loopholes that you have to jump through for deferment and interest. Why the fuck are we charging this? Also, to note before, when we want to talk about the American dream, here's something a lot of people forget too, and here's something that a lot of these old timer motherfuckers forget. The American dream applied to white men. Black people didn't have the same fucking right. Hispanic people didn't have the same fucking right. Women weren't viewed with the same fucking right.
The poor people weren't valued with the same right.
No, but according to them, if you came over poor, you could build an empire, which was true from the likes of the Rockefellers and the Astors and the Aldriches and the Trump family.
So my move into college was based on the Workforce Investment Act, which was created for minority communities, basically back in the 60s and 70s. They also paid me senior year in high school to work at, I ended up working at my elementary school, which was kind of cool. But they paid me minimum wage to work senior year, half the day at my elementary school. And then when I moved into college, they paid for my college classes. So, there are some minority programs that benefit just, the whole poor community too. But yeah. I don't remember exactly where I was going with that, but that's basically the gist of it.
And side note, I'm going to enrage the chat a little bit, especially the ones that fucking hate BLM. The organization that you have to thank for that is the fucking Black Panther Party.
Yes, the Black
Panthers. Letting y'all know.
Yes, the Black Panthers. I actually read a couple of days ago a bunch of stuff on the Black Panthers. The reason that God, I can't remember. I'm sorry. But the Black Panthers did a lot of social justice stuff that ended up sticking through today. The Black Panthers weren't some terrorist Muslim group like we were taught, because that's what my dad would say is, well, Malcolm X.
He's basically reading the Nation of Islam into the Black Panthers, which they're not the same thing.
They're not the same thing.
But the Black Panthers created a lot of the things that we benefit from. Sidebar,
the new Black Panther Party is not the descendant of the old Black Panther Party either. Very, very different fucking thing.
That's a completely different thing.
Yeah. So, but yeah, you're talking about Black Panther Party of the 60s and 70s. But yeah, I definitely agree with you that they fought for a lot of things that wound up sticking. And honestly, you want to complicate gun rights in America?
Can it get more complicated?
The Black Panther Party exercising gun rights in the 60s made gun rights extremely complicated.
And this is what led to This is what led to gun rights being extremely complicated because, God forbid, the black people had guns.
Right.
Some of the things that they would do, if an arrest was happening, they would have ways of signaling local Black Panthers to make sure that a person who was getting arrested could stall for an amount of time so that Black Panthers could show up. And they would show up with rifles. And they would
stand there.
They would just stand there and watch the police arrest to guarantee that
police
the police
brutality
would
wasn't
not
taking
engage
place.
in police brutality.
Right.
And that's a thing that I think people should do more fucking often, honestly.
And this organization was ultimately dismantled by FBI infiltration over the course of 10 years.
Which is the same way we got gangs like the Bloods and the Crips as well.
Right.
Folk Nation actually is a direct result of this. And up until I want to say about 10 years ago, that was probably the most violent gang I had ever laid my hands on. Was the Folk Nation. That came directly from the dismantlement of the Black Panther Party. I want to say that was part of COINTEL, if I'm not mistaken. Is that part of it?
I'm not sure how the breakdown, what the descendants of and everything broke down. I just know that the new Black Panther Party is not related to any of it.
No.
It's an entirely new thing that popped up. That's more. I think it has more in common with the remnants of Nation of Islam than it does with the Black Panther Party, old Black Panther Party.
Nation of Islam is still active, and it definitely is an offshoot of NOI.
Yep.
It is. It absolutely is.
Anywho, I, on this note, am going to be taking off and going to bed. It was awesome hanging out with you guys. Yes, now I'm actually committed to it.
For real?
I'm actually do the thing. 4 o'clock came and went, and I'm like,
You
so-
probably should go. You look like you're about to hit a wall.
No, I am.
Well, I think you have actually.
I hit the wall probably an hour and a half ago, but I decided to stick the fuck around because I love this stream so much. So, and I definitely wanted to hang out and see Navardia come in as well. So
I would hope
thank
that
you.
Ocean has the best camera angle and everything out of
Real.
all of us because I know what his
I know,
job
right?
is.
Yeah.
And my setup is pretty intense.
I would fucking
I
hope.
have to admit, it's a very beautiful shade.
Seriously, like that's perfect.
It's very beautiful.
I've got a light that is bouncing off of bounce board and then coming onto my face and giving myself a nice soft wash. And then I have a DSLR hooked up to my computer.
Okay, I should probably do this now.
And then this is
Ocean is bending light in that room to create another black hole to study it at this moment. this is
Correctamundo. Yep. Anyway, actually going to take off. It was awesome hanging out with you guys. Love
See
you
you,
all.
mate. Love you too.
And I'm out.
Love
See y'all.
See, I'm just sitting here with knowing that me and Nervardi are both operating off
Hold
of
on,
ring lights.
Biden just put out a campaign statement.
Biden just put out a what?
Hold on, I need the remote. Rewind it, goddamn. A campaign statement addressing what Trump said.
Oh.
Hold on, I'm rewinding. I'm trying to find it. Hold on.
Benjamin
God damn it.
Dixon is live right now too.
I don't know if any of you saw this tweet that
Oh, no, he's not anymore.
list that I put out.
Oh, is it all
the other
the
day,
shit
yesterday.
that Trump did?
Yeah. As I was researching it, I was just like, this shit just keeps getting worse. Hang on, I'm just gonna.
I'm
might
trying to
not.
find it, but it's not giving me the. I'm sorry, it's not giving me the preview. I'm looking though, so keep.
Okay, it might not go through because it did go through. So I did a thread going. It's a retweet tweet of a Brian Klaas tweet where he's like, just a few things to remember when voting, and a lot of people are like, oh, but what about this, and this, and I looked up a whole heap of things because a few things that were suggested. So abandoning the Kurds, forced sterilization of women in ICE camps, 5-week government shutdown because he didn't get the war money, dismantling of the USPS, multiple sexual assault allegations, tax cuts to the wealthy, cutting environmental regulations, withdrawal from the WHO and from the WHO and the Paris Agreement, citing violence against people who he doesn't like, calling in the National Guard to quell protesters, demanding loyalty from the director of the FBI, firing said FBI director for refusing to pledge loyalty, firing anyone who makes him look bad, ignoring any advice from experts, refusing to step down from his business dealings and continue to make money from it, Melania not moving Barron from school for the first 6 months. I got that wrong.
How much longer is the list?
I am on tweet 3, and I think I've got another maybe about 10 to go.
No, we don't. We're not going to sit through the list. It's not that the list isn't exhaustive. It's that I'm not going to sit through the list. Billy,
We're
trying to
muting
say?
Ocean, by the way. We're muting Ocean because he's coming to steal my spotlight on reading.
Hold on. First of all, Billy's trying to say something, and then
sorry.
2 things. 1, there's an entire subreddit. Keep track. They list everything Trump has done since the beginning. 2nd, chat wants to know. Let's see. We've got Shark. We're talking about bringing the DSM into schools. You know, like basically it's like, you know, how do we determine mental illness, and how should we, bring that up at an earlier stage? And they're wondering what your opinion on that is.
So the DSM, it needs to be brought up that the DSM needs to be taught, but it's not the only standard by which we use when determining mental illness.
Correct.
It is a very frequently updated one that we use, but it is not the only one. Brutus in the chat and I had a conversation about that before. But that said, I'm gonna bring in Ocean and see, because he lied to us, of course.
Right.
So, Ocean, why did you lie to us?
I didn't lie.
What happened?
Do y'all want to hear what Biden has to say? By the way,
I came in because I was like, what, Biden said a thing?
Okay, then
He did.
Jen.
So Jen, read the Biden thing. I want to hear what the Biden thing is.
Yes.
Yeah.
Biden's campaign statement. The president's statement tonight about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots. God damn it, my closed captioning is blocking it. Hold on. Was outrageous.
Hello.
Oh, God damn it. It doesn't fucking TV.
The president's statements about
Duly
blocking
cast
all
ballots
the
was
votes.
I've got an article.
Unprecedented and incorrect. God damn it, I just lost it. Hold on.
Okay,
Hold on,
I've got an article up from The Hill right now.
I've got it.
Damn. Okay, either Ocean or Jen.
All right, if Jen loses it again, I'll read from The Hill.
The president's statement tonight about trying to shut down the counting of duly cast ballots was outrageous, unprecedented, and incorrect. It was outrageous because it is a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. End statement.
Does that line up with what you found, Ocean?
Yeah. All right. So what I got was a little bit more. So it says the Biden campaign early Wednesday ripped President Trump's outrageous quote comments in which he claimed victory in the presidential election, as even more than 1 million votes are being counted. Biden's campaign manager Jen O'Malley Dillon issued a blistering rebuke of Trump's remarks from the White House, where he also pledged to ask the Supreme Court to halt the counting of ballots. The counting will not stop. This is from the statement. It will continue until every duly cast vote is counted, because that is what our laws, the laws that protect every American's constitutional rights to vote, require. O'Malley Dillon said in a statement, calling Trump's comments a naked effort to take away the democratic rights of American citizens. She said in the Biden campaign is prepared to battle Trump in court if he follows through to try and stop the tabulation of votes.
Yep.
She expressed confidence that the process will end with Joe Biden being elected president. We repeat what the vice president said tonight. Donald Trump does not decide the outcome of this election. Joe Biden does not decide the outcome of this election, O'Malley Dillon said. The American people decide the outcome of this election. The democratic process must and will continue until its conclusion. Trump delivered incendiary remarks from the East Room of the White House, in which he asserted that he had won Georgia, North Carolina, and Michigan, despite there being still hundreds of thousands of ballots still outstanding. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We are getting ready to win this election, and frankly, we did win this election, Trump told cheering supporters. And then no media outlet has called a winner. No election officials have declared a winner, and the Democratic presidential. Okay, no election officials have declared any winner, and Joe Biden may still overtake Trump, as the strength of mail-in ballots are still being counted in Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and Pennsylvania. Trump contradicted himself in times, and the president and his team could not appeal the case directly to the Supreme Court, but would rather have to go through lower courts first, which is a point that Jen brought up earlier.
Told you.
Exactly. They have to start from the bottom and move
up. You have
up.
to go through the actual fucking legal process.
And it takes months.
You don't just go to fucking...
But then again, mind you guys, Donald Trump literally grew up 2 blocks from the E train. I have watched this man as a grown adult try to operate getting on the train, and he couldn't figure it out. He literally grew up. It was on 71st. He grew up on 73rd. Like, you expect him to figure out how the court works?
Like I said an hour ago.
As president of the United States, you would think that he should understand how the legal system functions, but I guess that's asking too much.
This is the apprentice to him. This is nothing but the apprentice to him.
This is why when I was on fucking Nick's show earlier, I was pointing out that Trump treats politics like he's a businessman. He
doesn't work that way.
He thinks that everything operates the same way it does as in the world of a CEO, where you can get what you want by brute force, but that's not how politics works unless you're a goddamn fascist. Oh, wait.
Oh, wait.
Oh.
So that's the whole thing.
On that note, I am going to fuck off again.
night.
Good night, everybody.
Ocean.
It was awesome hanging out with y'all.
I
Fucking hell. Bye.
I am also fucking off because I have to get up in 3 hours with this child
Okay.
Oh,
and listen to him cry that he hates fucking ELA and social studies for 2
Nice.
hours.
Fair enough. Then we will.
Thank you guys for having me on.
Thank
Sirs,
you.
I will
Love
see
you,
you
Jen.
again tomorrow.
Yep.
I will see you
on tomorrow for tomorrow's show.
Sirs.
So we'll do.
See you on the 16th.
Yep, you'll see us on the 16th. Navardia, damn it, now I gotta see you soon. We have to talk.
that pouting face. Okay. Billy,
yeah.
and then Billy had a thing to say, and then Navardia has a thing to say. So we'll do Billy first, then Navardia.
So this is one of the things, the Republican argument over the last 8, 16, 24 years has been run the government like it's a business, but the government is not for profit. And in the case that we're in now, where bullying is a position of strength, it doesn't work that way. And you can't just bully everybody and trample all over everyone like you're in charge over all 3 branches of government. He has Republican colleagues in the Senate. He's not actually a Republican, we know that. But because he's in that party and because the senators want to be reelected, they ally themselves to him.
Yep.
So he has control over the Senate, but he can't just say that the judiciary is going to do what he says, because it doesn't work that way. It doesn't work like a business, and the government isn't supposed to be run like a business. So when people come in and say, well, I'm a CEO, so obviously I should be president of the United States. That's not how it works.
No, because when you're running a business, you're trying to cut the chaff, you're trying to cull you're trying to cull the fat in your industry. But when you're doing that as a government official, you're doing that to citizens. As a business, everybody on the bottom serves you. In Parliament, everybody on the bottom is who you're supposed to fucking serve.
Yep.
All right, Navardia.
Oh, just kind of forgotten what I was going to say, but
We're not returning to the long list.
No, I'm not going to do that. I'm not going to do that. But thank you for everyone who's popped over and engaged with that tweet. But one of the things I want to bring back is that U.S. politics does disproportionately affect the rest of the world. So what I'm really upset about, not upset, but it's really frustrating for me, is that I'm sitting here seeing what's going over in America, knowing that this is going to happen in my country, or it's likely.
There's going to be spillover.
Exactly.
There's definitely there is
the only one that's untouchable.
Pardon? What was that?
New Zealand is basically the only country that's untouchable from politics.
But it's the thing that really even frustrates me even more is, you guys have the meme of Florida man, and you guys are having why the fuck do you have a meme of Florida man, ending up having so much fucking influence? 2 states in the US has so much influence over 8 billion people.
Welcome
millions
to Rural College.
But this is my future.
Yep.
What US does is my future. It is part of what's going to happen to me. And I don't have a fucking say.
And that's something that I want to change.
There are even territories the United States has control over who don't get a say either.
Yeah,
Puerto Rico. Not representation, but we have territories that get no representation. But
we did the exact same thing that we had a revolution over.
Exactly.
Yeah. Puerto Rico and Washington, isn't it?
Yep. Puerto Rico, DC. The Philippines, DC. Who else? There's more.
It's and yet none of them get any say over anything, and it's the same shit that the colonies had to deal with that we were so upset about in the past, And we ended up doing the same thing because all we did was took colonialization and turned it into imperialization. That's all we fucking did. We changed the flavor of it.
And
it's-
post World War II, we were supposed to be the moral authority of the world after World War II. And with FDR,
we had brown shirts in our fucking parliament. What the fuck? Anyway, continue.
You still have brown shirts in your fucking parliament.
I know.
So post World War II, we were supposed to be the moral authority. But as we moved forward, we started to just move into imperialism. We weren't the moral authority. We were just asserting our will on everybody else. We were the fire nation. We were invading people, nonsense wars, no reason. Vietnam, Korea. Just to, you know,
Venezuela.
Every single time somebody tries to go, oh, well, Venezuela was socialist, and look at they
Socialist!
failed. But
well, it's like, we're the reason they're a dictator.
What are you talking about?
We overthrew a democratically elected government to impose our will, and then it went to garbage. Gee, I wonder.
Surprise.
And then you've got dipshits like Destiny. I'm sure somebody in this chat knows who Destiny is. Whose argument against socialism has been that it doesn't construct a military as powerful as capitalism does. And I'm just like, oh, I'm so glad that Mike Mate's right is your argument. Isn't that just
That has nothing to do with the military is separate from that to begin with.
It's just...
Well, I mean, it depends on what you're looking at. I mean, we have a military based on spending, so it can be a capitalist military, but we can have just as strong of a military system without spending as much on contractors. Contractors are the reason we spend so much money. That and nonsense projects that we do for no reason. There was back in the Cold War, we spent over $1 billion building a submarine that could fire off 100 nuclear missiles. I think it was more than 100.
Oh, yes, a Metal Gear. I love it.
No reason to use it, but we built it anyway just because the Soviets, just because. And that's the problem. We can build a strong national defense without going overboard and spending way more money than we need to. We can put that money to the people. Like I said, when I was on last, not the freedom dividend, that was Andrew Yang, the peace dividend. Back when we
farked
the war, Bush 1, H.W. Bush decided, okay, we're going to go invade Kuwait. We're not going to give a freedom dividend. We're not going to, or a peace dividend. We're not going to, help anybody. We're going to spend this money invading Kuwait for no reason. 6 weeks of Kuwait, we're going to just carpet bomb everybody. We're done. We're out. We made up for losing Vietnam. We're strong again.
No, it's sociopathic.
It is. It really is. And that's the mentality. We have this America. People think that America was built on rugged individualism, but churches, schools, if you were building them based on rugged individualism, they wouldn't have been built. It takes a team to build something that
cohesive.
Works.
So, well, the thing with America is based on myth. We're based on a lot of myths. We're based on the myth of Honest Abe. We're based on the myth of George Washington and the cherry tree. We're based on the myth of Paul Revere. We're based on the myth of rugged individualism when it was actually social cohesion, which is not based on rugged individualism. That is...
we're just cowboys in the woods,
Cowboys in general, the entire idea of a cowboy is mythologized.
Yeah,
that wasn't a fucking thing ever.
There was something going around. It was Sam Elliott, a liberal actor on Parks and Rec. He was the liberal version of Ron Swanson. They were using him as like the cowboy figure. This is what America should be. And that was going around on Facebook on old people circles, boomers. It was going around.
We are based on so many founding myths. And you know what the worst part is? You know what the biggest lie of all of them is?
We're taught this in school.
Not just that. It's not just that. Though, that is going to come up this weekend because I'm having Novotny on.
J.W. Novotny.
Novotny was my history teacher back in
Mine too.
high school. Specifically, he was the teacher who taught us about the slave trade by having us all have our hands duct taped behind our backs and thrown in an artificial brig, and then he taught us that way. And then when people would complain about being uncomfortable, he would just go, "Okay, so the lesson is sinking in then."
Yeah, exactly. He split us up into groups. He had the slave owners and the slaves, and we had to sit under desks with our hands tied up, and it was like, okay, so now you get it.
So actually, we didn't get the slave owners in ours. He changed that for your year. For our year, he only had 2 people who were the slave owners. One person was on the outside of the room, and they led people in, and then one person was on the inside of the room that took you to the brig.
Yep. And then
we had legal?
Who was like, okay, well, this is how socialism works. And he's like, okay, you get an A, you get an F, everybody gets a C. And it's like, no, that's not
how socialism works.
At all.
But I will argue this, though. Even if that was how socialism worked, you should not say, I want my A so that my classmate has to get their F. But anyway, I need to do a hardware test with him this week now that I have internet back. I'm going to have him on because one of the things I want to talk about is a lot of these mythologized things that we are taught in school. But the worst lie, the worst myth that we are based off of all of the ones we have, in my opinion, is the American dream.
Yes. Because I'm a homeowner. I have a full-time job, but it's not the American dream.
Same. I have a full-time job. This full-time job is one that I have individually. It is my own business, which means I get taxed double.
I work for corporate America. I work for IBM. And it's supposed to be the American dream.
And I'm currently dealing with a $20,000 pay to fix water damage for a house that was renovated 1.5 years ago. And I've got no way around that because insurance companies don't cover gradual damage.
For real?
No, they don't. They cover unexpected damage, but gradual damage is not a thing that is typically covered. It does, and it's not just the U.S. that does that. Canada does it too, because I was talking with Neil 604, who Nervardia would know. And
Absolute sweetheart.
Neil used to work in restoration projects for housing, so both the $20,000 fucking price tag and the fact that insurance companies will not work with you on that is something that he's already familiar with. So yay.
USAA insurance. USAA gives us better benefits than that, but normal insurance for homeowners is garbage.
Well, to be fair, when we bought the insurance, it was through the fuck was it called? Butler something? I can't remember. But it was only like $150 every quarter. It was cheap because it's all we could afford. But when you get cheap insurance, you get things like our $5,000 deductible. You get things like not being able to work on gradual. You get all these stipulations because you have it. It's almost like you ostensibly have it just in case, but it doesn't actually do anything.
It's like, okay, well, I still have to pay for it, because my deductible's so high. And actually, to circle back just a little bit to our teachers, that one that taught us, this is A and an F equals a C. There's a reason the class of 2012 unleashed a bunch of farm animals in his classroom. A goat miscarried in his classroom because
which teacher was this?
Joe Ryland.
Oh yeah, what's funny though? You know what's always funny? Not to shit talk any of the teachers that I had. Though if Mr. Beck is watching, I am shit talking you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Beck. I miss you, and I'm sorry that I was so annoying while I was in your classes.
I don't miss him, but we've had these conversations privately. No, I thought it was always funny that every history teacher used the same slides for their classroom. But guess who made the PowerPoint slides? It was always Novotny.
Really?
Novotny was the one who made all of the slides that every other history teacher used. He did all the work for them.
And you know what the fun part was? Joe Ryland, the Republican, was in the Union. J.W. Novotny was not. I remember the assistant principal. She was a black woman, and she would ring the intercom and say, "How's my
Talking
my
about Miss
favorite
Payne?
Huh?
Miss Payne?
Yeah, Miss Payne.
Mm-hmm.
He'd call the intercom and, "How's my favorite Republican?" But
That's cringy. I don't remember any of that.
yeah, it was bad. It was bad.
Anyway, Navardi, how are you doing? We're just reminiscing over
Good.
high school.
That's all right. It's all right. It's been interesting.
I used to sneak out and sit with the seniors at lunch, and the principal would walk by when it was still Lisa Morgan, and she wouldn't care. She just, let me sit out with the seniors, even though I was in the 9th grade.
Nobody cared. Nobody cared that I brought all of my computer equipment to school.
We would sit in gym.
Because we said fuck gym. We said fuck gym, and we brought computers.
Yes, and we would play either Command and Conquer, or Chris would bring his Wii.
I would bring my Wii, and I would hook it up to the computer through a capture card, and we would just play the Wii.
Through our what was it?
It's called a Dazzle. It's a capture card.
Dazzle,
system.
yes. And my current bestie was in a group of kids that would throw basketballs and stuff at us. They were like, "Wow, you're so dumb playing computer games." But it was cool that our coach let us do that. And I remember the other assistant principal, Eric Walker, or was it Eric something? He walked by the gym one day and he looked in the window and he saw us doing that. And he was the next one to be principal after Lisa Morgan left.
Yep.
He just walked by, he looked in at us and just kept walking.
I didn't see anything. Exactly. But to dial things back to where we are, is there anything on your mind, Nervardia, aside from hearing two people who went to the Americans' broken education system?
It's so broken.
I don't know. I do genuinely think that there's going to be a civil war. Actually, I think that's going to happen.
I think that America
or
is
at
going.
least.
I think we're going to have violence. I think there are going to be several riots, but I do not think there will be civil war because the declaration of civil war specifically, once civil war is declared and it is considered an official war, then every single thing the police force has engaged in the last year with the BLM riots all become war crimes.
War crimes.
And they all have to be tried at that point under war crimes. And if they are not tried, here's where it gets muddy. Because the United States is at the top of the food chain in the United Nations. The United Nations would be the people who would be able to hold the trial for war crimes. Because we are at the top of there, if we were not tried for war crimes after the United Nations designated that we did engage in them, we already violate human rights, but if we were not tried for war crimes, merely because of our position in the United Nations, the United Nations efficacy gets thrown out the window even more than it already has. The entire thing goes under because if the United States, merely because of its position, does not get tried for war crimes against its people.
We pulled out of most of the UN stuff. Trump would be like, "Oh, the UN doesn't matter. They're fake Democrat hoax." And, they can do what they want, but nobody would listen to them, assuming that he just decides he wants to hold on to power. But that isn't how the Constitution works. If we don't have a winner by Inauguration Day 2021, Nancy Pelosi becomes the president. I don't think anybody really wants that.
I thought it's not that Nancy Pelosi becomes the president, it's that the House gets to determine.
Actually, no. It's the chain of succession. It depends. The House determines it if it's challenged, but if it's still, under consideration.
It goes to the House if it's a tie, not if it's under consideration.
If there's no outcome, we go down the chain of succession until there's an outcome. So Pelosi becomes the president of the United States until there's an outcome.
Oh, sweet. We get bad McGonagall.
Exactly. Nobody likes Pelosi. Nobody likes Hillary. And the fun thing was, back in the 2016 election, Hillary Clinton said, "Nobody likes Bernie Sanders." But
this is the thing that really pissed me off the most, is that if they had gone with Bernie Sanders, it would be a fucking landslide.
Exactly.
Because
right
Bernie
now,
actually knows how to operate as a fucking politician.
But that's Bernie Sanders was winning and he had so much fucking support.
Seriously. And it was just old people that voted Hillary in. And it's when you go back through the last 50, 60 years of American politics, every bad thing that America has done, you can find a video of Bernie Sanders protesting it.
Yeah.
From
And
his position as mayor, as a community organizer, into Congress, and into the Senate. You can see Bernie Sanders fighting against every single one of those things.
Yeah, he's got a really good track record.
Seriously.
And the thing is, it just blows my mind that they had such a strong, well-liked, very, very, very popular candidate, and they were like, nah.
It's because of two things.
Because he goes against the fucking the DNC.
He's not an establishment Democrat. That is one of the reasons, which means he doesn't get as much support and, importantly, funding for advertising that can come from the DNC. There's another half of this, though. The other half of this is that a lot of your support for Bernie Sanders, a lot of your very vocal support that came from people who were on Twitter, came from people who are on Facebook, came from people who were on YouTube. But here's the thing. There are people, especially in rural America, who don't engage in any of those platforms and
Except
still
on Facebook
and still voted.
Yep.
So what ends up happening is that when they see in the primaries, they go, do I want the socialist with how, even though he's not technically a socialist,
that dirty S word,
even though he is the better candidate, even though he has the better policies, even though he's got the better plan, even though he's got the better rhetoric, and it's better for him to fight Trump.
You can say, here's the budget. This is how much it will cost. It's cheaper.
Because he's the one that wrote it.
Exactly.
But even though all of that is the case, even without the DNC meddling, which I'm still not 100% convinced on what ends they've meddled on.
They were like, okay, well, Hillary already has this many pledged delegates. And it's like, okay, well, Hillary's obviously winning. We must vote for her, because they were talking about pledged delegates before the delegates even mattered.
But the thing is that because there are more people that vote than just the people who are allowed on Twitter, who are allowed on YouTube, who are allowed on Facebook, you end up having people who we didn't know were going to vote for Biden do it. Because even though he's an establishment Democrat, people who are Democrat, let's be fair, there are more Democrats in the United States than there are leftists in the United States. And
at this point, electing Biden as our candidate, we're trying to pull some of the Republicans over, because we have to have some of the Republicans that are disaffected from Trumpism.
And that's where the Lincoln Project comes in. That's where Biden comes in.
Yeah.
But
the problem is, by doing that, you've also alienated all of the progressive voters, and it's much, much harder to pull a Republican over than it is to.
The Biden campaign picked up some of the values, because Bernie had so many delegates at the Democratic National Committee. The Biden campaign picked up some of those values, so now they're advocating for healthcare for all. And these other situations, things that Bernie Sanders pushed, they've integrated into the platform.
They've got the Biden-Sanders unity plan now for healthcare. There's stuff that's been integrated in, but the Nervardia was saying something, and then we interrupted. I'm sorry.
Yeah, go ahead.
I've forgotten what I was saying anyway, but I was just it's really bizarre. Like, so that's what I was saying was by running Biden, like, it is much harder to get Republican fence-sitter votes to swap over than it is to get progressive voters. And that was the thing that really shot themselves in the foot, is that Biden...
why are you trying to win Republicans when you should be trying to win people on the left?
And
progressives have kind of settled on Biden. So
Nervardia still...
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, so but it's sort of why what Suris just said. Why are you trying to get people to trying to get Republican votes? I mean, if they're going to move away, they're going to move away anyway. As we've seen, like Donald Trump is a fucking cult leader. There are too many people who are experts in the field of cult behavior that has said that Donald Trump is a cult leader.
Including cousin.
And pardon?
Including
What was that?
his cousin, a psychologist.
Oh yeah, Stephen Hassan. Yeah.
Mary.
I couldn't hear you. Kind of broke up a little bit. Sorry. But like Stephen Hassan was like wrote a fucking book. I've got the book that he wrote, going, this is how he is a cult leader. And even people who aren't experts but has a passing interest have all gone, yeah, it's a cult.
You can also juxtapose him to Umberto Eco's dissertation on fascism, and he checks 12 of the 14 points.
Worse than Barry Goldwater. Honestly, I've compared the two in depth, and he's worse than Barry Goldwater. But the thing is, with Biden, we're trying to settle on a coalition candidate, somebody that can appeal to both ends of the spectrum. We can have a little bit of a progressive platform, but we can still appeal to the conservatives. So Biden's not perfect, but the platform that we put together kind of attracts a little bit of both sides, the disaffected Trump voters and some of the progressive voters. And that's what we were looking for.
What I don't like... Oh, sorry, Nervardia.
Oh, no, you go.
What I don't like is the thing that I've seen. I've seen a lot of people who have done the whole spiel. I'm going to vote with my values. Okay, cool. That's fine. If one of your values is failure, then by all means vote third party. I'm not going to shame somebody for voting third party.
Okay, so that's the really funny part is people say, okay, well, I'm going to vote my values, and if they're Christian, you know, they go to church and they preach their values are the values of Christ.
But then they vote Trump.
Yes, they vote, and they consistently vote the opposite of the values of Christ because something in the Old Testament says so. But the Old Testament, according to the Jews, the Old Testament is a history. And we go to church on Sunday. We say, okay, Jesus says, heal the sick, feed the hungry.
You're talking new covenant theology is where we're in right now. New covenant theology does not... Jesus never said anything about the gays, for instance. Jesus never said anything about...
It's all about the Old Testament. Jesus doesn't exist. But on Sunday, we'll talk about Jesus. But when we vote, Jesus doesn't exist.
And even if you get into theology, if you get into exegesis, even certain things that are considered Old Testament values, like stoning gay people, when you exegete Leviticus, there are no less than 6 translations for the phrase, if you find a male or a man who sleeps with a male as if with a woman, or lies in bed with a man or with a male as if with a woman, you must stone them both to death. That line, which is basically the entire argument for killing gay people or not allowing them to marry, and then the fact that Paul reiterates those lines later in Romans.
Let's forget about the shrimp.
The whole... Hold on, Billy, I'm still continuing.
Sorry, go ahead. I've got my hand raised. Go ahead.
I know. But my point is that because there are multiple translations of that, one of them including the fact that the Greek word for male means young boy, not grown man, which means that it can be an argument... on top of the fact that one of the other arguments for it is that it's a literal translation where it is a man sleeping with someone when he should be sleeping with his wife. So literally taking the bed that should have been used with a woman, a full literal translation. Amongst other translations, it can be anti-pedophilia, it can be anti-pedastry, it can be anti-cheating, and it can be anti-homosexual, but none of them, unless you were to go back in time, can be guaranteed to be the full one. And when they try to go, well, Paul talks about it in Romans, yes, because Paul is talking about the previous arguments on Leviticus. His arguments are all based on the ones in Leviticus. So because we can't find the 100% translation for Leviticus, that extends to Paul in Romans. So when a Christian tries to vote, I'm going to vote against gay marriage because that's in line with biblical values, you don't fucking know what biblical values are. You can't fucking translate that particular one because I know scholars in the field who have had this shit problem.
Jewish people that read Hebrew. I mean, the Old Testament is a history. Leviticus is a history of when they met the Greeks. The Greeks had that culture of male dominant, male submissive, but it was separate from marital relations. So it's a history when they encountered the Greeks, but in Christianity, they stopped taking that, in Protestant Christianity, I should say, they stopped taking that in context. They started nitpicking verses and saying, oh, well, this means this in this specific verse. I agree with this, so this is our value.
There's a
no context around it.
That's because what they did is they started doing a type of scriptural analysis that is called harmonization. And when you harmonize scripture, what you're doing is you are taking and if you've ever been to an evangelical sermon, you've had a sermon go like this. Okay, I want you to start in 1 Samuel 15. Okay, now I want you to go to Hebrews 12:11. Now I want you to go to Ezekiel 12:9. Now,
boom, boom, boom.
now
boom,
I
boom.
want you to go, and they will make you turn back and forth, and create their own stories out of this, and it's called harmonizing. Gene Kim has done this. What the fuck? Who's that? There's another pastor I know of who's famous for doing this shit.
This is almost every Protestant church in the South.
But it's called harmonic analysis, harmonizing the scriptures, and when you do that, you get to create literally whatever narrative you want. It does not matter. This is how I was taught by the IFB. That is exactly how I was taught the Bible.
So it's literally choose your own adventure.
Yes.
Yes. And this is, I mean, and I was the sound technician and I ran the PowerPoints when I was in the Methodist church. And again, I'm not divulging my own my own religious values. It doesn't matter because, you know, policy and religion should be separate based on the American First Amendment right.
I wasn't talking about Smokey Saint. I'm not talking about hermeneutics. I'm talking about harmonizing. It's a different thing.
So when I was running the PowerPoints, I noticed that the pastor would jump in between different books of the Bible and pick out different verses. And it's like, but this has nothing to do with the hundreds of years ago that this had. So, you know, what's going on here?
It's also a little bit like biblical mathematics, sort of like if you take this and part of the Bible and this part of the Bible and this part of the Bible, it makes out that the world's going to end at this year.
Yeah, that's apocalyptic harmonizing. That's actually the first.
Yeah, the J-Dubs do that.
The first collaboration I did with Prophet of Zod was a preacher who did that, who tried to argue that he did a combination of harmonizing, apocalyptic preaching, and astrology to get to his position. It was bizarre. It was bizarre.
I'm so disappointed in where American Christianity has come, where it's at this point where we're in like a cult status, where, you know, I grew up in the Methodist church. We were supposed to be taught the values of Christ. The values of Christ, of course, are socialism, but it's turned into this cult situation where they don't care about the values of Christ. Use your own adventure, which is basically what, I mean, that's the term that's perfect. I haven't thought of it like that, but yeah, choose your own adventure for real.
In Australia, our PM, it belongs to the Hillsong or a Hillsong offshoot, which is
Pentecost. They are Pentecostal rock star Christians.
Yep. Exactly.
Yeah. And he belongs to that. And he's been pretty good when it comes to not bringing in his religious values, but they were trying to bring in religious freedom bills because have you heard of Israel Folau?
I have not.
All right. Okay. Israel Folau is an Australian rugby player. And he was constantly harping on about gays being sent to hell and rah, 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 which broke his agreements with the Australian Rugby Union. And so first time round, they were like, you can't tell everyone that gays are going to go to hell. Like, you can't put that on your social media because you represent us. So therefore, because you represent us, we aren't comfortable with you espousing these sorts of beliefs. It is written into his fucking contract. So he was like, okay, I'll sign a contract talking about what he can and can't say on social media, because he is, as I said, it's written into his contract. He is a public figure. He represents a company at all times. That's why that's why football players in Australia, if they get caught off season taking cocaine or something like that, they can still get fired because it's part of yeah.
I hate putting on.
Anyway, so he continued to do this, and Rugby Australia just went, "You're fired. Like, you're breaking your contract. You're fired." Anyway, he took it up to the Supreme Court, and during that time, shit, it's not Malcolm. Fuck, I've just forgotten my PM's name. Malcolm Turnbull? No, it's not Malcolm Turnbull.
You forgot your PM's name?
Oh, look, I am so stressed. I'm more interested in US politics, to be honest with you, because, as I said, what happens over there. Australian politics is boring. It is Turnbull. It is Turnbull. What?
Also, I've been typing this out in chat, but I'll go ahead and do it here. At no point did I say that all Christians do this. I pointed out that this is a particular brand of Christians that do this, including the IFB. Just like when you tried to say that I was explaining hermeneutics, when I'm actually talking about people who use a process called harmonizing, which is not the same thing as hermeneutic interpretation of Scripture. If you want to mishear and misread everything I say, then that's fine. I don't have an issue with that. But anyway, I feel as though you are going to say that I'm engaging in straw manning, and then the only thing you know how to do is construct one, and then procedurally burn it down when you shift your goalposts next. So if that's a thing that you want to do, by all means, I'm not going to stop you. You live your life and do your thing. But at the end of the day, I'm not judging all Christians based off of the IFB. I'm judging the IFB based off the IFB. I judge the NIFB off the NIFB. I have very close friends of mine who are Christians. Some of them are Reformed Calvinists. Some of them are evangelicals. Some of them are Catholic. I have those friends, and I actually talk to those friends when I'm trying to exegete, because a lot of them are also biblical scholars. So if you want to tell me what I think about Christianity, go fuck right off and eat a dick.
And biblical scholars...
And I'm not using the IFB for all my critiques. I'm using the IFB to critique the IFB. That's the last thing I'm saying to you, because you're being a fucking dipshit.
Yeah, the IFB is the IFB. It's not going outside of that. But, biblical scholars, it depends on the context. We have biblical scholars that understand the Old Testament as more of a history than it is rules. And then we have biblical scholars that take every quote out of context and say, okay, this is Christianity, when it's really, it's not. And it's more, they don't understand that it's about the values of Christ more than it is reading, like Leviticus 18:22 and interpreting it literally based on the English translation. So that's the situation that we're in.
Okay. So it's Scott Morrison, by the way. I'm just going to go back. Scott Morrison is our PM. I can't believe I forgot that. I apologize. As I said, I'm exhausted from the US election. But Scott Morrison ended up trying to bring in laws talking about religious freedom to be able to say that a person such as Israel Folau is able to put whatever he wants on social media and not suffer consequences for his behavior. So basically saying you can say anything in regards to your religion. It can be the most vile, bigoted shit, and you cannot get fired for it. Basically, basically you could be a white supremacist Nazi, but you can go, that's my religion. I don't think it went very far, and a lot of the laws that they did actually came and became more streamlined with other nations on the planet as well, like a lot of European. So it wasn't really, really, really bad, and it was kind of overplayed by the Australian media. But the fact of the matter is that he tried pushing like religious freedom, and there was a little bit of something that was really funny. It was like a kid, I can't remember where he was from, but a Polynesian country, I think it was, and their first one of their rituals is to not cut males' hair until they're like 5 years old or something like that. And he was being sent to a Christian school, and the Christian school was like, you can't do that. That goes outside of our uniform policy. You have to cut his hair. And they were like, no, we're not going to do that because that's part of our religion. And they were really trying to push they're going, well, this is what the Religious Freedom Bill is saying that we can do. So it has backfired a little bit because they can't specifically say Christian. They can specifically say, things like, religious freedom, blah, blah, blah. But they tried to make it in a way that it only benefit Christianity. And I think that's why it wasn't as successful as it was going to be, because, you can't exactly discriminate against people because of their religion, which was good. So I think Australia is a little bit more in line with other countries on the planet, which is good. But there were a lot of things being said that were very, very, very concerning for me as an Australian citizen.
So in America, the fun part about that is they say religious freedom, freedom of religion, First Amendment, right. But most people interpret that as America is a Christian nation. We are only allowed to accept Christian values, and we must legislate Christian values. And it's like, but that's the exact opposite of this.
Or if you want the dog whistly version of that, we have to argue for the efficacy of Western values and Western culture.
Western.
Which is that's the racist dog whistle way of going about saying the exact same thing.
Pretty much, yeah. So it's, either you accept, Christianity as legislation, even though you have complete freedom of religion. If a conservative Muslim, was trying to legislate law, people would lose their minds. They lose their minds over Ilhan Omar wearing, traditional clothing. It doesn't matter what her policy is. They just immediately
they see a woman who is wearing what appears to them to be hijab, and they immediately
she's a Muslim. She's bad.
Yep. We do have Wisconsin flip. Wisconsin
flip.
Wisconsin is for Joe Biden right now by 0.3%,
which is roughly 20,000 votes.
Yeah, that's 20,000 votes. So we'll see where that goes. What's the percent?
0.3% above, with 5% of the votes left to go.
We should stop counting the votes.
That's still anyone's state, right? Actually, you know what? Exactly as it is right now, if the votes were to be cast right now and nothing were to change, then there'd only be 200. We wouldn't have a full 270 for anybody, but Joe would have 238.
It would go to the House. I mean, unless you lower the limit from 270 down, it would go straight to the House. And the House...
You'd have to go to the House because without 270 on either side, nobody wins.
And the House would probably go Biden.
That's because the Democrats own the House right now.
Exactly. But also because sanity. But yeah, because the Democrats. I mean, if the Republicans owned the House, they didn't care. They won't care about sanity. They're just going to vote for their party because that's how it works. They'll vote for a bag of wet noodles if it has an R next to it.
Judeo-Christian values is another line that's used a lot. Cassandra Belmont pointed out.
Exactly. Yes. So it's like we're obsessed with Israel, but why? Because Israel 2,000 years ago has something to do with Israel today. So we're going to ignore all of the corruption in the Netanyahu administration and just say Israel's great. I vote pro-Israel, but we're just going to ignore everything.
Ignore the fact that we literally had to carve out land in Palestine away from indigenous people there to create it. Ignore the fact that there's several arguments that can be made about it being an illegitimately created nation. Ignore the fact that it basically is created because there are people who desperately need prophecies to be fulfilled, and one of those prophecies is the reestablishment of Israel.
Exactly.
And then people point to that and then go, look, the prophecy is being fulfilled. But which is, let's apply Occam's razor, which is more likely. People who have a predisposition for those prophecies to be fulfilled, creating self-fulfilling prophecies, or the actual prophecy being fulfilled. A prophecy being fulfilled is only only consequential if nobody heard the prophecy except for the prophet and like a single person. But the minute that a person hears a prophecy and then goes and tries to make it fucking happen, it stops being special. It stops having any value.
Exactly. And the thing about this prophecy is that evangelical Christians have been manipulated into pushing for Israel because they're pro-Armageddon. They want the world to end.
They think that getting the reestablished Israel will cause the tribulation to happen soon.
Exactly. They're pushing for the end because they think they're going to rise up to heaven, to Christ, when they are the opposite of the values of Christ.
There's also the fun fact that the entire idea of people just raising up and going to heaven, the idea behind the rapture, is actually a very recent thing in the way that we've built, in the way that like Tim LaHaye popularized in the Left Behind series. That is a very recent phenomenon within the church.
Exactly. Always in the movies growing up, my dad would show us all the Armageddon movies on the Christian channels, and I mean it was a very recent development relatively. It's not in the Bible. A lot of things aren't in the Bible that people accept as biblical fact, especially about the what's in Revelation.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's ignoring the fact that the early Christians, being an apocalyptic cult of sorts, would have believed that these things were happening within their lifetime, and so subsequently everybody has believed that the end times are not everybody. That's a hasty generalization, but your end times prophets generally believe that it's happening within their lifetime, or that it's happening in the next person's lifetime. That's strictly a criticism for end times prophets. I think that if you're engaging in end times prophecy, you're engaging in it's not necessarily woo because it's not pseudoscience, but it's certainly in the same realm at that point. I am probably only going to keep the stream up for another 10 or so minutes, mainly because we are crawling up to 10 hours straight for me.
Nice.
Staying up.
Well done.
For the stream. I still have energy to keep on going, but it would be more responsible for me to get sleep while the sun is down.
Yeah, fair enough. So I'm just having a look at Associated Press right now.
Yeah.
Okay, so let's see if from what I was listening to when Ocean was on, that Georgia, is it? Could still flip because of
Atlanta and around Atlanta.
Yep.
So because I'm looking for Joe Biden to win, he's on 238 electoral votes. Right now, so far, according to the Associated Press, he has got Wisconsin that has 10 electoral votes and Nevada, which has 6. So he's got 16 electoral votes.
Yep.
So definitely not in the bag. So if Georgia flips, still not in the bag, but will that basically make
Pennsylvania is the one to watch. Pennsylvania is not allowed to start counting votes until basically in the morning, which is in a few hours now. So we're going to see a lot of Pennsylvania start to turn blue because of the mail-in ballots. Pennsylvania is the decider this time around.
Yeah, because once Biden gets Nevada and Wisconsin, that adds 16 onto his 238. That makes him a 254. He needs 16 more. If he either gets Michigan or Pennsylvania, then he went Michigan, Pennsylvania, or Georgia. North Carolina stops mattering there because that would put him at 269. But the problem is that the likelihood of Georgia flipping and the likelihood of Michigan flipping are much lower than the likelihood of Pennsylvania flipping. Pennsylvania is the highest chance to flip, and luckily Pennsylvania would put him just a few electoral votes over what is required for him to actually become president. Now, this is not saying that we could not see a flip in Georgia. That's still possible, but it's unlikely. I wouldn't hold out for it. I would just say that it's possible.
The next state behind Pennsylvania is going to be North Carolina, possibly. And looking at the map that we have right now versus the map that Hillary Clinton had 4 years ago, Joe Biden is definitely doing a lot better. He won Arizona, which Hillary lost in 2016. And yeah, he's definitely doing a lot better than Hillary was. So if you can get North Carolina and Pennsylvania, we're pretty much good to go.
Out of curiosity, Texas is 84% reported in, but he's got 52 to 46. They've stopped counting the votes there or something. Is that right?
It depends.
Because they've claimed that Texas, but 84% is a fairly decent chunk of votes.
The places that they've got some of the areas around Austin. El Paso still needs to vote in. San Antonio still needs to come in. Dallas still needs to come in, and Fort Worth still needs to come in, though Dallas and Fort Worth are probably going to go blue and red, respectively. Houston and a couple of its surrounding counties need to get in. And then at the very bottom, literally right, there's three or four areas here right at the bottom that still need to come in, and they're right at the border with Mexico, so they are likely going to be they can be a toss-up either way, because some of your districts, like right near El Paso, are like blood red districts, and then a lot of your areas are blue, so these are all, if you assume that these go 50-50, like the rest of this has gone, assume that Houston goes blue, assume that Dallas goes blue, assume that areas surrounding Austin go blue, Texas still ends up being red.
And that's be expected at this point. Maybe in 2024, 2022 midterms and 2024 general, we might see Texas lean into blue, because we have, immigration into Texas from urban areas. So we'll see that turn blue down the road. But at this point, yeah, Texas is probably going to be red. But it really depends on, what's coming in still. And as we count these mail-in ballots, because there are multiple states that say, well, you can't start counting mail-in ballots until after the election. And there were so many mail-in ballots this time around that we have to wait and see. So especially like Pennsylvania, I keep bringing up Pennsylvania because that's the main one where we're just going to have to wait and see. It's going to be maybe a week before we really know where Pennsylvania landed.
Yep.
Okay.
With that said, it is late. It is time. I am quite tired.
You look exhausted. You did well, mate.
Yeah, I am very exhausted. I did 4 hours of a stream, took a nap, got up, got food, and then I'm on just about to hit hour 10 of this stream, which I normally would not. The only time that I have streamed for anywhere near this long was when I was trying to raise money for the bail bonds for BLM protesters.
Wow.
That's the only other time that I was streaming this often. So,
I mean, this is a big deal.
It is a big deal, and it's why I'm doing it. It's why I've been doing it. I just, I don't have enough in me to continue without at least a nap.
Yeah,
before-
definitely.
You're shrinking down.
I am. My posture is failing me badly.
All right,
so
mate.
thank you all for watching the stream. I'm gonna stop trying to fucking do words. Words suck.
All right.
I
It was
hope
lovely meeting
guys-
you, Bill, by the way. I don't think I've met you before.
Yeah, and thanks, Chris, for bringing me on.